Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Returned to UA as a Quirkless Alpha. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Class 2A quietly worked on the assignments Aizawa had given them earlier. They preferred to finish them now rather than later in the afternoon. Despite it being Monday, Mina had persuaded the Baku squad and a few others to join her at the arcade to try out a new game. Their attention shifted when someone knocked on the classroom door. Aizawa sighed and emerged from his yellow sleeping bag. He instructed the class to keep working and stepped outside, closing the door behind him. Kirishima wondered what was happening, and Kaminari simply shrugged. Siro speculated it might be related to the upcoming sports festival, and the others nodded in agreement. Ida, sitting at his desk, urged everyone to focus on their assignments, assuring them that Aizawa would inform them if necessary. The classroom fell silent, though some students remained curious about the situation outside. When Aizawa returned and stood before the class, everyone put down their pens and focused on him. He announced that a new student had joined them, having transferred from a hero academy in New York. He instructed the class to behave while the new student introduced himself and gestured for him to enter. Excited murmurs filled the room, while Mineta complained about the new student being a guy. Mina, annoyed, told him to be quiet. As the door opened, a tall green-haired student walked in, his tattooed arms visible as he held his jacket over his shoulder. Many in the class were taken aback, as tattoos were still often associated with negative stereotypes in Japan. Katsuki's eyes widened in recognition. He couldn't believe it was Izuku. The class turned to look at him as he greeted Katsuki with a friendly wave. Katsuki stared, momentarily speechless. Izuku had changed significantly. He was now taller and more muscular, no longer the fragile boy Katsuki remembered. Yet, his iconic green hair and freckles remained, making it impossible for Katsuki not to notice how attractive he had become. Aizawa instructed Izuku to introduce himself before retreating back into his sleeping bag. Izuku, slightly confused, smiled at the class and introduced himself as Midoriya Izuku, a 19-year-old transfer student from New York. He expressed his pleasure at meeting everyone. Ida stood up, adjusting his glasses, and welcomed Izuku to UA University. He offered to facilitate questions from the class, which Izuku agreed to. Mina was the first to raise her hand, introducing herself and inviting Izuku to join them at the arcade that afternoon. Izuku accepted the invitation, and Mina beamed with excitement. Azui Tiu, another student, introduced herself and inquired about Izuku's second gender, noting his dominant pheromones. Izuku politely explained that he was a dominant alpha and offered to wear scent blockers if his scent became uncomfortable. Kirishima, eager to make a new friend, complimented Izuku's tattoos and asked about his quirk. Izuku chuckled and replied that he was quirkless. Gasps echoed through the classroom, and Katsuki felt a mix of frustration and concern for Izuku, who had always been bullied. He bit his lip, resisting the urge to defend his childhood friend, knowing it would only draw more attention. Izuku listened to the varied reactions from his classmates, surprised by their enthusiasm and curiosity. The redhead, Kirishima, exclaimed that it was incredibly manly after overcoming his initial shock. Some individuals, like the boy with half red and half white hair and the one with a bird-like head, seemed indifferent. Others joined Kirishima's enthusiasm, including Mina, a boy with blonde hair and a black lightning streak, a blonde who mixed French into his speech, and a girl with long black hair tied in a ponytail. One boy made a snarky comment before getting too close to the girl with the ponytail, prompting the frog-like girl to wrap her tongue around him. With the help of a boy who had defined elbows that shot tape, they managed to hang the small purple-haired boy from the ceiling. The teacher remained silent, so Izuku decided to go along with it. What surprised Izuku the most was that his childhood friend didn't make a snarky remark. Perhaps he had changed. He still called him Deku, the greenette reminded himself, concluding that the blonde still disliked him but was perhaps just quieter now. Izuku muttered to himself that things had taken an unexpected turn when his attention was caught by a yellow sleeping bag standing upright. Aizawa addressed the class, stating that some of them underestimated Izuku because he was quirkless. He instructed everyone to put on their gym clothes and meet him at the field, assigning Bakugo to show Izuku around after classes. Izuku followed the others to the locker room, where he began to change into the gym clothes Aizawa had given him earlier. He felt the weight of multiple gazes on him and resisted the urge to hide. He reminded himself that there was no point in hiding, they would find out eventually. A voice behind him inquired about his back, and Izuku recognized it as belonging to the purple-haired boy. Another voice called out Mineta's name, and Ida reprimanded him for his inappropriate behavior, promising to inform Aizawa. Izuku sighed and turned to face Mineta, who wore a smug expression, feeling as though he had struck a nerve with Izuku. However, Izuku didn't react as expected. Instead, he smirked, stepping closer. He casually asked if they would be sparring that day, to which the boy with defined elbows replied that Aizawa seemed eager to prove a point. Izuku smiled, announcing that he would be sparring with Mineta, who gulped nervously as they made their way outside. As Izuku warmed up, he engaged in light conversation with his new classmates while waiting for their teacher. Aizawa eventually announced that there had been quite a commotion in the locker room and instructed Mineta and Izuku to enter the ring. Izuku smirked slightly as he stepped onto the arena, while Mineta, initially worried, regained his smug demeanor. Izuku heard Mineta muttering that he was just a quirkless boy. Aizawa then gave Izuku permission to use his gear, gesturing to a silver case he held. Izuku approached, opened the case, and found his allowed gear inside. He decided to put on gloves and take 3 throwing knives, sighing as he ran his finger over the blade, noting that it was fake and threw off their weight. Mineta complained that it was unfair, but Izuku rolled his eyes as he returned to his side of the arena, explaining that the knives were fake and demonstrating this by running the blade across his arm, causing shocked gasps until they realized he was unharmed. Katsuki observed from the sidelines, excitement bubbling within him as he anticipated what Izuku would do. Aizawa challenged Izuku to prove he could handle the knives, and Izuku accepted with a smile. The class fell silent, waiting for Aizawa's signal to start. When he shouted, "Go!" Mineta began throwing his ball everywhere, and Izuku instinctively caught one. Realizing he couldn't remove it, he discarded the glove and jumped out of the way, noting that Mineta was the only one who didn't stick to the ball, much like a spider with its web. Izuku took a deep breath and charged forward, skillfully avoiding Mineta's quirk until he reached him. With a swift motion, he knocked Mineta off balance and brought him to the ground, holding one knife against his throat. Cheers erupted from his classmates, and after a few moments, Aizawa declared Izuku the winner, prompting him to jump up in triumph. He remarked that perhaps next time Mineta would learn to mind his business before walking away. Aizawa called for another match, this time with Kirishima stepping up to face Izuku. Noticing the small scars on Kirishima's arms, Izuku deduced that he was well trained in combat. Returning to the silver case, he put away the knives, recognizing that Kirishima's defensive stance indicated he wouldn't need them. Instead, he grabbed a thick band about 10 meters long and wrapped it around his left wrist as he walked back. Kirishima watched with anticipation, unsure of what to expect. Izuku adjusted the band to a comfortable length, gripping it firmly. When Aizawa shouted, "Go!" Kirishima charged forward, hardening his skin. Izuku smiled, knowing that even real knives wouldn't penetrate that hardened surface. He dodged a punch and wrapped the band around Kirishima's wrist, gaining control over their distance. Kirishima attempted to break free, but the band was too elastic, making it difficult for him to move. Izuku kicked him in the chest, fully aware that he couldn't hurt him. It was enough to throw the redhead off balance, and Izuku sprinted around him until he reached his other wrist and tied it as well. Both of Kirishima's hands were now secured behind his back, his chest exposed. If he couldn't harden his skin, he knew the green net would bring him more trouble. Izuku pulled firmly on the band after taking a few steps back, causing Kirishima to fall backward. The green net wasn't finished yet, so he pulled again, forcing the redhead to lie down on his back, his hands sticking out from the sides. With a quick motion, Izuku jumped next to his head and placed a foot on Kirishima's chest, locking him in place. Aizawa announced that Midoriya had won, and Izuku immediately helped Kirishima out of the band. Kirishima grinned and exclaimed that it was so manly, asking Izuku to train with him. Izuku chuckled, appreciating Kirishima's calming energy despite his loudness. He found it gave Kirishima a unique character that he wanted to know better. After classes, Katsuki waited for the greenette by the door, joined by the Baku squad. He scoffed at Izuku as he approached, teasing him as usual. Izuku smirked back, noting Katsuki's momentary surprise at his response. Katsuki shrugged it off and began walking. To others, it appeared as if a group of students were following the blonde like eager puppies, but they were engaged in lively conversation. Kaminari, the blonde with black lightning in his hair, asked Izuku about the type of weapons he used. Izuku smiled and mentioned he could show him next time, explaining that Aizawa had told him to put his gear in the locker. Kaminari nodded excitedly. Mina then asked why Izuku was no longer in New York, and he shrugged, clenching his jaw slightly. He explained that something had happened, prompting his return, but it was a long story. Kaminari inquired further, and Izuku shared that he had grown up there and knew Katsuki because their mothers were best friends. He reminisced about those times, longing to see his mother again and considering asking Katsuki to speak to his mom. Shiro introduced himself, and the group continued their conversation until they reached the dorm building. Kirishima asked if Izuku knew where his room was, and Izuku pulled out a sheet from his backpack, revealing that he was in room 304 on the 3rd floor. Kirishima explained that the 3rd floor was for alphas, and he would be sharing it with Todoroki, Ida, and Jiro. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly, curious about the arrangement. He asked if every second gender was isolated like that, and everyone confirmed it. Kaminari elaborated that omegas were on the 1st floor and betas on the 2nd, with rooms designed to prevent outside effects during heats and ruts. Izuku nodded, understanding. Mina offered to help him unpack, but Izuku declined, assuring her it wouldn't take long. She suggested they meet at 4 to head to the arcade, and he agreed, thanking them before heading up the stairs to his room. His new home was simple, with a bed, desk, chair, closet, and a bathroom that even had a bathtub. He chuckled at the thought, feeling good to be back in Mizudafu. While unpacking, someone knocked on his door. Checking the time, he saw it was almost 3 p.m., giving him an hour before meeting the others. When he opened the door, his eyes widened at the sight of Katsuki standing there, hands in his pockets and dressed in black ripped jeans and a white long-sleeve shirt. Izuku greeted him, surprised by the visit. Katsuki stated they needed to talk, and Izuku stepped aside to let him in. As Izuku resumed unpacking, Katsuki sat on the bed, watching him. Izuku asked what Katsuki wanted to discuss, feeling a bit nervous. He had a hunch and hoped he was wrong. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Katsuki spoke softly about what had happened to Aunt Inko, a tone that was unusual for him unless discussing her. Inko had always treated Katsuki with respect and motivated him as a child, making her a soft spot for him. Izuku flinched slightly, and Katsuki noticed. He remembered the conversation he had with his parents when they informed him about Inko. Katsuki had promised to be there for his childhood friend, feeling guilty for how he had treated Izuku in the past. He sighed and began handing Izuku items from the box of clothes. Izuku smiled at the gesture but remained silent. Katsuki admitted he had been in but and apologized for his past behavior. Izuku appreciated the apology, revealing he had forgiven Katsuki a long time ago. Katsuki frowned, reminding Izuku of the hurtful things he had said. Izuku reflected on it, hanging the last item in his closet before closing it. He expressed his desire to have his childhood friend back, noting that Katsuki was all that remained of that time in his life. Katsuki watched as Izuku clenched his jaw and looked down, then nodded in understanding. Katsuki smirked, causing Izuku to chuckle softly. He expressed his desire to see his aunt and uncle again, wondering if they would mind. Katsuki rolled his eyes, assuring him that his aunt was eagerly waiting for his call. Izuku nodded, grateful for the encouragement. After letting them know, Izuku realized he was still in his uniform and gestured for Katsuki to wait while he changed. Katsuki forced himself to look away. Izuku changed into black jeans and a black shirt, tying one of his green and black checkered flannels around his waist. His tattoos were visible, and he felt comfortable with them on display. He slipped into black combat boots and turned to Katsuki, who was scrolling through his social media. With a nod, they headed downstairs to wait for the others in the common room. As they settled on the sofa, Izuku suddenly felt arms wrap around him from behind, hands brushing against his chest. The sensation made him uneasy, and he instinctively flinched. He quickly grabbed the wrists of the person behind him and pushed them away, asserting that he didn't like being touched without permission. Katsuki stared in shock before recognizing it was Uraraka Ochako. He told her to leave, clearly annoyed. Uraraka rolled her eyes but approached Izuku, suggesting they get to know each other better, perhaps on a date. Izuku firmly warned her not to touch him again, causing her to freeze in her tracks. She scoffed, calling him an unkind name before leaving. Izuku clenched his jaw in frustration, closing his eyes to calm himself. He focused on Katsuki's presence beside him, subconsciously matching his breathing. Katsuki remarked that he never thought he would see Izuku defend himself like that, his tone reflecting genuine concern. Izuku confirmed that it was a long story, prompting Katsuki to drop the subject for now. Just then, Kirishima plopped down on the sofa, expressing his hunger and suggesting they grab something to eat before heading to the arcade. Katsuki scoffed, but Kirishima grinned, joking about their similar hairstyles. Shiro and Kaminari approached, with Shiro teasingly asked if he was high again. Izuku smirked at the banter. Kaminari suggested a new restaurant near the arcade, and Kirishima eagerly agreed. After a few minutes, Mina joined the group with Tsu, Ida, Uraraka, and a girl with dark bluish-purple hair. Mina introduced the girls, unaware that Izuku had already met one of them. Jiro smiled at Izuku, who nodded back. Mina excitedly announced that they were all set to go, and the group enjoyed their afternoon together. Izuku connected with everyone, except for Uraraka, who remained upset about his boundaries. After a few hours at the arcade, they finally got some food, much to Kirishima's relief. Kirishima expressed his shock at Katsuki's comment, while Izuku tried to calm everyone down. Ida added that calling a friend useless wasn't very heroic. Katsuki, however, acknowledged that they were right and questioned why Izuku defended him after everything. His sadness was evident, surprising the others who had never seen him show such emotion. Izuku attempted to speak but was interrupted by Uraraka, who dismissed Katsuki as an unkind person. Katsuki stared at her, knowing deep down that she had a point. Izuku then firmly stated that what happened between him and Katsuki was their business and asked the others to respect that. Everyone nodded, except for Uraraka, who shrugged dismissively. The mood shifted, and they decided to head back to the dorms. As they walked, Izuku pulled Katsuki back slightly so they could walk behind the others. He softly told Katsuki that he had forgiven him, urging him not to let their past interfere with their friendship. Katsuki could sense the sadness in Izuku's voice, as if he was pleading not to be left alone. Katsuki admitted he didn't understand why Izuku could forgive him, as he wouldn't forgive himself in the same situation. Izuku chuckled, reminding him that it was his role to do the forgiving. Katsuki rolled his eyes, dismissing the comment but unable to hide a hint of a smile. If one could read between the lines of Bakugo Katsuki, it was clear that the blonde would do his best to move past the situation. Kaminari, feeling embarrassed, shouted for Mina to be quiet while covering his cheeks with his hands to hide his blush. Katsuki chuckled, commenting on Mina's antics, and Izuku, confused, listened as Katsuki explained that Kaminari was a recessive omega and that Mina had been teasing him about wanting to become an ant since she found out. Izuku laughed at the revelation, noting how rare male recessive omegas were. Katsuki joked about the rarity of dominant alphas, eliciting a chuckle from Izuku. Aizawa instructed the students to get changed and meet All Might outside before settling into his sleeping bag. In the locker room, Izuku overheard Shiro and Todoroki discussing All Might's recovery. Shiro expressed his thoughts, while Todoroki merely shrugged in response. Izuku whispered to Kirishima about Todoroki's demeanor, learning that he had been isolating himself since starting at UA. Katsuki, with a smirk, challenged Izuku to spar, eager to see his skills. Izuku accepted the challenge, grinning as they headed outside, Izuku carrying a silver case with his gear. Katsuki suggested that Izuku should incorporate his main gear into his outfit, but Izuku explained he hadn't decided on a primary set yet. Katsuki recommended visiting the support course for modifications, which Izuku agreed was a good plan. As the last members of their class arrived outside, All Might landed before them, greeting the young heroes and explaining the day's activity, a heroes versus villains exercise. He began assigning roles, but when he reached Izuku, he noted that he would not be participating. Izuku, surprised, questioned why he was excluded. All Might stated that they didn't need quirkless heroes, prompting Izuku to chuckle in disbelief. He asserted his status as a student and threatened to speak to the principal about being denied training due to his lack of a quirk. All Might, maintaining his usual demeanor, insisted that he made the decisions, which only fueled Izuku's frustration. As Izuku walked past his classmates, they watched in shock, unsure of how to react to the number one hero's dismissal. Katsuki, annoyed, decided to focus on his own tasks, planning to speak with Izuku later. Izuku returned to the classroom, realizing it would be wiser to talk to Aizawa first rather than directly to the principal. To his surprise, Aizawa was at his desk, working on papers. When he noticed Izuku, he asked why he wasn't in class. Izuku explained the situation with All Might, and Aizawa frowned, gesturing for him to sit. Aizawa expressed his concern over the humiliation Izuku faced and assured him that he believed his account of the incident. He proposed to speak with All Might to remind him of his obligations as a teacher, suggesting that if All Might refused again, they would escalate the matter to the principal. Izuku agreed and asked what he should do for the day's lesson. Aizawa told him he could choose but needed to be on time for the next class. Deciding to visit the support course for assistance with his gear, Izuku followed the signs to the development studio. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sounds of machinery and the smell of oil and metal. A man behind the counter asked if he needed help. Izuku introduced himself as a student from Aizawa's class and learned that he had just transferred. The man, identifying himself as Higuri Majima, also known as Power Loader, informed Izuku that the area was primarily managed by Hatsume. Power Loader inquired about Izuku's request, asking what he had in mind. Izuku explained that he used a lot of gear and was looking for a way to compact it, as it was currently all stored in a silver case. Power Loader reviewed the list of gear Izuku used and promised to pass the request to Hatsume, who would reach out to him, though it might take some time. Grateful, Izuku left the office. With nothing else to do, Izuku decided to watch his classmates train. Observing their quirks would help him strategize for future training sessions. He took a seat on a bench, catching All Might's knowing smirk, which made him roll his eyes. All Might seemed to think he had won something, but Izuku was determined to prove otherwise. This was not the first time teachers had refused to include him, and he knew it wouldn't be the last. He understood that bias was something he would always face. While it was unfair, he preferred to be prepared rather than caught off guard. However, he couldn't watch for long before Aizawa and Nizu approached him. All Might moved closer and greeted Nizu, who explained that he had come to observe the training and had run into Aizawa. He asked if All Might minded his presence, to which All Might graciously agreed. Nizu then sat next to Izuku and asked how he was finding UA. Izuku replied honestly that it was okay, noting the glance he cast at All Might. Nizu then inquired why Izuku was not participating. Izuku exchanged looks with Aizawa, who took a seat next to Nizu. Aizawa suggested that All Might should be the one to ask that question. Nizu frowned, looking at All Might, who shifted uncomfortably on his feet. When Nizu pressed for an answer, All Might remained silent, which seemed to clarify the situation for Nizu. Nizu stated firmly that Midoriya was a student at the university he managed and that he would be included in training. All Might, however, expressed his doubts about accepting a quirkless student into UA. Izuku remained quiet, though Aizawa noticed the tension in his clenched fists. Nizu, with a threatening smile, questioned All Might's judgment. All Might insisted he was merely suggesting a reconsideration of the decision. Just then, Katsuki, who had successfully completed his task, overheard the conversation and reacted angrily, demanding to know what All Might meant. Izuku, smiling, urged Katsuki to step back, appreciating his friend's support but knowing it could complicate matters further. After a moment of contemplation, Katsuki nodded and moved to another bench, allowing Izuku to breathe a sigh of relief. He understood that he needed powerful voices on his side, and it seemed Nizu was one of them. Nizu informed All Might that he would reconsider his choice regarding his teaching position. He declared that Midoriya would participate in the upcoming training sessions and suggested that All Might's bias had clouded his judgment regarding Izuku's potential. Izuku felt confused by Nizu's comments but chose to remain silent. All Might scoffed, asserting he already had a candidate and walked away to meet the returning students. Nizu sighed and followed him. Curious, Izuku asked Aizawa what Nizu had meant, but Aizawa replied that it was confidential information. Izuku nodded, refocusing on the class. All Might addressed the students, encouraging them to reflect on the challenges they faced during training and to develop strategies to overcome them. He concluded the session, instructing everyone to change back for their next class. Aizawa then announced that he would be their next instructor and that they would be sparring again. Izuku felt a smile spread across his face, realizing he would have a chance to train after all. Aizawa insisted that All Might should stay and watch, which Nizu supported, expressing his eagerness to see the class perform. As the students prepared, Aizawa encouraged them to include Midoriya in the sparring. Most of the classmates agreed, and Aizawa prompted Izuku to choose his opponent. With a smirk, Izuku glanced at Katsuki, who grinned back, ready for a challenge. Katsuki entered the ring, igniting explosions in his hands, and declared they should begin. Izuku nodded, grabbing gloves from his case. Katsuki teased him about not using fancy weapons, but Izuku assured him he had a plan. As the match commenced, Katsuki charged at Izuku with explosive speed. Izuku quickly dodged a left hook and swept Katsuki's legs, causing him to fall back. Katsuki quickly recovered, launching an explosion toward Izuku's face. Expecting Izuku to dodge, Katsuki was surprised when Izuku seized his wrist and redirected the explosion upward. Realizing he needed to escape Izuku's grip, Katsuki attempted to break free but found it difficult. In a swift move, he drove his knee into Izuku's stomach, escalating the intensity of their sparring match. The other groaned in pain, but his grip remained steady. Izuku turned around with Katsuki's arm draped over his shoulder and pulled. Katsuki soared over the other's back, but just before hitting the ground, he unleashed an explosion aimed at the ground. The two of them separated, landing a few meters apart. Izuku grinned, knowing that Katsuki had given it his all. Katsuki landed on one knee and used the position to charge at Izuku again. Izuku charged as well. Just before an explosion struck him, he slid on the ground, causing Katsuki to tumble onto him. Without giving Katsuki time to recover, Izuku flipped them both so he was on top. In that moment, a knife that Izuku had cleverly secured on his belt, hidden from Katsuki's view, was positioned at the blonde's throat. Aizawa waited a moment, observing to see if Katsuki would find a way to escape. When 10 seconds passed without any movement, the teacher declared Izuku the winner. Izuku stood up and extended a hand to Katsuki, who slapped it away and stood up on his own. Despite being excited to have such a strong classmate to train with, Katsuki still hated losing. He walked away, visibly annoyed, kicking dirt as he went. Izuku chuckled and shook his head while exiting the ring. Kirishima and Kaminari rushed up to him, their excitement palpable. They exclaimed how thrilling the match had been, unsure of who would win until the very end. Izuku shrugged, scratching his cheek and attributing his skills to a good teacher in New York. Moments like these made him revert to the shy boy he had been as a child. He struggled to accept compliments. Aizawa announced the next sparring match would be between Aoyama and Koda. Izuku settled down next to his classmates, eager to watch. Eventually, Katsuki calmed down and silently sat in front of Izuku. Weeks passed, and Izuku continued participating in All Might's training despite the hero's clear disdain for it. He formed good friendships within the class, particularly with the so-called Baku Squad, Ida, and Su. Ida and Izuku became close after Izuku helped him when he was struggling on the staircase during his rut. He assisted Ida to his room and informed Aizawa. Izuku prepared meals for Ida and made sure to take thorough notes in class so Ida wouldn't fall behind. Grateful for the help, Ida treated Izuku to a meal at a restaurant after his rut, solidifying their friendship. Their group sat in the common room after enjoying the dinner Katsuki had prepared. He had suggested making dinner every day if the others took care of his chores in the dorm. Since none of them could cook as well as Katsuki, they all happily agreed. However, some classmates clearly disliked Izuku. Uraraka and Hagakure bonded over their mutual disdain for him, while Mineta still felt embarrassed about their first encounter. For reasons Izuku couldn't understand, Todoroki also seemed to harbor a dislike for him, despite never having interacted. This was noticeable enough that even the others picked up on it. Kirishima asked Izuku if he thought Todoroki's dislike stemmed from him being quirkless. Izuku shrugged, unsure how to respond. A voice from behind them interrupted, and they turned to see Yaoyorozu standing there. She explained that the Todorokis were friends of her family, but there was evident tension among them, particularly between Todoroki and his father, pro-hero Endeavor. Yaoyorozu recalled that Endeavor had mentioned Izuku in a way that made her uneasy, and she noticed Todoroki's behavior change afterward. Katsuki rolled his eyes, expressing his disdain for Todoroki's attitude, while Ida agreed, noting that Izuku's dislike seemed irrational. Tsu interjected, reminding them that most dislikes were unfounded and suggesting they not make assumptions about others. Izuku nodded in agreement, stating that he didn't care about it anyway. Kaminari looked worried but accepted Izuku's response. They continued discussing various topics, with Kaminari successfully drawing Izuku into a conversation about an upcoming movie. Katsuki then asked Izuku about his plans for the weekend, to which Izuku replied he didn't know yet. Katsuki informed him that his family wanted him to come over, and they would pick them up after classes on Friday. Izuku smiled and nodded, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness about seeing the Bakugos again after 5 years. His thoughts were interrupted when Aizawa entered the common room, calling for Izuku. Concerned, Izuku approached his teacher, wondering if he had done something wrong. Aizawa reassured him that it was nothing of the sort and gestured for him to follow. They walked silently to the principal's office, where Aizawa knocked before entering. Nizu welcomed them, indicating for Izuku to take a seat. Izuku noticed that Nizu appeared stressed, with his desk piled high with paperwork. Aizawa and Izuku settled into their seats as Nizu began to explain the situation. Before explaining the situation, Nizu emphasized the importance of keeping the conversation confidential and that Izuku had every right to refuse. Izuku, feeling a bit anxious, straightened in his seat and focused on the principal, who nodded reassuringly. Nizu began to outline the circumstances. He informed Izuku that villainous activity had been on the rise in Musafa, particularly since the emergence of a group known as the League of Villains. This group possessed powerful creatures called Nomu, which had even managed to injure the top 3 heroes. The information they had on the League was scarce. They knew some names and histories, but lacked insight into their goals and the origins of the Nomu. Nizu proposed that Izuku would be their best option for a spy. Although he hadn't completed his hero training and undercover missions were perilous, Nizu encouraged him to consider the offer. Izuku was taken aback by the idea of going undercover to infiltrate a major villain organization. He frowned, confused about why he was being chosen for such a task. Surely, there were more experienced heroes who could handle it better. Nizu explained his reasoning. The first reason was that most of the League members were around Izuku's age, making it easier for him to connect with them in ways that adult heroes could not. The second reason was more complex. Nizu acknowledged the bias against quirkless individuals in society. He pointed out that Izuku, as a quirkless hero in training, faced discrimination from his own teacher, the #1 hero, All Might. Nizu regretted using this bias but believed it would make Izuku a believable candidate for the League. As Izuku pondered Nizu's words, he recognized the truth in them. Quirkless individuals often faced prejudice and were sometimes victims of hate crimes. It made sense that someone in his position might seek revenge by aligning with a villain organization. It also recalled the incident in New York, which added to his feelings of resentment toward heroes. Izuku inquired about what he would need to do, knowing that villainous activities were not something he would typically endorse. He shifted his focus to analyzing the situation, setting aside his emotions. This analytical ability was the reason Aizawa had agreed to Nizu's plan. He had witnessed Izuku's strategic thinking firsthand over the past few weeks and trusted his judgment. If Izuku deemed the mission impossible, he would refuse, and if he accepted, Aizawa believed in his ability to stay safe. Nizu explained that Izuku would need to figure things out as the situation unfolded but emphasized the importance of minimizing harm. They needed him to uncover the League's plans, especially since it was clear they aimed to destroy All Might. More information was crucial. Nizu expected an answer from Izuku by Monday morning before classes, reiterating that it was his choice to accept or decline. He reminded Izuku to keep their conversation confidential. Izuku nodded, still frowning, and promised to think about it. After being dismissed, Izuku walked back to the dorm with Aizawa, lost in thought. Aizawa offered to help him decide, though he couldn't provide more information until Izuku made a decision. He encouraged Izuku to take his time. Izuku then asked what he should tell the others. Aizawa suggested he mention their discussion about All Might's behavior in class, which was not entirely fabricated. Izuku chuckled and agreed, pushing open the door to find his friends still waiting for him. As he approached, Kaminari, Mina, and Kirishima jumped up with concerned expressions. Mina asked what had happened, and Izuku reassured them that it was nothing bad. Nizu had simply wanted to discuss All Might's treatment of him in class. The group visibly relaxed, and Tsu remarked that it was good news. Izuku agreed but expressed curiosity about how Nizu had learned about his situation since he hadn't told Aizawa. Shiro joked that Nizu probably had hidden cameras everywhere, causing Izuku to chuckle and shrug. Katsuki scoffed, insisting he didn't care as long as there were no cameras in their rooms, prompting laughter from everyone. Mina playfully complained about the boys laughing at her fears, while Tsu chimed in, claiming she was a girl too and had laughed. Mina jokingly called her a traitor. Izuku sensed Katsuki's suspicious gaze but chose to focus on the others, enjoying their time together until they returned to their room. Ida reminded them about their early classes the next day. In his room, Izuku reflected on Nizu's proposal. His initial instinct was to decline and forget about it. However, after contemplating it for what felt like hours, he began to see the potential benefits. This could be an opportunity for underground hero work, something he had always wanted to pursue after graduation. Nizu and Aizawa clearly had faith in his abilities, or they wouldn't have suggested it. The only thing holding Izuku back was the thought of leaving his classmates behind. Izuku found himself spending his time hiding from those who had attacked them the previous year, associating with villains. They would likely see him as a traitor until everything settled down. Would they ever forgive him? He had already lost so much and didn't want to lose his friends too, especially Katsuki. The blonde was the last remnant of his happy childhood, and the thought of losing him felt like it would shatter Izuku completely. Or perhaps that was just his feelings for Katsuki speaking. Izuku was a dominant alpha, likely to be polyamorous and quite protective. He had realized he had deeper feelings for Katsuki when he saw him again after 5 years. What he hadn't anticipated was developing feelings for 2 others as well, Kirishima and Kaminari. Kaminari, a recessive Omega, stirred something primal within Izuku. He had experienced a strong urge since returning and had to restrain himself to keep from acting on those instincts. Initially, he thought these feelings were merely a reaction to his alpha nature, but as he got to know Kaminari better, he found himself drawn to him. Izuku enjoyed teasing Kaminari, relishing the way the other would blush or giggle. The silence from his alpha during these moments confirmed that he had feelings for Kaminari. Then there was Kirishima, a beta. The energetic redhead effortlessly drew everyone in and was the first to reach out for friendship. He admired Izuku for not giving up on his dream of becoming a hero, despite being quirkless. The more Izuku got to know Kirishima, the more he found himself falling for him. 3 crushes. 3. And now he faced the possibility of leaving them behind. Could he truly do that? Izuku waited in the common room for Katsuki, his backpack resting at his feet as he scrolled through his social media. He texted a few friends from New York and set an alarm for Monday, knowing that Nizu expected him to respond then. He was uncertain about what to do. His personal life seemed to be falling back into place, but this undercover mission could be crucial for his career. He wouldn't let others hold it against him for not at least trying. He wished he could confide in his childhood friend, who had just entered the common room. Katsuki called for him, urging him to come outside. Izuku nodded and nervously followed Katsuki, spotting a familiar car at the gate. As they stepped outside, two adults emerged from the vehicle, rushing toward them. A familiar blonde woman nearly caused Izuku to lose his balance. He felt a wave of nausea and wanted to push her away, but he fought against it. Mitsuki embraced him tightly, expressing how much she had missed him. Izuku, now taller than her, managed to wrap his arms around her in return. This moment felt like the closest he had been to his mother since her passing, the closest he felt to home. Mitsuki released him and affectionately patted his cheek before hugging Katsuki, who groaned but wrapped an arm around her anyway. Masaru greeted Izuku softly, pulling him into a brief hug. They made their way to the car, and Izuku asked how his uncle had been. Masaru shared that their business had thrived since Izuku's class wore their hero uniforms at last year's sports festival and expressed excitement about designing Izuku's uniform as well. Mitsuki chimed in, asking if katsudon was still Izuku's favorite dish, to which Katsuki teased that he hadn't changed much. With a smile, Mitsuki settled into the passenger seat, while Izuku sat next to Katsuki as Masaru began to drive. As they approached the Bakugo household, Izuku's anxiety grew, catching Katsuki's attention. Lost in thought, Izuku recalled that their old home was on the same street and realized they would pass it on the way. Katsuki gently tapped Izuku's arm, causing him to flinch before looking at the blonde. Katsuki apologized, and Izuku reassured him that it was fine, admitting he was a bit on edge. Curiosity got the better of Izuku, and he asked if anyone lived in their old home. Katsuki confirmed that a family with a young child had moved in, and his tone softened unexpectedly, as if he felt compelled to be extra kind to Izuku. As they drove past his old home, memories flooded back, tending to the garden with his mother, decorating for the seasons, and the warmth of her waiting for him after school. Those moments felt distant now, and Izuku felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He gripped his hands tightly, trying to calm himself. He was there to reconnect with the Bakugos and enjoy their time together, not to succumb to memories that threatened to overwhelm him. Katsuki's voice broke through his thoughts, urging him to focus. It was as if Katsuki's presence anchored him, and Izuku found solace in that connection. Katsuki offered support, encouraging Izuku to express his feelings. Izuku, feeling confused, realized they had arrived at the Bakugo house. He mumbled an apology, but Katsuki reassured him that there was no need to apologize for his emotions. As tears began to fall, Katsuki hesitated, unsure of how to help. He felt out of place and wished for someone else to handle the situation better. Izuku requested a hug, and Katsuki, surprised but willing, moved closer and wrapped his arms around him. Izuku rested his forehead on Katsuki's shoulder, finding comfort in the familiar scent of his childhood friend. It reminded him of their carefree days spent playing together. Katsuki, too, felt a rush of emotions, but he focused on soothing Izuku by gently rubbing his back. After a moment of shared silence, they separated. Katsuki asked if Izuku felt better, and Izuku nodded, acknowledging that visiting his old home had been more challenging than expected. He expressed gratitude for Katsuki's presence as he stepped out of the car, trying to hide his blush, unaware of the blush that crept onto Katsuki's face. Once inside, Katsuki commented on how little the house had changed, and Izuku smiled, appreciating the familiarity. They settled on the sofa, with Katsuki flipping through channels while Izuku's mind wandered, still overwhelmed by his thoughts. When Mitsuki approached and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, he flinched but quickly regained his composure. She apologized, and he reassured her that it was okay, explaining his discomfort with being touched. Mitsuki expressed her desire not to trigger any negative feelings and asked if there was anything else she should know. Izuku hesitated but finally shared that he experienced nightmares and needed someone to wake him if he couldn't. Mitsuki informed him that he would be staying with Katsuki in his room, and he agreed, grateful for the arrangement. Mitsuki offered her support, encouraging Izuku to talk if he needed to. He acknowledged her offer but struggled to hold back tears. When asked about his feelings, he admitted to feeling a mix of anger, guilt, and longing for his mother. As tears streamed down his face, Katsuki felt a surge of frustration at Izuku's self-blame, wanting to shout that it wasn't his fault. Izuku expressed his belief that he was responsible for agreeing to move, thinking it led to his mother's death. Mitsuki gently urged him to look at her and reassured him that it wasn't his fault. She reminded him of his mother's love and how she would want him to understand that he wasn't to blame. Izuku, though aware of her words, still felt the weight of guilt pressing down on him. Mitsuki reached out, offering her hand, which Izuku eventually took. She emphasized that he was not alone and that he was still part of their family. As he held onto her hand, Izuku felt small and vulnerable, reminiscent of the boy he had been 5 years ago. Mitsuki remained by his side, steadfast in her support. She held his hand until he decided to separate, until he was ready to let go. The blonde woman glanced at her son, who was watching the green-haired boy with a worried expression. It was rare for her to see Katsuki like this, as he often masked his feelings, fearing that others would perceive him as weak. But in this moment, Mitsuki saw her son genuinely concerned for his childhood friend, his mind racing to find a way to help. Izuku continued to cry until exhaustion took over. Eventually, he leaned into Mitsuki, resting his head on her shoulder while still holding her hand. He kept murmuring apologies, and at first, she tried to reassure him that he had nothing to be sorry for. It soon became clear that he was not apologizing to them, but to his mother. The next morning in the Bakugo household, Katsuki had not slept well. He awoke around 1 a.m. to Izuku shifting restlessly on his mattress, whimpering intermittently. Katsuki attempted to wake him, but Izuku suddenly screamed, sounding as if he were in pain. The cries jolted the Bakugo parents awake, and they rushed into their son's room to find Katsuki trying to shake Izuku awake. Masaru quickly went to wet a towel while Mitsuki gently slapped Izuku's face, speaking softly in hopes that he would hear her and focus on her voice. When the cool towel touched Izuku's forehead, he jolted upright, panting heavily. The moment he was awake, everyone stepped back to avoid overwhelming him further. Mitsuki spoke softly, reassuring him that he was awake and safe. Gradually, Izuku calmed down. After he assured them repeatedly that he was okay, the adults returned to bed, but Katsuki remained awake, too worried about his friend to sleep. He felt guilty for not being able to help him more. Katsuki's thoughts spiraled as he considered how Izuku had faced these nightmares alone, both in New York and now in the dorms. The soundproof walls meant that no one heard Izuku's cries for help. Determined not to let Izuku suffer another nightmare, Katsuki stayed awake through the night. When morning arrived, he got out of bed at his usual time, acting as if he had rested. He left the door slightly ajar and went downstairs after freshening up in the bathroom, only to find his father already in the kitchen. Masaru greeted him politely, and Katsuki responded in his usual manner. As he sat at the dining table, resting his chin on his hand, his father noticed the lack of energy in his son. Masaru quickly finished flipping the last pancake before taking a seat at the table. He gently asked what was bothering Katsuki, who looked at him in confusion. Although Katsuki scoffed, there was no real annoyance in his tone. Masaru explained that he could tell when something was wrong and encouraged Katsuki to talk. Katsuki sighed, feeling like an open book for his parents. He admitted that he couldn't sleep because he was worried about Izuku, who had to face everything alone. Masaru nodded in understanding, sharing that they both needed to remember that they didn't know what had happened in the past 5 years. Izuku had changed, and they needed to get to know him again. Katsuki reflected on how Izuku still rambled about things he loved, which was both annoying and amusing, but he also noticed that Izuku seemed to be constantly on guard. Masaru explained that this behavior was a survival mechanism from the past 5 years, likely filled with trauma. He reminded Katsuki of how quiet Izuku had been when they first met, terrified to speak for fear of punishment. Katsuki's heart sank at the thought of Izuku's scars, and he asked how he could help his friend. Masaru advised him to simply be there for Izuku, to listen and respond to his emotions. If Izuku cried, he should sit with him. If he laughed, he should laugh alongside him. Katsuki nodded, feeling a bit of hope. Masaru assured him that Izuku would get better, and his father's belief lifted a weight from Katsuki's shoulders. A few minutes later, a sleepy Izuku wandered into the kitchen, rubbing his eyes. His shirt revealed tattoos, and his shorts showed off his well-trained legs. He greeted them with a slurred, "Good morning," and sat down next to Katsuki, who chuckled in response. Izuku apologized for the previous night, and Katsuki felt a surge of determination to support his friend through whatever challenges lay ahead. Izuku felt a wave of worry wash over him as he asked if he had hurt anyone. Katsuki shook his head, and Izuku sighed in relief. The two fell into an awkward silence, with Izuku feeling embarrassed about the previous night, while Katsuki struggled to find the right words to reassure him. Mitsuki burst into the kitchen with her usual energy, greeting the boys cheerfully. They responded with soft hums, and Masaru smiled warmly at his wife. He greeted her back, and she reminded him that they needed to leave soon due to a last-minute order. Masaru nodded in understanding, and Mitsuki expressed her guilt about having to work the next day. Izuku reassured her with a smile, and she returned the gesture. As they shared breakfast, Izuku felt a warmth in his heart. It was a sense of family he hadn't experienced in a long time. After finishing their meal, the teens began to clean up while the Bakugo parents prepared for their day at work. Katsuki, drying a plate, asked Izuku if he was okay. Izuku mumbled that it was just a lot to process. Katsuki scoffed, reminding him that it hadn't even been 6 months and that he was putting too much pressure on himself. Izuku smiled slightly, acknowledging Katsuki's point. As they finished cleaning, they settled on the sofa, where Katsuki turned on the news. The broadcast captured their attention, detailing a creature known as Nomu that had appeared near the Musfata Mall. Pro-heroes Endeavor and Hawks had been engaged in battle with the Nomu for an hour. The damage was extensive, but thankfully, no civilians had been harmed due to the evacuation efforts of the heroes and police. The two heroes had requested assistance from All Might, who had yet to arrive. The live stream showed Endeavor and Hawks in action. Hawks used his feathers to propel Endeavor forward, allowing him to keep pace with the flying Nomu. With what seemed like his last ounce of strength, Endeavor unleashed a powerful blast that sent the Nomu crashing to the ground, igniting it in flames. A heavy silence enveloped the scene as everyone held their breath, waiting to see if Endeavor had succeeded. When the ashes cleared and Endeavor stood tall with his fist raised, the crowd erupted in cheers. However, Izuku's focus was elsewhere, fixated on the Nomu. He wondered what that creature truly was. Katsuki's frustrated voice broke through Izuku's thoughts, expressing his anger at All Might's absence. Izuku shrugged, admitting he had heard about the Nomu but never imagined they would be so formidable. Katsuki sighed, explaining that many changes had occurred while Izuku was away, including new villains and weapons. Izuku's eyes widened as Katsuki revealed that UA had been attacked twice during his absence. The first incident occurred at the USJ training facility, where a Nomu was unleashed with the intent to kill All Might. Fortunately, a last-minute decision had removed All Might from the scene, but Aizawa had nearly lost his life. Katsuki continued, revealing that the second attack happened during their training camp, where the villains aimed for All Might once again, who was absent. They had taken someone with them. Izuku's heart raced with concern, wondering who had been taken and if they were safe. Katsuki hesitated before revealing that he was the one who had been captured. The weight of that admission hung heavily in the air. Katsuki struggled with the memories, his past experiences flooding back. The trauma of being captured and restrained by the League of Villains haunted him, and the thought of being chained up again filled him with dread. Izuku's anger surged at the thought of what Katsuki had endured, but he forced himself to swallow it down. He asked Katsuki if he had been hurt, his voice tense. For a brief moment, Izuku contemplated going undercover to confront the villains, but Katsuki's response quelled that thought. He revealed that the villains had wanted to recruit him, believing he was a perfect fit for their cause. Katsuki stood up abruptly and walked into the kitchen, leaving Izuku in shock. Masaru and Mitsuki came downstairs, having overheard the end of the conversation. Mitsuki expressed her concern for Katsuki, explaining that he had been struggling with the aftermath of his experiences. Izuku defended Katsuki, insisting that his temper didn't define him as a villain. Masaru agreed, but noted that Katsuki didn't see it that way. As the adults left for work, Izuku decided to check on Katsuki, who was leaning against the counter with his head bowed. Izuku had never seen him like this. Katsuki was usually the confident one. Confident and proud, perhaps a little full of himself, Katsuki flinched when Izuku softly called out to him. He scoffed, looking at Izuku with a mix of anger and confusion. He couldn't understand why Izuku continued to call him by that name. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. Did Katsuki really think he didn't deserve to be called Kaken? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't grasp the meaning behind Katsuki's words. Leaning against the counter, he looked at Katsuki, seeking clarity. He asked what Katsuki meant, but the blonde merely shook his head, dismissing the question. Katsuki pushed himself off the counter and took a seat at the table, leaving Izuku standing with a frown. Izuku pressed on, questioning why Katsuki had stopped calling him Deku. Katsuki rubbed his temples, expressing his frustration. He insisted he didn't want to call Izuku that anymore, but Izuku wasn't satisfied with that answer. He knew Katsuki needed a nudge to open up, so he persisted. Katsuki's anger flared as he shouted that Izuku was not useless, that he was strong and smart, far better than Katsuki could ever be. The outburst surprised him, and he quickly looked away, ashamed of his honesty. He had revealed his true feelings to Izuku, the very person he had bullied for so long. Izuku stepped closer, asking why Katsuki felt the need to compare himself to him. Katsuki scoffed, denying any understanding of what Izuku was talking about. Izuku reassured him, emphasizing how amazing Katsuki was and how their differences were a strength, not a weakness. Katsuki's anger resurfaced as he expressed his belief that everyone hated him, recalling how people booed him at the sports festival and how even villains sought to recruit him. Izuku frowned deeper, challenging Katsuki's perspective. He pointed out that the opinions of those who didn't matter shouldn't overshadow the feelings of those who did care about him. He reminded Katsuki of Kirishima's unwavering support and how he recognized Katsuki's strength. Izuku continued, sharing how Kaminari had initially been intimidated by Katsuki but eventually gained confidence thanks to him. He recounted how Katsuki had encouraged Mina to embrace her identity and how Ida admired Katsuki's ability to stand up for himself and their class. Katsuki listened, slowly absorbing Izuku's words. He realized that he had friends who valued him for who he was, despite the reasons others might dislike him. Yet, a sense of sadness washed over him as he questioned why Izuku, of all people, chose to stick around. Izuku chuckled, hiding his blush as he admitted he had his reasons. Katsuki pressed for more details, sensing that Izuku was holding back. Izuku fought the urge to reveal his true feelings, knowing that he would likely agree to the mission that could separate them. He remained silent, lost in thought, as Katsuki insisted on an answer. Their eyes locked, and Izuku understood that Katsuki wouldn't let this go easily. He chuckled at that. Deep inside him, his alpha was urging him to finally reveal his feelings. Izuku stated that he didn't like Katsuki, watching as the blonde's eyes widened in shock before a wave of sadness washed over his expression. Katsuki looked away, hiding his face behind his hair. That made sense, he mumbled, and Izuku chuckled while shaking his head. He teased Katsuki again, insisting that he didn't like him, which made the blonde scoff in response. Izuku sighed, smiling at his crush. He reiterated that he didn't like Katsuki, waiting for the blonde to finally understand. Katsuki scoffed, slowly growing frustrated, claiming he got it. Izuku approached Katsuki and squatted in front of him, emphasizing that he truly didn't like him. Katsuki shouted in frustration, admitting he was an idiot, but was interrupted when Izuku pulled him in by his shirt and pressed his lips against his in a brief peck before letting go. Izuku softly reiterated that he didn't like Katsuki, watching as the blonde's eyes widened in realization. Katsuki stammered, confused and blushing, unable to comprehend what was happening. Izuku grinned, affirming that Katsuki understood exactly what he meant. When Katsuki asked if Izuku liked him, the greenette shook his head, maintaining his teasing demeanor. Katsuki, embarrassed, insisted he wouldn't say the other word, while Izuku shrugged, claiming Katsuki would never know then. Before he could walk away, Katsuki grabbed his wrist, standing up with a deep blush and his usual scowl. Katsuki demanded that Izuku say it, expressing annoyance at having to be the one to confess. Izuku chuckled, brushing his fingers over Katsuki's cheek, enjoying how flustered he was. He explained that he liked teasing him, which only deepened Katsuki's blush. With newfound confidence, Izuku lifted Katsuki's chin, encouraging him to ask if he felt the other word for him. Katsuki, overwhelmed, pushed Izuku's hand away, looking down. Izuku sensed he might have gone too far, but before he could speak, Katsuki mumbled the question, asking if Izuku loved him. Izuku softly confirmed his feelings, pulling Katsuki out of his chaotic thoughts. The blonde opened his eyes, searching for any hint of deception in Izuku's gaze. He found none. Izuku was being sincere. Katsuki, still confused and self-conscious, asked why Izuku loved him. Izuku admitted he couldn't pinpoint when or why he fell in love, only that he did. A blush crept across his cheeks as he expressed his hope that he hadn't made Katsuki uncomfortable. Izuku stepped back, giving Katsuki space, but the blonde didn't want that. As Izuku reverted to his shy demeanor, Katsuki felt a surge of confidence. They were like magnets, pulling each other in different directions but never quite meeting in the middle. Katsuki declared that he would wrap his arms around Izuku's neck and pull him down for a kiss, warning that if Izuku didn't want that, he should say so now. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, but he felt comforted by Katsuki's patience. He wanted to feel Katsuki's arms around him, so he nervously mumbled for him to proceed slowly. Katsuki smiled softly, placing his hands on Izuku's shoulders. The greenette closed his eyes for a moment, adjusting to the touch, and then nodded, giving Katsuki the go-ahead. With that, Katsuki wrapped his arms around Izuku, gently brushing against his neck. They were so close that they could see every detail in each other's eyes. Izuku allowed himself to get lost in Katsuki's gaze. Katsuki pulled Izuku down slightly while standing on his tiptoes, their lips almost touching, feeling each other's breath. Izuku couldn't understand why he was still so nervous after their earlier peck. Katsuki noticed Izuku overthinking again and considered asking if he should continue. But they were already so close. He decided to give Izuku a small peck like before and let go. That was the plan, but as he kissed Izuku, the greenette pulled him back, and finally, they shared a kiss. Izuku wrapped his arms around Katsuki's waist, pulling him closer as Katsuki deepened the kiss. A wave of relief washed over Katsuki. He was glad he hadn't made Izuku uncomfortable and thrilled that this moment was finally happening. He had longed for this, dreamed of it, and now it was real. Since Izuku's return and Katsuki's apology, they had grown close again. They studied together, trained together after classes, and even joked about reviving the Wonder Duo, both secretly hoping to make it a reality after graduation. Katsuki understood Izuku's choice to become an underground hero, and Izuku fully supported Katsuki, knowing he had everything needed to become the next #1 hero. Izuku had mentioned his experiences in New York, but the details were scarce. Katsuki, like everyone else, couldn't grasp the extent of what had happened. All he knew was that Izuku was deeply traumatized, so he suggested talking to Nizu about it. However, Izuku refused to show any sign of weakness, especially as someone who was already looked down upon for being quirkless. Katsuki stopped pressing the issue, though he secretly believed it would help Izuku. He understood the struggle of not wanting to show vulnerability due to fear. Katsuki knew he should heed his own advice. Kirishima had encouraged him to attend therapy sessions with Nizu, but he kept it to himself. Yet, none of that mattered in this moment. It didn't matter that they were kissing in the kitchen or that Izuku had teased him earlier, or that Katsuki had been on the verge of a mental breakdown before Izuku entered the room. This was all they needed. It felt as if all the years of bullying had vanished. The years of Izuku chasing after Katsuki were behind them. They were together now, and their kiss was a testament to their connection. The kiss began softly and intimately, with gentle lip bites that gradually intensified. Katsuki felt Izuku's hands on his lower back, while Izuku reveled in the sensation of Katsuki's hands threading through his hair. There was no need for permission. They opened their mouths to each other, their tongues exploring as if they had been waiting for this moment all along. Their hearts raced in unison, their skin tingling and their body heat rising. Neither wanted to pull away, but the necessity of breathing eventually interrupted them. They held each other, gazing into each other's eyes, reluctant to let go. Even Izuku, who usually struggled with physical contact, felt at ease. He craved Katsuki's touch and didn't want to miss it any longer. One of Katsuki's hands gently caressed Izuku's cheek, tracing the freckles there. "You've changed a lot, but in some ways you haven't," Katsuki remarked, and Izuku leaned into the touch, encouraging him to continue. Katsuki smiled, pleased to see Izuku so comfortable with him. "You're taller and much stronger. You're confident and can defend yourself. You still have that sharp tongue. That hasn't changed," Katsuki continued, earning a chuckle from Izuku. "But you're still sensitive in a good way. You're kind and patient. And even though you look different, those freckles are still the same. Your eyes, too," Katsuki concluded, pressing a gentle kiss to Izuku's forehead. "So you don't think my eyes are creepy anymore?" Izuku teased, and Katsuki rolled his eyes, recalling how he used to mock Izuku for them. "I lied about that," Katsuki admitted, causing Izuku to look at him in surprise. "Why?" Izuku asked, confusion evident on his face as he noticed Katsuki blush. Katsuki felt embarrassed for having bullied Izuku over something so trivial. He tried to avoid Izuku's gaze, but the greenette leaned in closer, their noses nearly touching. "Why?" Izuku pressed again, more seriously this time. Katsuki started, taking a deep breath. "I could see everything in them. Every emotion you felt was like an open book. And that scared me." He mumbled the last part, but Izuku heard him clearly. Katsuki had always been able to read Izuku's emotions. It was as if the greenette didn't care to hide them. Izuku was taken aback by this revelation. He hadn't expected Katsuki to feel that way, let alone share it so openly. "You've changed a lot too," Izuku said softly, caressing Katsuki's cheek with his thumb. Katsuki pondered what Izuku meant. He knew he had changed, he had chosen to change. But he wanted to understand how the person who had known him the longest perceived him now. "You allow yourself to show emotions," Izuku observed, noticing Katsuki's deep contemplation. Katsuki hadn't anticipated that response. He expected comments about being nicer, having better friends, or talking more. Katsuki frowned, confused, while Izuku chuckled softly. "Even as kids, you hated being seen as weak, so you tried to hide your emotions. I can tell you're still struggling with that, but it's clear you're trying to unlearn it, and that's what matters. You're doing a great job so far," Izuku said gently, and Katsuki's eyes widened in surprise. He made a mental note to tell Nizu about that and perhaps express his gratitude. He recalled a time when he would lash out at Izuku for simply expressing pride in him. Now, it seemed that was exactly what Katsuki had always wanted to hear. Katsuki nodded softly, looking down to hide his small smile, a smile filled with happiness. They were still holding each other close, embracing in the middle of the kitchen. That's when Katsuki remembered something he felt he should mention, but fear of rejection held him back. He froze in Izuku's arms, which did not go unnoticed by the greenette. Katsuki's silence made Izuku anxious. He gently drew circles on Katsuki's back, urging him to speak. Slowly, Katsuki relaxed a bit, though his mind was still racing. He finally blurted out that he had agreed to go on a date with Kirishima next weekend. Izuku chuckled, relieved that it wasn't something serious, even though Katsuki clearly thought otherwise. He reassured Katsuki that he could do whatever he wanted since they weren't official yet. This suggestion made Katsuki blush, and he was confused by Izuku's nonchalance. Did this mean it wasn't as serious for Izuku as it was for him? Anger surged through Katsuki, and he attempted to pull away, creating distance between them. But Izuku, knowing what Katsuki was thinking, quickly corrected him. He playfully urged Katsuki to listen before jumping to conclusions about his feelings. Katsuki stopped struggling, looking up at Izuku with a scowl, questioning how he could be okay with him dating someone else after confessing his feelings. Izuku explained that it made sense for dominant alphas, and with that, Katsuki finally understood, feeling foolish for not realizing it sooner. He mumbled in surprise that Izuku was polyamorous, and Izuku teased that it seemed Katsuki was too, since he hadn't suggested canceling his date with Kirishima. Katsuki blushed and hid his face in Izuku's chest, telling him to stop teasing. They shared a comfortable silence, though Katsuki was grappling with his own identity crisis. As they continued to hug, Izuku felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had already made a choice. He was going to go on a mission to spy on the villains. There was a strong possibility he might not return for a while, perhaps even make it seem like he had switched sides. Katsuki sensed Izuku's distraction and asked him what was on his mind. Izuku suggested they take things slow, get to know each other again, and let Katsuki go on his date with Kirishima. Katsuki agreed, wanting to respect Izuku's need for time. Izuku was struggling with his emotions. He confessed his love to Katsuki, burying his face in Katsuki's neck and pulling him closer. Katsuki enjoyed their closeness and appreciated Izuku's vulnerability, even as he sensed something was troubling him. He reciprocated the sentiment, saying he loved Izuku too, feeling the need to reassure him. The Bakugos and Izuku were having dinner on Sunday evening, knowing they would have to return to the dorms soon. They spent the day at the Bakugo home, enjoying movies and laughter. At one point, Izuku laughed so wholeheartedly that everyone paused to appreciate his joy before joining in. They reminisced about Inko, and Izuku felt no pity as they shared their favorite memories of her, discussing the things they liked and disliked. Katsuki mentioned how fair Inko had always been, explaining that she punished them equally, regardless of their differences. Izuku smirked, recalling how often Inko had made Katsuki sit in silence to reflect on his actions while the others played. Katsuki grinned, pointing out that he had been punished more often because they had thought he was a fragile Omega. Mitsuki rolled her eyes, reminding him that he was the first Omega in their family, and Inko had been the only Omega they knew, who was kind and gentle. Mitsuki chuckled as she explained their assumptions about Izuku's transformation. Izuku defended himself, stating that it was just his mother's personality, and Masaru nodded in agreement. Masaru joked about how they realized this when Katsuki began calling them old hag and old man, prompting laughter from everyone. Katsuki rolled his eyes and pointed out that since they called him brat, it was only fair. The conversation quieted as they enjoyed their meal. Mitsuki asked Izuku how he liked UA, and he smiled as he replied that it was great, mentioning the friends he had made and the supportive teachers. Mitsuki beamed at his response, pleased to hear it. They continued discussing training, particularly how Hatsume had agreed to work on Izuku's gear. Izuku was eager to see what the support girl would create. Masaru expressed surprise that Izuku didn't already have a hero costume, to which Izuku explained that in New York, they didn't need them until their third year. They were given uniforms that civilians would recognize as academy students while patrolling with heroes, but real outfits were focused on later. Masaru asked if Izuku had a design in mind, and Izuku shrugged, suggesting something simple that covered his entire body. Mitsuki's face lit up with excitement as she proposed creating some designs for him to choose from. Izuku, feeling shy, hesitated but eventually agreed, realizing he had no choice. After dinner, the adults instructed the teens to prepare their bags, and they headed to Katsuki's room. It took them less than 10 minutes to pack, so they lay on Katsuki's bed, staring at the ceiling. Katsuki turned to look at Izuku, catching his attention, and they exchanged silent glances for a while. Katsuki slowly reached for Izuku's cheek, giving him time to respond. Izuku leaned into the touch, feeling comforted. Katsuki asked if Izuku would be okay, and Izuku stiffened, wondering if Katsuki had figured out he was going on a mission. Katsuki clarified that he meant sleeping alone, and Izuku relaxed, assuring him he would manage. Katsuki scoffed, insisting he still worried, and Izuku chuckled, acknowledging his concern. They shared a brief kiss, both enjoying the moment but feeling hesitant to go further, preferring to take their time. As they kissed, Katsuki's hand moved from Izuku's cheek to his neck, pulling him closer, while Izuku wrapped his arms around Katsuki's waist. They were content in their closeness until they were called downstairs, ready to return to the dorms. The car ride was quiet, with Izuku lost in thought as they passed his old home. He caught a glimpse of a family playing in the garden, which brought a smile to his face, knowing that new memories were being made in a place he once called home. Upon arriving at the UA gates, the adults waved goodbye, with Mitsuki fighting the urge to hug them tightly. She was grateful when Izuku offered her a quick hug. The two students entered their dorm building, where most of their classmates were gathered in the common room. As they walked in, all conversation paused to welcome them back. Sue smiled and asked how their weekend was, and Izuku replied that it was great, noticing Katsuki blush slightly. Kirishima enthusiastically invited Katsuki to train later, and Katsuki scoffed, which everyone understood as an agreement. They placed their bags in a corner and joined their friends on the sofa. Katsuki was quickly drawn into a conversation with Mina and Shiro about green gummy bears. Kaminari turned to Izuku, asking how his visit went, and Izuku smiled, expressing how much he missed his family. Kaminari beamed back, glad to hear it. Izuku appreciated Kaminari's observant nature and concern for his friends. Suddenly, he sensed a change in Kaminari's scent, which overwhelmed him. Izuku froze, feeling his alpha instincts kick in, and he struggled to regain control. Kaminari was panting heavily, heat radiating from him, and another wave of pheromones hit Izuku, causing him to jump up, catching everyone's attention. Kirishima asked what was wrong, and Ida quickly reacted, grabbing Izuku's arms and securing them behind his back, pressing him down on the sofa to prevent him from jumping at Kaminari. Katsuki realized what was happening, connecting the dots between Kaminari's panting and Izuku's outburst. He ordered Kirishima to help get Kaminari out of the room. Kirishima picked Kaminari up, but the Omega began to resist, zapping Kirishima in an attempt to reach his alpha. The redhead faltered, momentarily stunned by the electricity, before he fell to his knees, trying to regain his composure. Katsuki urged Denki to regain his composure, gently trying to bring him back to reality. Denki's expression shifted as he began to understand the situation. He apologized, panting, when a low growl echoed from behind them. Ida, Shiro, and Tsuyu were struggling to restrain the agitated alpha. Ida insisted they needed to get Denki out of there quickly, prompting Kirishima to spring into action. He lifted Denki and rushed up the stairs, leaving behind a strong scent that was overwhelming for the dominant alpha. Izuku gasped, feeling trapped as his alpha instincts fought against the others holding him back. Katsuki's eyes widened in realization. It was well known that the heat of recessive omegas had a profound effect on dominant alphas, often driving them into a frenzy. The scent could overpower their senses, urging them to act on instinct. Denki's heat was causing Izuku to struggle with his own instincts. Ida, though affected, managed to maintain control as he held Izuku back. The tension in the room escalated, and Yaoyorozu, who had been in the kitchen with Jiro, fell to her knees, submitting to the alpha's presence. Jiro, alarmed, called out to her, while Mina rushed off to find Aizawa. Katsuki felt a shiver run through him, not out of fear but from the unexpected arousal that surged within him. He was not due for another week, and the heat was catching him off guard. Izuku growled again, his gaze fixed on Katsuki, who was yielding to the overwhelming instincts. Shiro alerted Ida, who turned to see Katsuki's state and felt a wave of panic. Ida quickly ordered them to secure Izuku to the wall, pushing him back until he was restrained. Just then, Aizawa arrived, releasing his own dominant pheromones to help calm the situation. Izuku struggled against the overwhelming sense, his instincts clouding his judgment. Aizawa, frustrated, took decisive action, applying pressure to specific points on Izuku's neck. After a brief moment, Izuku's eyes rolled back, and he slumped against the wall, unconscious. Aizawa instructed the others to take Izuku to his room, which they did, locking the door behind them as they returned to the common area. Kirishima and Shiro handed Aizawa the keys to Denki's and Katsuki's rooms. Aizawa, rubbing his temples in exhaustion, asked for an explanation. Ida recounted the events, relieved that the chaos had subsided. Aizawa commended them for their efforts and turned to Yaoyorozu, advising her to take the next day off and to visit Recovery Girl if needed. She thanked him, and Jiro helped her up as they headed upstairs. Aizawa reminded them to call if anything else happened before he left the dorm building, reflecting on the tumultuous weekend. Izuku paced in his room, the fresh night air from the open window helping to clear his mind after the intensity of the earlier events. He felt a deep sense of regret for the chaos that had unfolded, especially for the way his classmates had to restrain him. The memory of Yaoyorozu's fearful whimpers weighed heavily on him. He knew he needed to find a way to control his instincts better. He couldn't allow himself to be overwhelmed again. He realized that if this continued, he would be caught in a cycle of forced ruts every time Denki experienced his heat. Izuku secretly wished he could support Denki with a clear mind, understanding the NTMT nature of heats for Omegas and how they often felt embarrassed afterward. He wanted to be a safe space for both Denki and Katsuki, not someone to be feared. Frustration bubbled within him as he considered the biological instincts that drove alphas and omegas into such chaotic states. It seemed counterproductive to evolution, leaving them vulnerable to hurting others in the process. Meanwhile, Denki was struggling against his locked door, desperate to reach the alphas. The room was designed to contain him during such moments, and despite his efforts, he eventually succumbed to exhaustion, falling asleep on the floor. Hours later, he awoke, still driven by his urges. Katsuki was in a similar predicament, unable to find relief despite his attempts. The frustration of his heat became overwhelming, and he eventually gave in to the need for comfort, creating a nest of blankets and clothes, longing for the familiar scent of Izuku. He fell asleep wishing he had a shirt with the scent of the greenette to ease his pain. The next morning, Izuku's alarm rang half an hour earlier than usual since he would be going to the principal's office later, but he was already prepared. At some point, someone knocked on his door. Izuku called out, and he felt relieved when the door clicked open. Aizawa entered, and Izuku looked down, feeling ashamed. He mumbled an apology, and Aizawa sighed. He reassured Izuku that he hadn't done anything wrong and that Bakugo and Kaminari were fine. His classmates had done a good job. Izuku nodded, expressing his intention to thank them. Aizawa handed back his keys, and they began walking down to the common room. Aizawa instructed him to eat some breakfast and mentioned he would meet him at Nizu's office before leaving the building. Izuku prepared some cereal and sat down at the large dining table when Kirishima emerged from the elevator. Kirishima immediately sensed that Izuku wasn't feeling well and assumed he felt guilty. Kirishima greeted him softly, asking if he was feeling better, but Izuku avoided his gaze. He mumbled an affirmation and apologized again as Kirishima sat down beside him. Kirishima reassured him that it was okay and that he couldn't have known. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly until he remembered something. He asked if Kirishima was hurt from Kaminari's earlier zap, and Kirishima shrugged it off, saying he was used to it from their training. Izuku still looked worried, unsure of what to say while Kirishima pondered how to ease his friend's mind. Kirishima reminded Izuku of how he had asked for help, recalling how Izuku had pushed his alpha back and requested to be taken away from the situation, indicating he didn't want to hurt anyone. Kirishima's words brought a soft chuckle and a sigh of relief from Izuku, who appreciated his friend's ability to lift his spirits. After finishing his cereal, he informed Kirishima that he was heading to Nizu's office and not to wait for him. As Izuku approached the building, someone called out to him, and he sighed in annoyance. He wasn't in the mood to deal with that person today. All Might teased him about going on a rampage the previous day, following him into the building. Izuku remained silent, trying to ignore the number one hero. All Might continued, suggesting it was a good thing Izuku didn't have a quirk, as he could have seriously hurt someone. Izuku chose to ignore him again. All Might remarked that Izuku couldn't even control himself, implying that the Omegas must be scared. This struck a nerve with Izuku, who was already struggling with his lack of control. It didn't matter that he didn't respect All Might, the comment still hurt. Izuku bit his tongue, refusing to fall into the trap All Might had set. They arrived at the principal's office, and All Might laughed his usual fake laugh, teasing Izuku about being sent to the principal's office after his actions. Izuku wondered why All Might had joined him for this visit. Once inside, Izuku closed the door behind him and took a seat next to Aizawa on the sofa. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, glancing between Izuku and All Might, as if asking if something had happened. Izuku shrugged and focused on Nizu, who looked at him with slight concern. Nizu greeted them and asked if Izuku was okay. Surprised by Nizu's worry, Izuku admitted he was fine but apologized for losing control. Nizu acknowledged his guilt and reassured him that even the most trained alpha heroes struggled in such situations. He encouraged Izuku to be grateful that his classmates knew how to help him, and Izuku nodded, feeling thankful but still burdened by guilt. Nizu then turned to All Might, asking if he had something to discuss. All Might claimed he just wanted to ensure nothing went wrong, suggesting that Izuku's rut might not have ended yet. Aizawa scoffed, and Nizu dismissed All Might, who left without protest, surprising Izuku. Once alone, Nizu asked Izuku if he had thought about the mission. Izuku finally looked up and posed a question about whether he would have to act like a traitor. Nizu sighed, explaining that they couldn't discuss the mission until Izuku agreed. Izuku confirmed his willingness, and Aizawa frowned deeply, concerned for his student despite trusting him. Nizu smiled softly, thanking Izuku and confirming his assumption about the plan. The League of Villains would take an interest in him and want to recruit him, and he would need to agree to leave. Izuku took a shaky breath, regaining his composure as he processed this information. Aizawa could see how much Izuku disliked the idea of becoming a traitor, but he cared deeply for his students and wanted to support them through this difficult decision. Aizawa was aware of Izuku's past. He understood that both Izuku and his mother had suffered at the hands of his father, Midoriya Hisashi, known as the fire-breathing hero Dragon Breath of New York, until Izuku was 5 years old. After that, Hisashi left for the US and never returned. Izuku's mother, Inko, sought therapy to heal and become the best version of herself for her son. Aizawa also knew that Izuku had faced bullying from Bakugo during middle school, as indicated by documents from the middle school teacher. When Izuku turned 14, he and his mother left Japan, but he was uncertain why they returned to their abusive father. Unfortunately, the abuse resumed, leading to multiple emergency room visits for both Inko and Izuku. Izuku spent nearly a month in the hospital due to the severe mistreatment he endured, with his back bearing the marks of his suffering. At 18, Izuku enrolled in the Hero Academy in New York, showcasing impressive skills that left everyone wondering where he had learned them. Months into his training, while Izuku was away, his father lost control. Hisashi not only harmed Inko with his fire breath until she lost consciousness, but he also set their apartment ablaze. He waited until Izuku was expected home, and when the young hero entered the apartment and discovered his mother lying almost lifeless on the floor, Hisashi ignited the carpet beneath her. Aizawa would never know the full extent of what transpired next. All he knew was that Izuku called the fire department while desperately trying to extinguish the flames engulfing his mother, suffering minor burns in the process. Tragically, when the ambulance arrived, the medics pronounced Inko dead. Izuku had every reason to resent society, yet he stood tall, determined to protect those who had endured similar suffering. He cherished his friends deeply because of their shared experiences. Aizawa could only imagine the turmoil Izuku felt as he pretended to betray those he cared for most. Nizu explained that the sports festival would take place in 2 weeks and would be broadcast widely, aiming to attract the League of Villains' attention. Aizawa would guide Izuku through the day, emphasizing the importance of winning. Izuku frowned at the idea of being expected to win the festival. Nizu reassured him that he need not worry about anything else for now, and Izuku nodded, albeit reluctantly. Aizawa then mentioned that he hoped he wasn't overstepping a boundary. He had noticed that Izuku had grown quite close to a few classmates, more than just friends. Aizawa observed the bond between Izuku, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari, and Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. When Aizawa asked if he felt more attached to those three than the others, Izuku gulped and nodded, his face hidden behind his hair to conceal his blush. Aizawa acknowledged this with a sigh, which Izuku did not see. Aizawa clarified that he couldn't dictate Izuku's actions before the sports festival, that was entirely up to him. However, he requested that there be no marking, as it could be detrimental for both Izuku and his friends. Izuku frowned but agreed, feeling that he could manage that. Nizu suggested that it might be wise for Izuku to distance himself from his friends to make the betrayal more believable. Izuku's heart sank at the thought, but he nodded in agreement, knowing he couldn't voice his feelings without breaking down. Izuku narrowly dodged Kirishima's hardened fist, impressed by his friend's improvement in defense. Kirishima had learned to fight back without being easily captured by Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku was adjusting to the impact of Kirishima's quirk. He knew that if Kirishima used his full strength, he could easily break bones. After separating from Kirishima, Izuku jumped back, contemplating his strategy. They had agreed to meet after classes for training, and it had become an intense routine where both learned significantly. Today, Izuku decided to forego any gear to test his limits, but he found himself struggling. Kirishima expertly maneuvered, maintaining his balance and avoiding being pinned down. When the training hall doors opened, Kirishima glanced to see who had entered, giving Izuku the opportunity he needed. With a swift motion, Izuku knocked Kirishima off balance and secured him on the ground before he could react. Kirishima groaned in frustration, and Izuku chuckled as he let him go and jumped to his feet. Izuku playfully advised Kirishima not to look away, and Kirishima rolled his eyes, accusing Izuku of cheating. Izuku defended himself, claiming that Kirishima lost focus, which he had used to his advantage. He tossed a towel to Kirishima, who caught it effortlessly. The two turned to see Katsuki and Kaminari entering, both of whom had been absent for the past 2 days due to their heat cycles. Izuku noticed the discomfort on their faces, especially as Kaminari looked down, and even Katsuki avoided eye contact. This was precisely what Izuku wanted to avoid. He didn't want them to feel uneasy around him. Breaking the silence, Izuku apologized, expressing regret for not being more careful and for making them uncomfortable. Katsuki started to respond, but Izuku continued, emphasizing that he never intended to cause any distress. Kirishima placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder, reminding him that it wasn't his fault, and that no one was to blame. Kaminari echoed this sentiment, acknowledging that Izuku couldn't have known when his heat would begin. Kaminari expressed his concern quietly, wondering if he had made Izuku uncomfortable. Izuku reassured him that he hadn't, emphasizing that as the alpha, it was his duty to protect Omegas. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by an explosion that rocked the area. Bakugo, visibly angry, confronted Izuku directly. He insisted that Izuku should not feel guilty about the situation, declaring that none of them were to blame for what had happened. Bakugo's frustration was palpable as he urged Izuku to stop blaming himself for things beyond his control. Izuku flinched at Bakugo's intensity, sensing that his friend's anger was rooted in deeper issues. Bakugo's voice softened as he expressed his concern, and Izuku felt a wave of clarity wash over him. He wrapped his arms around Bakugo, promising not to repeat his mistakes and asking his friend not to be angry. Bakugo shook his head, admitting that he was worried, not mad. Izuku chuckled softly, squeezing Bakugo a little tighter before releasing him. Despite Bakugo's tough exterior, it was clear he was struggling, his distress evident in the pheromones he emitted. Izuku gently encouraged him to breathe deeply, cupping his face to lift his gaze. When he saw tears streaming down Bakugo's cheeks, Izuku instinctively began releasing calming pheromones. Kaminari stepped closer, offering support by rubbing Bakugo's back. Kaminari reassured Bakugo that his negative thoughts were unfounded, and Bakugo nodded, though he still felt overwhelmed. He sank to his knees, prompting Izuku and Kirishima to join him on the ground, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Kirishima softly reassured Bakugo that they were there for him, and they remained in that supportive position until Bakugo's breathing steadied. After a moment, Bakugo mumbled Izuku's name, who responded with a hum, surprised that Bakugo hadn't used his usual nickname. Bakugo's question about whether Izuku would leave caught him off guard, leaving Izuku confused and concerned. Kaminari explained that such thoughts often arose after intense situations, but Izuku struggled to answer, knowing that his upcoming mission would create misunderstandings. Bakugo whimpered, prompting Izuku to comfort him, though he felt frustrated with himself for not providing a clearer answer. Kirishima, sensing the tension, suggested they help Bakugo back to his room, and they assisted him as they walked back to the dorm building. Once inside, Kaminari decided to stay with Bakugo to help ease his anxiety, while Kirishima pulled Izuku aside for a serious conversation. Kirishima's stern demeanor indicated he wanted to address what had just happened. Izuku felt anxious, aware that Kirishima had picked up on the underlying issues. Kirishima confronted Izuku directly, questioning his intentions with Bakugo. Izuku clenched his jaw, avoiding eye contact as he expressed his desire not to hurt any of them. Kirishima pressed further, sensing that Izuku was struggling with his feelings. Izuku flinched at the implication, finally looking up with a panicked expression. He urged Kirishima to stop worrying about him and focus on the others, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. Kirishima, confused, reminded Izuku that he was part of their group. Izuku froze, realizing he had let slip more than he intended. The weight of his secret mission loomed over him, and he felt the pressure of keeping it hidden. Izuku shouted, almost pleading with Kirishima to stop. Kirishima responded firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Izuku looked at him, confusion etched on his face. Kirishima continued, expressing that he didn't know what Izuku was going through, but he was determined not to abandon him. Izuku remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Kirishima's concern was evident as he urged Izuku not to leave, his expression filled with worry. Izuku scoffed, turning away to conceal his pain. He realized this conversation would be more difficult than he had anticipated. Kirishima sighed and settled onto the bed, his presence a comforting weight in the room. Kirishima revealed that Katsuki had shared details about their weekend, including the kiss they had shared and the upcoming date between Kirishima and Katsuki. He mentioned the nightmares Izuku had been experiencing and the villain attacks that had been troubling them all. Kirishima explained that he had earned Katsuki's trust, and Katsuki had come to him for help, believing Kirishima was better suited to support Izuku. As Izuku sat beside Kirishima, the redhead chuckled, acknowledging the feelings between Izuku and Katsuki. He playfully suggested that it might be love. Izuku buried his head in his hands, feeling the weight of the situation. Kirishima continued, mentioning that he had learned about Izuku's polyamorous nature, admitting he had pressed for details a bit too much. Kirishima then asked if Izuku had feelings for Kami as well, prompting Izuku to sit up straight, surprised by how obvious it seemed. He chuckled dryly, trying to deflect. However, he felt compelled to share his feelings. He confessed that he liked Kirishima too, causing the redhead's eyes to widen in surprise. Before Kirishima could respond, Izuku added that he didn't want to hurt any of them. Kirishima questioned whether Izuku felt he had to hurt them, and Izuku's silence spoke volumes. Kirishima pressed for an explanation, but after a long pause, Izuku straightened his back and stated that he couldn't reveal the reasons behind his actions. He stood up and walked toward the door, glancing back at Kirishima. Izuku expressed his trust in Kirishima to take care of both himself and the others, his heart heavy as he left the room. Izuku isolated himself. He refrained from speaking to anyone and focused solely on training with Aizawa at night. Aizawa informed him about the tests the UA students would face in the sports festival, and Izuku dedicated himself to memorizing and strategizing as much as possible. He felt confident about the first test but was anxious about the one-on-one fights, not knowing who his opponent would be. Aizawa noticed Izuku's change in behavior toward the class. Although it pained him to see this, the teacher recognized that it might be for the best. Kirishima attempted to reach out to Izuku several times after that night, but the green net shut him out. Izuku canceled all training sessions he had planned with Katsuki that week, leaving no explanation. Kaminari was so concerned for Izuku that he knocked on his door one afternoon after classes. When Izuku opened the door, he quickly shut it again in Kaminari's face. They were not the only ones worried. Ida tried to lecture Izuku about his behavior, but the green net ignored him. Tsu and Yaoyorozu approached Aizawa, who advised them to handle the situation themselves for obvious reasons. When classes with All Might resumed, Izuku began to provoke him until All Might lost his patience and sent Izuku to the principal's office, where he waited for the bell to signal the next class. Nizu remained silent about everything, unsure of what to say. It seemed foolish to suggest that Izuku should not behave that way toward his classmates, especially since he would soon betray them. 2 days before the sports festival, Nizu called Izuku into his office during class. Class 2A reacted with various expressions, most of them filled with concern. Uraraka and Hagakure felt validated in their dislike of Izuku and attempted to sway their classmates. However, most of Class 2A remained loyal and worried about Izuku's well-being. Even Koda, who typically avoided trouble, agreed that they needed to find out what was troubling the Greenette. Izuku knocked on the principal's door and entered when invited. Inside, he found none other than the number 3 hero, Hawks, sitting on the sofa and watching him closely as he took a seat beside him. Izuku felt weary, not from physical exertion but from the mental strain caused by worsening nightmares. Nisa began to explain that there had been a change of plans, and Izuku's eyes widened in anticipation. For a brief moment, he hoped that Nizu would announce the cancellation of the mission, allowing him to apologize to everyone. However, Nizu introduced Hawks and explained that he had been monitoring the League of Villains. Izuku's hopes rose again until Nizu handed him a folder containing a document. This only confirmed that he was still involved in the case and that things were likely moving faster than he had anticipated. Frustrated by his analytical skills, Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath before opening the folder to read the document. Time passed, and the sports festival continued. Present Mike announced that the winner of Round 2 was none other than Bakugo Katsuki, last year's champion. Izuku observed the scoreboard, noting the top 3 after the second round: Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, and Minoma Nito. He sighed and mentally checked off his first objective: to remain unnoticed until the one-on-one matches. The top 10 would soon compete in one-on-one battles, and this was Izuku's moment to shine. His first fight would be against Kirishima, a perfect opportunity to execute his plan. As they were announced into the ring, the audience began to murmur about Izuku. Some questioned how a quirkless individual could ever be a good hero, while others expressed disbelief that he could protect anyone. Izuku felt a surge of annoyance but pushed it aside as he and Kirishima stepped into the ring. Present Mike prompted Izuku to choose his weapon, and Eraserhead entered the ring with a silver case. Izuku understood the unspoken message and knelt to grab the gloves and band he had used in their previous encounter. The audience reacted with mixed emotions, some booing and others laughing. Despite the discomfort, Izuku knew everything was going according to plan. The match began, and he charged at Kirishima, who quickly hardened his skin to avoid being caught. Izuku appreciated Kirishima's effort but knew he had to end the fight swiftly. When Kirishima caught Izuku's punch and pushed him to the ground, Izuku leaned in closer. He whispered an apology meant only for Kirishima before swiftly wrapping the band around his neck. Although Kirishima's hardened skin prevented any choking, Izuku aimed to incapacitate him. He pulled on the band, forcing Kirishima closer before delivering a swift kick to his stomach, which was not hardened for better mobility. Kirishima groaned in pain as Izuku turned him onto his stomach. Now it was time to put on a show for the audience. Izuku pulled on the band, presenting Kirishima like a performer on a leash. Kirishima struggled against the band but could not break free. After 10 seconds, Present Mike declared Izuku the winner, and he released the band. The audience erupted in outrage. Without checking on Kirishima, whom he was genuinely concerned about, Izuku exited the stadium and walked into the waiting room, where his classmates stared at him in shock. Katsuki confronted Izuku angrily, punching him in the face. Izuku groaned but did not react further, which only fueled Katsuki's anger. Kaminari intervened, wrapping his arms around Katsuki and pleading with him to stop, warning that he would be disqualified. Katsuki sighed in frustration and walked away, leaving Kaminari to look at Izuku with a mix of anger and worry. He muttered that whatever had just happened better have been worth it before departing, leaving Izuku leaning against the wall, ignoring the stares of his classmates. The next round began, Minoma Nito against Shinso Hitoshi. Both were from Class 2B. Shinso had transferred to the hero course after last year's sports festival, thanks to Aizawa's recommendation. However, this recommendation meant that Shinso wasn't allowed in Class 2A, which turned out to be a fortunate twist for him. During the matches, Shinso provoked Minoma while skillfully dodging the explosions the blonde hurled at him. In the second round, Minoma managed to touch Katsuki and copied his quirk, believing it would give him an advantage. Yet, Minoma's disdain for Class 2A shone through. He declared that he would request a transfer to 2A, claiming they were much stronger. This only fueled Minoma's frustration, leading to his downfall when Shinso caught him in his quirk, forcing him to walk out of the ring. Next up was Ida against Tokoyami. As a cloud obscured the sun, dark shadow expanded, and with a swift motion, Ida was sent flying out of the ring, colliding harshly with the walls. Midnight had to use her quirk to put Tokoyami to sleep, causing Dark Shadow to vanish. Although Tokoyami won, he was disqualified due to his inability to continue fighting. The matches continued with Bakugo defeating Yaoyorozu and Todoroki overcoming Kendo. The second round saw Izuku facing Shinso, ending swiftly as Izuku was well aware of Shinso's quirk. Shinso's silence during the fight left him at a disadvantage. The battle between Todoroki and Katsuki was more intense, thrilling the audience. In the end, Katsuki emerged victorious, managing to land a concentrated explosion that sent Todoroki stumbling. Before Todoroki could recover, Katsuki kicked him out of the ring, setting the stage for Izuku to face Katsuki next. The audience buzzed with excitement, some expressing concern about the tempers of both fighters. Izuku felt a sense of relief at their reactions, knowing he had to focus on winning against Katsuki. However, defeating Katsuki was no easy task, especially with the blonde fueled by rage, which only made him more formidable. As the match began, Katsuki shouted in frustration, and Izuku dodged the ensuing explosion, chuckling to himself. He teased Katsuki about being called Deku again, knowing how it must appear to onlookers. Katsuki, annoyed, pushed Izuku before launching another explosion. Izuku skillfully redirected the blast and countered with a kick to Katsuki's stomach, pinning him down. Katsuki struggled, trying to unleash more explosions but failing to break free. In the midst of their fight, Izuku revealed a painful truth about his past, stating that his mother had been murdered by a pro-hero. The audience gasped in shock, and Katsuki, taken aback, questioned the relevance of Izuku's revelation. Before Izuku could respond, he was declared the winner of the sports festival. Izuku released Katsuki and walked away, ignoring the audience's calls and his classmates' worried glances. He discreetly tapped Aizawa's shoulder before slipping into the bathroom, aware that if the League of Villains were waiting for an opportunity, this was it. However, they did not appear, and Izuku's anxiety grew. Returning to the stadium, he found Katsuki and Todoroki already on stage for the ceremony. Standing between them, Izuku clenched his jaw, trying to maintain a neutral expression. The teachers organized themselves, and All Might, the #1 hero, approached the stage. The crowd erupted in applause as Present Mike announced the top 3. Todoroki received his medal, praised by All Might for his potential as a hero. Katsuki followed, receiving similar praise, though he scoffed at the compliment, earning disapproval from the audience. Finally, Izuku's name was called, and the crowd fell silent. He smirked at All Might, who approached him with a disapproving expression. In a hushed tone, All Might told Izuku he did not deserve the recognition and would never be a good hero. Katsuki and Todoroki overheard this exchange, watching Izuku's reaction closely. In defiance, Izuku scoffed and spat on All Might's shoes, declaring that he did not care about the hero's opinion. The audience reacted negatively, calling for Izuku to be removed from the hero course, labeling him a villain. Unexpectedly, a purple portal opened behind Izuku. Before anyone could intervene, he stepped through, aligning himself with the villains in front of the shocked crowd, betraying everyone who had been watching. When Izuku turned around, he found himself in a worn bar, facing a group of villains who awaited him defensively. A voice from the corner remarked on the spectacle he had just created, and Izuku focused on the speaker, realizing this was the moment they had been waiting for. Izuku watched as Hawk stepped out of the shadows, his voice monotone as he acknowledged the pro-hero. Hawks regarded him for a moment before turning away, scoffing about needing to search for a berserk kid. A portal appeared beside him, and Izuku caught a brief glance from Hawks before he stepped through. The message was clear: be careful. A raspy voice interrupted his thoughts, and Izuku turned to see a tall, thin man with blue hair and hands all over his body. It was Shigaraki Tamura, a name Izuku recognized well. Shigaraki walked down the hall, and Izuku followed until they reached a large metal door. After knocking and receiving a faint invitation to enter, they stepped into a cold, stark room devoid of furniture, save for a single bed in the center where a faceless man was connected to various machines. Shigaraki left, leaving Izuku alone with the man. The faceless figure asked if Izuku knew who he was, and Izuku smirked, responding that he was the man who couldn't finish All Might. The man chuckled, and Izuku remained silent, waiting for him to continue. He was on a mission now but had no intention of initiating the conversation. The man, all for one, expressed genuine interest in how Izuku had learned to fight. Izuku shrugged, mentioning someone in New York without revealing any details. All for one shook his head, chuckling again, and Izuku noted the lack of facial expressions, focusing instead on the man's mannerisms and words. All for one got to the point, stating that Hawks had spoken highly of Izuku, who had made quite an impression even on the number 2 hero, Endeavor. He mentioned that they had been keeping an eye on Izuku, suggesting he was exactly what the group needed. With a confident tone, he asked if Hawks had discussed joining them. Izuku clenched his jaw, nodding in response. There was no turning back now. When asked if he was in, Izuku confirmed with a deep breath. Those words echoed the commitment he had made to this mission, but they also weighed heavily on him. He felt the reality of betraying his friends and loved ones settle in. He feared the day he would return, having to explain himself and hoping his classmates would believe him. Aizawa would help him, and Izuku had secured that promise, but still, he was now officially a traitor in the eyes of his class. All for one dismissed him, instructing him to find the others for his room. Izuku walked back to the bar-like area where everyone else was waiting. It was clear they were anxious, but none dared to show it. He stated in a monotone voice that someone was supposed to show him his room. A man with black hair and patched-up skin stepped forward, known as Dobby. He instructed Izuku to follow him up the stairs to a room on the first floor. Inside, there was a bed, a desk, and a chair, with plain white walls. Izuku considered himself fortunate that the floor was carpeted. Dobby informed him that their lockers were in the basement and that they had already copied the gear he used, instructing him to report anything missing. Izuku responded with a hum, aware that Dobby was observing him with suspicion. A top student from UA going rogue would raise eyebrows, but all for one had kept Izuku's past hidden from everyone except Shigaraki. When Izuku asked if there was anything else, Dobby scoffed and left, slamming the door behind him. Izuku exhaled sharply, sitting on the bed. He hated the situation and wondered how his class was reacting to his disappearance. Reverse time. Izuku scoffed at All Might, expressing his indifference to what the hero thought of him. Katsuki stared in shock, wondering what had happened to his friend. Just 2 weeks ago, Izuku had confessed to him and seemed like his usual self, but now it felt as if he had changed overnight. Katsuki noticed All Might's expression shift from shock to confusion and then to fear. When he turned back to Izuku, it was too late. Izuku stepped into a purple portal, which closed immediately after. The audience had no time to react, and chaos ensued as heroes and police evacuated them while UA students were ordered to return to their dorms and go into lockdown. Katsuki remained frozen in shock until Todoroki pulled him by the wrist, leading him back to their class. Once they reached the dorms, Kirishima lifted Katsuki onto his back, and the class hurriedly made their way inside, silent and confused about what had just transpired. Once in the dorms, Kirishima set Katsuki down on the sofa, and everyone gathered around him. Even Todoroki chose to stay with his classmates instead of isolating himself. They remained quiet, too anxious to voice their thoughts, except for one person. Kirishima observed as his classmates began to turn against Izuku, unable to blame them but feeling conflicted himself. He watched as Katsuki broke down, grappling with the fear that he had lost his childhood friend forever. He observed Kaminari silently weeping as he comforted Katsuki. Tsu and Ida wore expressions of deep concern, shaking their heads in disbelief. Kirishima felt overwhelmed by the situation. He couldn't bear to remain idle. So, he decided to leave, drawing the attention of his classmates. Shiro, worried, inquired about his destination. Kirishima clenched his fists and jaw as he pressed the elevator button, stating his intention to go to Izuku's room. He stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd floor, watching the doors begin to close. Just before they shut completely, a hand slipped in, forcing the doors to reopen. Katsuki entered the elevator silently, followed closely by Kaminari. Kirishima regarded them both with concern before pressing the button again. The ride to Izuku's room was quiet, and once they arrived, none of them knew what to say. The room appeared just as Izuku had left it. His books and notes were spread across the desk as if he would return at any moment to study for the next test. The bed was neatly made, with his backpack resting on top, suggesting he had packed for upcoming classes. The laundry basket was half full, indicating that he had not planned to leave. Kirishima crouched down to look beneath Izuku's bed and discovered a box. He pulled it out and sat on the bed, staring sadly at the box resting on his lap. Gathering his courage, he opened it, silently apologizing to Izuku for intruding into his belongings. Inside, the box was filled with photographs, images of Izuku and his mother, snapshots from his childhood, many featuring the explosive blonde who sat beside him. Kirishima watched as he flipped through new pictures, including one of their class. He remembered the day they took that picture. After classes, Kaminari had convinced the other three to grab some food with him, leading them to the mall where they enjoyed their day. Kaminari had been sneakily capturing moments of his friends, which didn't go unnoticed for long. Izuku playfully teased Kaminari, causing him to blush, before he snatched the phone and took a selfie of the four of them, with Katsuki and Kirishima laughing at the scene. That was the picture Kirishima was looking at now. As he continued to browse through the photos, Katsuki's hand suddenly appeared in his line of sight. He pulled out a braided bracelet that looked handmade. It was a vibrant red-orange and appeared quite small. Katsuki choked back a sob, drawing the attention of Izuku and Kaminari. He clutched the bracelet tightly as he bent down, clearly moved by the memory it held. Kaminari noticed the pain etched on Bakugo's face and approached him with concern, gently rubbing his back in a soothing manner. Katsuki opened his hands to reveal a bracelet, tears streaming down his cheeks. He struggled to express his feelings, revealing that he had made the bracelet for a special occasion, his friend's 7th birthday. Kaminari instinctively pulled Katsuki into a comforting embrace, hoping to ease his distress. Meanwhile, Kirishima's frown deepened as he became lost in his own thoughts, grappling with the weight of the situation. They remained in silence for a while until the doors were suddenly flung open. Police officers entered the room, and one man, whom the teens recognized, stepped forward. Tsukachi spoke gently, expressing his concern for the students. He instructed them to return everything to its original place and to leave the room. Kirishima nodded, placing the box back underneath the bed, while Katsuki discreetly concealed the bracelet in his fist. The redhead chose not to point out the situation, allowing it to unfold as it did. The three of them left the room, and the officers immediately began their investigation. Kirishima gently urged the others to follow him, leading them one floor down into his room. None of them wanted to be alone at that moment, knowing that Aizawa or someone else would find them soon. Katsuki and Kaminari settled onto the bed, instinctively cuddling close to one another. Both Omegas felt heartbroken. The alpha they longed for was gone. Unbeknownst to them, they shared the same feelings and sought comfort in each other. Kirishima observed them with a pained expression, recalling Izuku's words to him, to take care of them and himself. Had Izuku truly decided to leave back then? Did he plan all of this? Kirishima realized that was the last genuine conversation he had with the Greenette, the last time Izuku had been himself around the class before withdrawing into solitude. The memory of Izuku's apology during their fight lingered in Kirishima's mind. Izuku hadn't wanted to hurt him, to present him like an object to everyone. So why had he done it? Was that the only thing he felt remorse for? Kirishima remembered how Izuku had provoked Katsuki, bringing up painful memories just to elicit anger. It didn't make sense. Kirishima knew Izuku, perhaps not as deeply as Katsuki, but he understood him on a different level. He recognized that there had to be a good reason behind Izuku's actions, his departure, and what felt like betrayal. Silently, Kirishima prayed for Izuku's safety and hoped he would return soon. He then lay down, pulling the two Omegas close to his chest. The following morning, Izuku entered the bar. The number of villains had decreased. He assumed many had only been there for the chaos the day before and didn't actually reside there. A small girl with 2 space buns and a high school uniform approached him, grinning widely as she jumped into his personal space. She introduced herself as Toga and insisted on calling him Aizu. Izuku scoffed and walked past her to take a seat at the bar, aware that the others were watching him closely. A man enveloped in purple mist introduced himself as Kurogiri and placed a plate of scrambled eggs, bacon, and toast in front of Izuku. He nodded in acknowledgement and began to eat, fully aware he might be taking a risk with the food but too hungry to care. As he ate, he felt the eyes of the villains on him, which only fueled their anger further. With a slight smirk, he handed Kurogiri his empty plate and turned in his chair to face the others. The villains straightened, anticipating a confrontation. Izuku addressed the blue-haired man, identifying him as Shigaraki Tamura, the one who had failed to eliminate All Might twice. Shigaraki scoffed in response, and Izuku grinned back at him. He then teased Toga about her previous exposure while infiltrating UA, prompting her to blow air out in frustration before he continued. Izuku, known for his mischievous nature, commented on Dobby's name, suggesting it was not his real one. Dobby, feeling a surge of anger, glared at the green-haired boy, contemplating his next move. Izuku continued, dismissing the abilities of Dobby's allies, stating that Kurogiri was the only one with real skills. This provoked Dobby, who stepped in front of Izuku, conjuring a blue flame near his throat. Izuku, unfazed, released his own pheromones, catching Dobby off guard. Dobby struggled to breathe, realizing too late that Izuku held a dominant position. Izuku's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Dobby's growing frustration. With a teasing remark, Izuku walked past Dobby and settled onto the sofa, allowing the tension to dissipate as he ceased releasing pheromones. Toga, ever playful, jumped onto the sofa beside Izuku, grinning widely. She attempted to intimidate him with a knife, but Izuku, with a bored tone, suggested she drop it if she wanted to keep her hand. Toga, momentarily taken aback, secured her knife back on her belt, acknowledging Izuku's authority. Shigaraki scoffed, scratching at his neck, which was showing signs of irritation. Izuku, observing the group, pointed out their failures in attacking students and the collateral damage they caused. He stood up, confronting Shigaraki directly, asserting that he would not partake in missions that harmed innocents. He emphasized his commitment to a better plan against All Might, expressing disdain for the group's past actions. As he returned to the sofa, he noted their collective scoffs and growls, clearly having struck a nerve. The atmosphere shifted when Kurogiri opened a portal, allowing Hawks to step through. Hawks casually joined Izuku on the sofa, inquiring about the group's mood. Dobby, annoyed, questioned Hawks' decision to bring Izuku along. Hawks defended Izuku's fighting skills, but noticed the knife in Izuku's possession, prompting a playful exchange between the two. Toga, realizing her knife was missing, attempted to reclaim it, but Izuku skillfully dodged her grasp, causing her to stumble. He pressed the knife against her neck, eliciting a moment of surprise from Toga. After a brief struggle, Izuku returned the knife, remarking on her understanding of decency, while Hawks sighed in frustration at Izuku's antics. As the villains resumed their activities, Izuku's mind wandered back to those he had left behind, contemplating when he would see them again and whether they would trust him after everything. A sudden loud noise snapped him back to reality, revealing Dobby and Hawks in a heated exchange. Dobby's frustration boiled over, and he stormed upstairs, prompting Izuku to follow, sensing an opportunity to address the tension. Navigating the dimly lit hallway, Izuku noticed Dobby's agitation through the door of a nearby room. After knocking, he was met with Dobby's dismissive attitude, but Izuku insisted they needed to talk. Dobby, surprised, pulled Izuku inside, slamming. The door shut behind them. Dobby's anger flared as he confronted Izuku, demanding to know how he had discovered his true identity. Izuku, with a hint of sarcasm, pointed out that Endeavor would easily recognize Dobby's flames. Dobby, feeling cornered, pressed Izuku for more information. Izuku casually mentioned that Endeavor had a tendency to talk too much when drinking with Hawks, which only fueled Dobby's frustration. As Dobby paced the room, he finally turned to Izuku, realization dawning on him. The facade they had maintained was just that, a show. Dobby expressed his sarcasm, commenting on the charm of the situation. Izuku couldn't help but snicker and roll his eyes in response. He teased back, claiming it was his pleasure, which earned him a scoff from Dobby. Dobby remarked on Izuku's confidence, pointing out that he had essentially admitted to being a spy. Turning away, he slid off his jacket and took a seat on his bed. Izuku, however, shifted the conversation, softly noting that Dobby clearly missed his family. Dobby began to deny it vehemently, but Izuku interrupted, clarifying that he wasn't referring to Endeavor. He pointed out that Dobby had been seen at the clinic where his mother stayed multiple times, suggesting that he also checked up on his siblings. Izuku knew he was making assumptions, but his instincts told him that Dobby wasn't as terrible as he seemed, despite his past actions. Dobby scoffed, his bitterness slightly fading. Izuku sighed and shared his concern about Shoto, explaining that he was stubborn and refused to make friends. He mentioned that Shoto didn't like him, but for different reasons than Dobby's. He revealed that Yaoyorozu Momo, whose family was friendly with Dobby's, had told him that Endeavor praised Izuku for his skills in front of everyone, leading him to wonder how Endeavor treated Shoto in private. Dobby frowned at this information. Curious about Izuku's intentions, Dobby asked why he was sharing all of this. Izuku explained that he wanted to end the ongoing conflict and needed Dobby's help. He challenged Dobby, asking if he truly preferred this life over ever seeing his family again. Dobby's anger flared as he stood up, glaring at Izuku. Izuku spoke from experience, revealing that he had lost everything when his father killed his mother, the only family he had. He explained that his friends were all he had left, and the thought of leaving siblings behind hurt him deeply. Dobby, avoiding Izuku's gaze, expressed disbelief at Izuku's optimism, claiming he had ruined his family and that they never wanted to see him again. Izuku countered that it was Endeavor who had ruined the family and continued to cause suffering for Dobby's siblings. He urged Dobby to consider helping them, moving closer and sitting beside him, leaving a small gap. Dobby, in a moment of vulnerability, questioned why Izuku was asking him. After a long pause, during which Dobby buried his face in his hands, Izuku answered that Dobby still had something to return to. He stood up, feeling Dobby's gaze on him as he walked to the door, softly suggesting that Dobby think about it before leaving the room. The next day, while Izuku was examining the gear Kurogyari had provided, his door swung open. Shigaraki entered, demanding to see what Izuku could do before walking off. Izuku frowned, grabbing his gear, which was secured on a belt. Though it wasn't all his usual equipment, he appreciated the way it was organized. As he walked downstairs, he noticed Dobby watching him. Izuku asked about the plan, and Shigaraki grinned mischievously, making Izuku feel uneasy, though he masked his discomfort. They arrived at an open space in the woods, where Shigaraki announced that they would see how good Izuku really was, with no holds barred. Izuku stared at him blankly, noting how Shigaraki's grin faltered slightly. He questioned whether Shigaraki had a death wish, to which Shigaraki retorted that Izuku wouldn't be able to kill him, directing him to fight a bulky man named Aslan. Izuku rolled his eyes at the situation, approaching Aslan, who introduced himself with a grin. Bored by Aslan's demeanor, which reminded him too much of All Might and Endeavor, Izuku prepared for the fight. Aslan charged, but Izuku easily dodged his attack, noting the villain's claws as they grew sharp. Aslan continued his assault, but Izuku, unimpressed, redirected the attack, causing Aslan's claws to pierce his own chest. Aslan's eyes widened in shock as he coughed up blood. Izuku whispered an apology, feeling a pang of regret as the villain fell to his knees and then to the side, lifeless. Despite knowing Aslan was a villain, Izuku felt no sense of power or superiority from the act. Instead, he felt weak and worthless. Killing was easy, but saving people required skill and patience. In that moment, Izuku felt he had given up on saving, and he forced himself to mask his emotions before turning to Shigaraki, who stared at the scene in disbelief. Izuku expressed his annoyance at the wasted time and stepped in front of Kurogyari, declaring that he was going back, leaving no room for discussion. Kurogyari opened a portal, and Izuku stepped inside, entering the rundown bar. He was aware of the two people following him but pretended not to care. Dobby and Toga silently observed as Izuku walked behind the bar and grabbed a beer from the fridge. Toga, with a teasing grin, remarked that Shigaraki and their master thought Izuku was a spy. Izuku, nonchalantly popping the cap off his beer, expressed his indifference. Toga's expression faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, leaning onto the counter. Izuku raised an eyebrow, wondering about her age. She looked young in her uniform, but she could very well be the same age as him. Toga, feeling bored, suggested that Izuku help her out a bit. Leaning closer, Izuku watched her smirk and leaned in as well. He stated that she wanted something more than just help, and Toga's smirk widened. However, Izuku straightened up again, maintaining a bored expression as he declined her advances. Toga's demeanor shifted to one of offense, her anger palpable as she brandished a knife, swirling it around. Izuku pointed out that her approach simply didn't appeal to him, dodging the knife that narrowly missed him. Dobby chuckled quietly behind Izuku, drawing Toga's attention. She hissed at Dobby, who shrugged playfully before sinking into the sofa. Toga scoffed and rolled her eyes, returning her focus to Izuku, who laughed lightly at her. He clarified that he was not interested in her advances, revealing his orientation. Toga's eyes widened in surprise before she turned and walked up the stairs, leaving Dobby to laugh at the situation. Dobby caught the beer Izuku tossed his way and took a big sip. Izuku sat beside him, exhaling deeply. They both understood that serious discussions were off-limits here, likely due to all-for-one surveillance. Their silence was comfortable, a shared understanding between two people who had just met. After a few moments, a portal opened, and Hawks stepped through, greeting them and grabbing a beer before settling on the opposite sofa. He inquired about the whereabouts of everyone else, and Dobby explained they were in the woods training. When Hawks asked why they weren't with the others, Dobby jokingly mentioned that Izuku had left after a confrontation, which had been amusing to witness. Hawks laughed, recalling how immature Shigaraki could be, while Dobby nodded in agreement. Izuku chose not to engage in their conversation, feeling uncomfortable discussing his past actions. Hawks, sensing Izuku's unease, resolved to support him, hoping to convince Dobby quickly so their mission wouldn't be prolonged. Dobby hesitated before asking Izuku if he had been in Class 2A, knowing All for One was likely listening. Izuku hummed in response, trying to appear uninterested. Dobby then mentioned his brother, prompting Izuku to feign ignorance about who he was referring to. When Dobby revealed his brother's name, Shoto Todoroki, Izuku teased him about being Endeavor's son, which earned him a scowl from Dobby. Izuku relaxed, enjoying the banter as Dobby grew frustrated with him. Hawks chuckled softly at their exchange. Dobby eventually gave up, leaning back on the sofa, while Izuku noticed Hawks watching him intently. Izuku shared what he knew about Shoto, describing him as quiet and withdrawn, often isolating himself after classes. He mentioned Shoto's sister, Fuyumi, who had been worried about him. Dobby listened intently, feeling a mix of concern and hope for his brother. He had hoped their father might have changed for the sake of his siblings, but deep down, he feared that Shoto's behavior stemmed from Endeavor's training. Hawks observed Dobby, sensing his internal struggle. He hoped that Dobby would eventually join them, and just then, another portal opened, revealing Shigaraki and Kurogiri returning. Handman stared at the three before disappearing down the hall, heading towards All for One's room. Hawks made a light-hearted comment about the situation, and Izuku chuckled in response. The remnants of Kurogiri observed them for a moment before moving behind the counter to clean an already spotless glass. Someone seemed bored, and Izuku hoped that nothing else would happen today. He had already experienced enough. But, of course, villains never rest. Toga, whom Izuku thought was upstairs, suddenly skipped into the room through the main door, having likely exited through the window earlier. However, what caught Izuku's attention was not her entrance but the fact that she was covered in blood. She announced her return with a giggle, claiming her mission was complete, and took a seat at the bar, disregarding everyone else around her. Kurogiri responded in a monotone voice, reminding her to clean up, as he disliked when she left a mess. Toga playfully questioned why she should, insisting that everything looked beautiful in blood, which made Izuku suppress a grimace. Shigaraki re-entered the room and addressed Toga with a firm tone. She reluctantly agreed to clean up and headed upstairs, though it was clear that her departure didn't mean much. Hawks commented on Toga's unexpected mission, finishing his drink as he did so. Shigaraki explained that it was for a significant mission the following day, leaving Hawks confused. He reminded Shigaraki that they had agreed to keep him updated if they wanted him to act as a double agent. Shigaraki shrugged off the concern, stating they no longer needed him and that he could leave if he wished. Izuku focused on the bottle in his hands, feeling the weight of several gazes on him. When he looked up, he found Shigaraki, Kurogyuri, and Dobby all staring intently. He scoffed in annoyance, questioning what they wanted. Shigaraki retorted that Izuku should be grateful that Master wanted him to join the mission the next day. Izuku raised an eyebrow, demanding to know what the mission entailed, firmly stating that if it involved harming civilians, he wanted no part in it. Shigaraki merely teased him, suggesting he would find out if he came along, before turning his back. Izuku glared at him, feeling a sense of unease wash over him. He glanced at Dobby, who met his gaze for a brief moment before looking away. A bad feeling settled in Izuku's stomach, a very bad feeling indeed. Katsuki stared at the bracelet in his hand, running his fingers over the braided band. He remembered Izuku's 7th birthday clearly. Katsuki had spent a week crafting the perfect present for his best friend. He recalled how Izuku had promised to keep it forever, and he had kept that promise. A tear slipped down Katsuki's face. He had never cried this much in his life. Even when he had hurt himself as a child, he rarely shed tears. This feeling was foreign to him. He felt a whirlwind of emotions: betrayal, loneliness, fear, sadness, and anger all swirling together. But one thing was clear: he already missed Izuku. The man he had fallen in love with, the alpha he longed to be with, the one he wanted to mark and be marked by. His thoughts drifted back to the moments he had shared with Kirishima and Kaminari, where they had comforted each other. It was as if their omegas were connected in their grief for the alpha they both desired. There was no jealousy. Instead, it felt right that both omegas wanted the same person. With Kirishima's support, they found solace. Katsuki realized he had deeper feelings for Kirishima, feelings that were far from platonic. He mumbled to himself that Izuku had to come back, hiding the bracelet in his fist before shoving it into his pocket. He left his room, seeking clarity after a day filled with chaos. Aizawa had been trying to calm the class all day, but Katsuki couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted his alpha teacher to take action, to search for Izuku. After all, he was an underground hero, surely he must know something. It had been 2 days since Izuku had left, and Katsuki's omega made sure he was painfully aware of it. He walked past several doors before knocking on the one at the end of the hall. He heard Kaminari's voice, filled with distress, urging Mina to leave him alone. Katsuki announced his presence, but his tone lacked emotion. A moment later, the door swung open, and Kaminari pulled him inside, slamming the door shut behind them. Kaminari buried his face into Katsuki's chest, wrapping his arms around his neck and inhaling his scent. Though surprised, Katsuki welcomed the embrace more than he expected. It was the first time he felt something different in 2 days. A soft blush crept onto his face as he hid his own face in Kaminari's neck, feeling his heart race. For a brief moment, he was able to forget his pain, replaced by the warmth that Kaminari brought, reminiscent of Izuku. Kaminari smelled like lemons, refreshing and summery, which calmed Katsuki down. Kaminari sobbed into Katsuki's chest, expressing his hurt, and Katsuki rubbed his back gently, acknowledging the pain they both felt. He wasn't accustomed to being soft, but with Kaminari, it felt easy. He no longer wanted to hide. He was okay with being vulnerable in front of him. Kaminari sighed, and Katsuki waited for him to continue, but he fell silent. Katsuki softly asked what was on his mind, playing with Kaminari's hair. Kaminari looked up, not breaking the hug, and stared into Katsuki's red eyes. The way Kaminari gazed at him made Katsuki blush even more. Kaminari murmured his name, and Katsuki smiled softly, placing a hand on his cheek. Kaminari leaned into the touch, maintaining eye contact. Their omegas felt connected again, a bond that needed no words. Katsuki gently spoke Kaminari's name before leaning down, their lips meeting in a tender kiss. Kaminari closed his eyes, melting into the moment. They kissed passionately, devoid of any SXL tension. While they were undeniably attracted to each other, Neither wanted to take it further. Katsuki lifted Kaminari, who wrapped his legs around him as he walked to the bed, sitting down. They continued to kiss, feeling alive again. Their omegas purred in relief, still grieving for Izuku but silently sharing their pain. They were connected in a way that would never break, and without needing to say it, they knew they would always stand by each other. As they separated from the kiss, Kaminari blushed deeply while Katsuki gently rubbed his thumb across his cheek. Kaminari asked why it hurt so much, expressing confusion about their bond with Izuku. Katsuki sighed, explaining that their omegas understood that Izuku had wanted them, yet he had left. That realization was the source of their pain. Katsuki wiped away Kaminari's tears and suggested they prepare dinner together to distract themselves. Kaminari nodded absent-mindedly, expressing his fear of being left alone. Katsuki pressed his lips against Kaminari's before assuring him that he was there for him. They walked downstairs, hands intertwined, both silently wishing for Izuku's return. Izuku groaned as he woke up, realizing it was already past 3 p.m. He massaged his temple, recalling the previous night when he, Dobby, and Hawks had continued drinking while everyone else had gone to bed. At some point, it had become obvious that Hawks and Dobby were involved with each other, but Izuku didn't mind. He had slipped a note into Hawks' jacket while helping the two drunk heroes into Dobby's room, where they collapsed into bed, snuggling up together. Izuku hoped Hawks would see the note when he left for hero work the next day, ensuring that Aizawa received the message. Drunk Dobby often spilled information, and both Hawks and Izuku were aware of the mission they were expected to undertake. Afterward, Izuku walked into the bathroom down the hall and took a quick shower. He didn't want to be more exposed than necessary in a place filled with villains who lacked morals. After his shower, he walked into Dobby's room. The fire user was still sleeping, but Hawks was gone, likely having left early that morning. Izuku assumed Aizawa had been informed by now. Izuku pulled the blanket off Dobby, causing him to roll out of his blanket burrito and tumble onto the floor. Dobby groaned in sleepy annoyance before glaring up at Izuku. He scoffed, questioning why Izuku had disturbed him. Izuku rolled his eyes, stating he was just checking if Dobby had made a decision yet, especially since they were visiting his brother that day. Dobby looked confused for a moment before his eyes widened in realization. He stood up with a groan, admitting he didn't know what to do. Izuku clicked his tongue in annoyance, pointing out that Dobby couldn't decide whether to attack his brother or protect him. With a scoff, Izuku left the room, slamming the door behind him and leaving Dobby to his thoughts. Downstairs, Kurogiri handed Izuku a sandwich, which he ate on the sofa. After about 2 hours, the bar was filled with villains who would join them on the mission. Izuku went up to his room to gear up, planning to eliminate as many villains as possible before they left in about an hour. As he left his room, he spotted 2 villains walking down the hall. He swiftly incapacitated them with the back of his knife and pulled them into his room. He then went downstairs to the bathroom, where he found 4 villains in the stalls. The first one came out and fell unconscious before he could make a sound. Izuku pushed him back into the stall, leaving him slumped on the toilet. The next stall opened, and Izuku struck the person's head against the counter, sliding him into the same stall as the first. The next 2 emerged simultaneously, and Izuku knocked them out with a swift motion, pulling them into the same stall and locking the door from the outside with a coin. That made 6 fewer villains to worry about. Outside, he grabbed a pack of cigarettes he had seen on the bar counter and asked Kurogiri for a lighter. He prevented new arrivals from entering the bar, telling some that the others had already left or that they didn't need them anymore since they had a Nomu. Most of the villains believed him and left, some silently disappearing while others complained loudly. He had to incapacitate 2 villains who insisted on entering. After ensuring he had been gone long enough, he discarded 2 cigarettes into the trash can next to him, just in case Kurogiri was counting them. Back inside, he tossed the pack and lighter onto the counter before joining Dobby in a corner. Dobby mentioned that he had guests in his room, and Izuku shrugged, saying they felt like taking a nap, hoping Dobby wouldn't expose him. Dobby raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Shigaraki entered the room, gesturing for Dobby, Izuku, Toga, and Twice to step closer. He ordered them to get ready, and Kurogiri opened a portal. Izuku took a deep breath and stepped forward, intentionally brushing against Dobby's hand to remind him that he was still waiting for an answer. With that, Izuku walked through the portal right after Shigaraki. He glared at the shocked faces of those who stared at him and the scene behind him. Shigaraki snarled, questioning if they didn't want to welcome him back. Izuku had to maintain his role until he received an answer from Dobby or Aizawa arrived. Neither was the case, so he continued to play along. His classmates displayed various emotions: anger, sadness, fear, but one feeling was shared among them: betrayal. Izuku's classmates shouted his name as they sat at the dinner table, frozen in shock. He had to stay in character, hoping Aizawa would arrive soon or that Dobby would change his mind. When Kirishima approached him, Izuku threw a knife, skillfully directing it toward the ground in front of Kirishima's feet. The redhead froze, looking at Izuku in shock and betrayal. Izuku acted as if he hadn't noticed the weight difference, pretending he intended to hit Kirishima. He growled, questioning who had tampered with his knives, and began releasing dominant pheromones. To everyone else, it appeared as though Izuku was losing control, but he was far too clever for that. The pheromones affected everyone in the room, causing omegas to fall to their knees, betas to bend over in discomfort, and alphas to groan at the scent. His eyes met Katsuki's, who was on his knees, looking up in pain. Without breaking eye contact, Izuku made a decision and addressed Dobby sternly, asking if he could see his brother. Dobby looked confused at first, but then his eyes widened as he scanned the room until he finally spotted Shoto, who was watching the scene while holding his nose. Ignoring the whines of the others and Shigaraki's commands, Izuku focused solely on Dobby. He emphasized that this was Dobby's chance, his only chance, and if they went back, Izuku would be dead. He noticed Kirishima looking up with worry in his eyes. Izuku knew this was risky. If Dobby didn't agree, it would all be for nothing. But the sight of the omegas and beta he craved so much made him relent. He wanted to return desperately, so he took the risk. Dobby stared at Izuku, then glanced back at Shoto and his group. Izuku shouted Dobby's name louder, causing Dobby to flinch. Finally, Dobby relented, declaring he was in and stepping in front of the class to shield them from the villains, still somewhat affected by Izuku's pheromones. Shigaraki shouted in confusion and pain, prompting Izuku to instruct Ida to run and get Aizawa. Ida stared at Izuku in bewilderment. Kirishima shouted for Izuku to go, stepping beside him. He mumbled that there was a lot to explain, and Izuku chuckled in response, promising he would. With determination, Izuku charged forward, tackling Shigaraki to the ground. He skillfully avoided Shigaraki's hands, pinning his wrists above his head. With a smirk, Izuku pressed the pressure points on Shigaraki's neck, causing his eyes to roll back. Meanwhile, Dobby was skillfully dodging Toga's knives while Kirishima slammed twice into the wall, rendering him unconscious before he could create any clones. Kurogiri opened a portal, and those nearby rushed through it. Izuku felt a sense of relief that the villains were retreating, knowing that heroes were on the way. Dobby, clearly frustrated, shouted for them to give up already, blasting fire near Toga's head, causing her to flinch. Seizing the moment, Izuku grabbed a knife and threw it, hitting Toga in the thigh. She hissed in pain, and Dobby took the opportunity to kick her in the face, knocking her out. With the portal closing, the remaining villains were left behind. Izuku called for Shiro to tape them up, cautioning him to avoid Shigaraki's hands. However, Shiro hesitated, looking at Kirishima as if he were losing his mind. He protested that Shigaraki had betrayed them, questioning why he should help. Izuku insisted it wasn't about him, they needed to secure the villains. To prove his point, he dropped his knives and unbuckled his belt, holding out his wrists. Shiro stared at him for a moment before reluctantly tying him up first, then the unconscious villains. He hesitated when it came to Dobby, clearly apprehensive about getting closer. Dobby scoffed, sarcastically suggesting that Izuku wanted him secured as well. Izuku, sitting cross-legged on the floor, replied that it was either that or Kirishima would have to handle him like he did with Twice. Kirishima, ready to back up Izuku, hardened his skin, staring at Dobby. Dobby sighed, eventually sitting down and holding out his wrists, knowing they could easily escape the tape but wanting to make a point. Suddenly, Someone shouted from the door, and Izuku looked up to see his teacher, Aizawa. He smiled, noting that things had gone faster than he expected. Aizawa approached, squatting down to check if Izuku was hurt, to which Izuku shook his head. Aizawa sighed, ripping the tape off Izuku and helping him to his feet. It was clear he was unaware of the situation, as Hawks hadn't briefed him. The class watched in shock as Izuku rubbed his wrists, then turned to Dobby, warning him not to try anything again. Dobby was frozen, attempting to reach for one of Izuku's knives on the ground. He looked almost like a child in timeout. Aizawa asked if Izuku had convinced Dobby, and Dobby, annoyed, remarked on Izuku's intelligence. Aizawa, maintaining his monotone expression, pointed out that he had sent Izuku on an undercover mission for a major villain organization, confirming his intelligence. Kirishima, surprised, exclaimed in disbelief, and Izuku smiled softly at him. Kirishima, realizing the truth, rushed to hug Izuku, who flinched but then pulled him back into the embrace, relieved that Kirishima still supported him. Kirishima apologized for forgetting and expressed his happiness that Izuku hadn't betrayed them. Before anyone could respond further, Hawks entered with Nizu on his shoulder, followed by police officers who began securing the unconscious villains. Nizu greeted Izuku, praising him for completing the mission successfully. Izuku nodded, feeling the weight of his classmates' stares. Nizu jumped off Hawk's shoulder, who smiled at Izuku before extending a hand to Dobby, encouraging him to stand. Dobby reluctantly reached for Hawk's hand and stood up. Ida voiced his concerns about letting a villain loose, but Nizu reassured him, explaining that Dobby had more to lose if he attacked. Dobby, frowning and looking down, remained hesitant. Nizu instructed Dobby to follow him, stating they had much to discuss. However, Dobby stayed put, warning Izuku not to break his promise. Izuku urged him to take the first step and reveal his identity. Dobby quietly insisted he couldn't, looking down in defeat. Izuku scoffed, calling him a coward. Dobby shot his head up, glaring at Izuku, who teased him further, prompting Todoroki to step closer, confused. Dobby hissed a warning, but Aizawa activated his quirk, silently challenging him. Izuku declared that if Dobby wouldn't speak, he would. Dobby glanced between Izuku and Todoroki, torn. Finally, Izuku softly revealed Dobby's true identity as Tuya, shocking the class. Todoroki gasped, staring at his oldest brother in disbelief. Todoroki stepped closer, questioning if Dobby was truly Tuya. Dobby scoffed, maintaining his distance, while Izuku rolled his eyes. Aizawa placed a hand on Todoroki's shoulder, urging him to focus. Dobby turned to follow Nizu and Hawks, and Izuku felt a twinge of concern seeing so much emotion on Todoroki's face, which was rare for him. Todoroki quietly asked if it was really him, and Aizawa confirmed it softly. Todoroki's head shot up, eager for answers. Aizawa suggested they discuss everything in his office, allowing Todoroki to talk to Dobby afterward, though not alone. Todoroki nodded, still lost in thought. Aizawa raised his voice to grab everyone's attention, informing them that Midoriya's actions were a result of the mission and that he was not a traitor. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise at Aizawa's declaration. Their gazes met, and Aizawa's expression softened, commending Izuku for his efforts and encouraging him to return to being a student. Todoroki silently followed Aizawa as he walked away. The classroom fell into an awkward silence, with everyone unsure of what to say. Many wanted to rush to Izuku and welcome him back but hesitated, unsure of what had been real during the past weeks. Izuku glanced at his classmates, feeling anxious until he spotted the three friends he cherished. Kirishima approached them first, pulling them into warm hugs. Izuku's eyes met Kaminari's, who quickly looked away, causing Izuku to frown and stare at the floor. He began to apologize, and everyone finally turned to him. He expressed his regret for his past behavior, hoping they could understand his reasons. He had needed them to believe he had betrayed them, fearing he might be gone for a long time. He hated acting that way, and it had felt terrible. He pleaded for their forgiveness, holding back tears as he avoided their gazes, unsure of their reactions. Izuku felt relieved to finally explain himself, knowing their response was up to them. He wouldn't blame them if they struggled to trust him again. Ida spoke up, representing the class, acknowledging they needed time to process everything but were glad to hear he hadn't truly betrayed them. Other students nodded in agreement, expressing their hurt over the situation. Mina added that they had genuinely thought he had betrayed them, which had been painful. Izuku nodded, assuring them it was okay to take their time. Sue expressed her concern, asking if he was all right and if he had been hurt. Izuku recalled the challenges he faced in the woods and reassured them that he was fine, though they seemed skeptical. Ida suggested they all rest, and the class agreed, slowly making their way to their rooms. Some smiled at Izuku, wishing him good night or waving as they passed. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Katsuki remained behind. Izuku felt a pang of hurt but held back his emotions, deciding to wait until he was alone in his room. Kirishima encouraged him to join them, but Izuku hesitated, not wanting to intrude. Kirishima urged him to come along, and Izuku reluctantly followed the two others up the stairs. As he reached the second floor, he found Kirishima's door open. Taking a deep breath, he knocked softly before stepping inside, hesitant to move further. Kirishima playfully chided him for acting nervous, then closed the door behind him. Before Izuku could respond, he felt a sudden sting on his cheek from a playful slap. Izuku looked down at Kaminari, who was visibly upset. He expressed his sorrow, tears streaming down his face. Kaminari shouted, demanding to know if Izuku understood the pain he had caused. Izuku mumbled an apology, but Kaminari's frustration was palpable. Katsuki remained silent, grappling with his own feelings, until he finally interjected, asserting that they were not okay. Kaminari looked confused, but Katsuki explained that while they understood the situation, Izuku hadn't meant to hurt them, and they needed to acknowledge that. Kaminari seemed to grasp this, returning to Katsuki for comfort. Izuku glanced at Kirishima, who appeared just as bewildered. Kirishima softly inquired about their conversation, but Katsuki dismissed it, claiming it was unimportant. However, Kirishima insisted that if it bothered him, it was worth discussing. What is it? Kirishima insisted, looking between the Omegas. If it weren't for the Alpha's rampage concerning Izuku, even the Greenette wouldn't have figured it out. The Alpha was urging him to finally mark them, sensing the bond the Omegas already shared with him. Izuku mumbled that he wasn't allowed to, drawing everyone's attention. Kirishima looked even more confused, while Kaminari and Katsuki blushed bright red. Kirishima asked what Izuku meant, and Izuku smiled at the beta, who was clearly lost in the situation. When he agreed to the mission, Aizawa noticed his connection to the three of them and instructed him not to mark any of them. This revelation made Kirishima blush as well. Stuttering, he covered his face with his hands. Izuku chuckled, joking that this wasn't how he imagined confessing, and the three of them looked at him with wide eyes, even Katsuki, who already knew about his feelings. Izuku realized his behavior over the past few weeks might have been a bit contradictory. Finally, he found the courage to express his feelings. He declared his love for all of them, feeling liberated and ready to share his emotions. Katsuki scoffed before pushing himself off the bed and walking up to Izuku, pulling him down for a kiss. It was an intense kiss, just as one would expect from Katsuki. When they separated, Katsuki poked Izuku's chest with his finger, warning him not to do that again. A tear rolled down his face, which Izuku caught with his lips. Izuku joked that there was only one way. Katsuki would be included, causing Katsuki to blush deeper. When Katsuki agreed, Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly clarified that he was joking and that they could take things slow, as he couldn't handle another mission like that until after graduation. However, Katsuki insisted he didn't want to wait, claiming his Omega was driving him crazy, and questioned what the issue was since it was reversible. Kaminari chimed in, stepping next to Katsuki, and Izuku felt his ears heat up. He asked if they were sure, and the two Omegas nodded, pulling him toward the bed. Izuku looked at Kirishima, silently pleading for help, but Kirishima simply chuckled before joining them. He expressed his love for all of them, blushing as he did so. Katsuki smiled softly and echoed the sentiment, while Kaminari shyly added his agreement. Everyone chuckled softly at the moment. Izuku asked if that meant they forgave him, and the three of them grinned widely, explaining that it meant they loved him so much and were just happy to be together. They leaned in until their lips met. It was different from kissing in Omega. His alpha wasn't as loud, but Izuku enjoyed it just as much, relishing the challenge of dominance until Kirishima melted into the kiss. When they separated, they noticed the Omegas staring at them, their faces flushed. Izuku and Kirishima smirked before tackling them onto the bed, earning surprised yelps. Izuku inhaled Kaminari's scent, commenting softly that he smelled like lemons, which made Kaminari shiver. Izuku hovered over the blonde, but an from the side caught their attention. Katsuki and Kirishima were already deep in a passionate kiss, Katsuki's lips swollen and his hands exploring Kirishima's shirt. Izuku chuckled before looking back at Kaminari, who watched them with a hint of worry. Kaminari admitted he had never been enemy before, and Izuku smiled, brushing a strand of hair from his face. He reassured Kaminari that they would go through it together, emphasizing that he shouldn't feel pressured. Kaminari insisted he wanted to proceed, but asked to take it carefully. Izuku nodded and leaned in to kiss Kaminari. Initially hesitant, Kaminari found his courage and placed his hands on Izuku's face before their lips met. The kiss was sweet, slow, and filled with affection. After a while, Izuku brushed his tongue against Kaminari's lips, who playfully denied him access with a smirk. Izuku's hands traveled down Kaminari's body until he reached his waist, squeezing gently, which made Kaminari gasp, allowing Izuku to deepen the kiss. Kaminari melted into the kiss, holding onto Izuku's shoulders. He felt the other two shift beside him, with Kirishima kissing down Kaminari's neck while Izuku focused on his lips. Izuku felt hands running down his spine, slipping beneath his shirt and exploring his front. To his surprise, he felt completely at ease, relieved that his body and mind trusted them so much. The hands lingered on his abs longer than anywhere else, and Izuku smirked at the sensation. Izuku turned his head to look at Katsuki, who was intently focused on him. Katsuki pushed Izuku to the side, laying down next to Kaminari, who was already in a state of excitement. Katsuki climbed onto Kaminari's lap, moving his hips, prompting Izuku to grip his waist and hold him in place. Izuku teased, wondering if Katsuki was trying to stuck him, which made Katsuki blush. Katsuki mumbled a dismissive response, and Izuku released his hold to gently touch Katsuki's cheek. Encouraged, Katsuki smiled and leaned down to kiss Izuku. Katsuki's kisses were passionate as he trailed them down Izuku's neck. Izuku closed his eyes, savoring the sensation when he felt his hand being guided. Kirishima led Izuku's fingers to Kaminari's mouth, playfully instructing him to SEK. Kaminari complied, while Kirishima began kissing down his body, removing clothes one by one. Izuku let out a soft as Katsuki's hand brushed against him, and Katsuki continued to kiss down his body. The sensations were overwhelming for Izuku, who felt Katsuki pulling down his pants, exposing him to the cool air. Just then, he caught a glimpse of Katsuki taking him into his mouth without warning, causing Izuku to groan in pleasure. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Kirishima finishing undressing Kaminari, who was now on all fours, being teased from behind. The sight was captivating. Kaminari nearby, leaning closer to kiss Izuku, whose pleasure intensified as he pressed Katsuki's head down further. Kaminari soon buried his face in a pillow, allowing Izuku to shift positions. He sat up, prompting Katsuki to release him with a soft pop before turning him around. Now, the two Omegas mirrored each other in position. With his fingers still slick, Izuku gently inserted one finger into Katsuki, who welcomed him eagerly. Feeling slick already dripping down his thigh, Izuku added another finger, stretching Katsuki as he sought out the spot that would elicit the most pleasure. Katsuki loudly, responding to Izuku's touch, while Kirishima finished with Kaminari and began kissing up his back before standing up, completely unbothered by his NDTY. Kirishima retrieved some supplies from his closet, placing a few on the nightstand before handing one to Izuku and keeping one for himself. The Omegas were already panting, trying to regain their strength while Izuku and Kirishima prepared. Izuku grasped Katsuki's shoulders, helping him sit up on his knees, with Kirishima following suit. The Omegas faced each other, slightly leaning forward. Izuku asked if they were ready, and they both nodded, blushing. They aligned themselves and began to push in slowly. Kaminari requested Kirishima to go slower, which he complied with, waiting for the signal to proceed further. Katsuki managed to take all of Izuku at once but asked for a moment to adjust. During this time, Kirishima fully entered Kaminari as well. Kirishima softly encouraged them to communicate when they were ready, while Izuku placed gentle kisses on Katsuki's neck. When Katsuki finally said he was ready, Kaminari echoed the sentiment. With that, the rhythm began, the sound of skin meeting skin filling the air alongside their soft emus. Izuku could feel Katsuki tightening around him, prompting him to maintain his pace. Meanwhile, Katsuki was also attending to himself and Kaminari. Kaminari's head rested on Katsuki's shoulder, and Katsuki leaned back against Izuku's chest. Katsuki expressed his closeness to the edge, and Izuku smirked, instructing Kaminari to kiss him. The sensation was enough to push Katsuki over the edge. At that moment, Izuku bit gently into Katsuki's neck, eliciting a mix of pleasure and surprise. Katsuki hissed slightly but was overwhelmed by the pleasure. Kirishima, feeling his own peak approaching, encouraged Kaminari to let go. As the moment came, Izuku guided Katsuki's wrist to his mouth, waiting for Kaminari's release. When it happened, he bit down gently, marking him. Kaminari, lost in the moment, instinctively reached for Kirishima, marking him as well. Afterward, Kaminari glanced at Izuku while Katsuki turned to Kirishima, requesting to be marked too. Kaminari pushed Izuku back onto the bed, leaning against the frame as he began to move. Katsuki reached around Kaminari to help him, while Kirishima continued to move into Katsuki. Izuku felt himself nearing his limit, bucking his hips forward as he encouraged Kaminari. The atmosphere was charged, and Kaminari's movements became more frantic. Izuku leaned forward, feeling Kaminari tighten around him, and the sensations became overwhelming. In a moment of shared connection, they all marked each other, sealing their bond. Afterward, they collapsed together, tangled in a comfortable heap. Izuku held onto them, feeling content. Kirishima playfully pouted about not marking Izuku, who offered his wrist with a smile. Kirishima hesitated, concerned about the pain, but Izuku reassured him, ready to embrace the moment. And besides, Izuku didn't want to wait any longer. With that, Kirishima sank his teeth gently into the alpha's wrist. In the middle of the night, Katsuki woke up from the movement beside him, and before he knew it, he was wide awake. The blonde rushed into the bathroom to wet a towel like his father used to do and made his way back to the bed. It was okay to wake up, it wasn't real, Katsuki reassured. His voice was soft yet loud enough to rouse Kaminari and Kirishima, who woke up confused. When they saw Katsuki shaking Izuku, who was squirming in distress, they jumped up. Katsuki carefully placed the wet towel on Izuku's forehead. They were there for him. Kirishima spoke softly, rubbing his thumb against Izuku's cheek. Kaminari was overwhelmed. Seeing his alpha in such pain made him extremely emotional. He whimpered while pressing Izuku's hand against his own cheek, pleading for him to wake up. Kirishima and Katsuki exchanged worried glances, but there was no time to waste. Izuku groaned and began to shake. Panic set in for Katsuki as he wondered what to do. Izuku had woken up from a similar state before. Why not now? Kirishima sighed and reached for Izuku's face. He mumbled an apology before pinching Izuku's septum, a sensitive area that could bring someone back to reality through a jolt of pain. Izuku's eyes shot open, and he pushed himself into a sitting position, panting heavily. It was okay, they were there, Katsuki reassured him, relieved that they had finally managed to wake him up. Izuku looked up, his blurry vision slowly clearing. Katsuki confirmed it was him and that Izuku was no longer in that place. Izuku exhaled shakily, murmuring about his mother, memories of her flooding back. He cried, holding on to Katsuki tightly, as if afraid he would disappear too. Kirishima and Kaminari joined the embrace, and slowly, Izuku began to return to reality, calmed by his mates. Then he felt something wet on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw Kaminari silently crying, clinging to him. Izuku's eyes widened, and he shifted to hold Kaminari's face in his hands, panicking and asking if he was okay. Kaminari buried his face into Izuku's neck, hugging him tightly again. Izuku glanced at Kirishima and Katsuki, worry etched on his face, which they mirrored. Katsuki explained that it hurt Kaminari to see his alpha in such pain. Izuku frowned deeply and rubbed Kaminari's back, assuring him that he was okay now. He gently cupped Kaminari's face again, promising that he didn't have to worry anymore. As Izuku spoke, his voice took on a deeper tone, indicating his alpha was coming forward to comfort Kaminari's omega. It required immense self-control and a strong bond with his second gender to do that, something none of the others knew he could achieve. Kaminari sniffled and wiped his tears away, looking up at Izuku, who smiled back and thanked him for waking him up. Kirishima and Katsuki sighed in relief, laying back down and cuddling, none of them tired enough to fall asleep again. Izuku's mind raced until Kirishima interrupted him. He asked softly if Izuku was mad and expressed concern about the nightmares he had been experiencing. Kirishima suggested that Izuku should talk to Nizu, the therapist. Izuku mumbled that he already was. Katsuki propped himself up on his elbow, curious about when this had started. Izuku explained that after agreeing to a mission, his nightmares worsened due to isolation. Nizu had advised him to start seeing him for support. Kirishima asked if he would continue, and Izuku shrugged, mentioning he had something to finish first. He rubbed his temple, feeling the weight of sleepless nights catching up with him. Kirishima, confused, asked if the mission had been successful, to which Izuku nodded. He clarified that this was something he had chosen to do on his own. Katsuki inquired about the mission's nature, and Izuku chuckled, recalling how it had initially been planned for a longer duration. He explained that he was supposed to gather information on their members, including All for One. However, plans changed when Endeavor recognized Dobby during a fight. Izuku couldn't disclose Dobby's identity due to clearance issues, but he noted that Endeavor had revealed too much while drunk, prompting a new plan where his job was to persuade Dobby to switch sides. Izuku chuckled again, remembering how Dobby couldn't keep quiet when intoxicated, a trait he seemed to have inherited. Katsuki frowned, asking what else Izuku needed to do now that he had completed his mission. Izuku sighed, admitting he had promised to help with something. Katsuki's concern deepened as he pushed himself up further, questioning why Izuku would promise something to a villain. Katsuki scoffed and let himself fall back against Kirishima's chest. The redhead chuckled at the blonde's antics. Izuku mumbled that it was hard to explain his connection to Dobby, noting that their stories were similar and that he could have easily become a villain too. Kirishima was shocked to learn about Izuku's traumatic past, while Katsuki had to admit that Izuku was right. Izuku rubbed Kaminari's back, and the Omega looked up at him, humming softly. He asked Kaminari for his opinion, to which Kaminari smiled and replied that it didn't matter since Izuku had already promised. Izuku smirked, expressing his determination to follow through while still wanting to know Kaminari's thoughts. Kaminari shrugged and buried his face back into Izuku's neck, saying that it was fine since Izuku seemed to get along with Dobby. Kirishima teased Kaminari about his voice, prompting a playful slap on the arm. He insisted that Kaminari needed to learn to communicate with them and encouraged him to share what was bothering him. Kaminari, feeling embarrassed, asked if Kirishima could say it for him. The others smiled at his cute reaction, and Izuku playfully urged him to speak up. Kaminari groaned and turned his head, resting against Kirishima's chest. They waited patiently for him to talk, while Kaminari's mind raced with anxiety. However, the comforting sense of his mates helped ground him. He finally asked if Izuku and Dobby had done anything during their mission, stumbling over his words. Izuku's eyes widened before he smirked, teasing Kaminari about being jealous. Izuku reassured Kaminari that he only wanted the three of them and that nothing had happened with Dobby. He added a secret about Dobby's connection with Hawks, which made Kaminari giggle. When Kaminari asked if it was just the three of them, Izuku confirmed it would be for as long as he wanted. Kaminari grinned and declared he wanted his kiss, prompting Katsuki to lean down and kiss him. Kirishima pulled Kaminari from beneath Katsuki and inhaled his scent, while Katsuki snuggled against Izuku. They enjoyed the comfortable silence until they all fell asleep. That night, Izuku didn't have any nightmares. Instead, he hugged all his mates, subconsciously wanting them close. Katsuki and Kaminari purred in their sleep, feeling happy and safe with their alpha back. Kirishima felt Izuku's hand on his waist as the green net intertwined their fingers in his sleep. They slept peacefully until morning, relieved that the stressful weeks were over. They could finally enjoy themselves and continue their training as UA students, just as they should. It had been a little over a month since Izuku successfully completed his mission. All Might had ensured that Izuku stayed away from Dobby, but that didn't stop him from beginning to fulfill his promise. It came naturally to him. A few days after his return, Todoroki approached Izuku, requesting a private conversation. They moved into Todoroki's room, where the atmosphere felt heavy with unspoken thoughts. Todoroki expressed his confusion about his brother, Tuya, who had vanished during his childhood. He recalled how Tuya had once protected him before disappearing. He admitted to Izuku that he hadn't yet told Fuyumi and Natsuo about their brother, especially since Natsuo refused to come home. With a sigh, Todoroki confessed his uncertainty about what to do next, taking a seat while gesturing for Izuku to sit on his bed. Izuku inquired if Todoroki had spoken to Tuya yet, to which Todoroki shook his head, revealing that Tuya was still being interrogated and that it could take another week or more. Izuku nodded, understanding the situation. He asked Todoroki what he wanted to know, and Todoroki straightened up slightly. He acknowledged that Izuku couldn't discuss the mission but wanted to know more about Tuya's character and whether he had truly committed such terrible acts. Izuku took a deep breath before responding. He confirmed that Tuya had indeed harmed many, both villains and civilians, and would have to face the consequences of his actions. Todoroki clenched his fists, visibly struggling with his emotions. Recognizing the weight of the moment, Izuku decided to lighten the mood. He remarked that Tuya was quite annoying, held a deep resentment for their father, and was exceptionally skilled, traits that clearly mirrored Todoroki himself. Izuku continued, noting that Tuya often spoke about his family, revealing how much he missed them. He mentioned that Tuya secretly visited their mother at night, though he wasn't sure if she was aware of it. When he had shared news about Todoroki, Tuya had shown great concern for his brother's well-being. Izuku emphasized that the only reason Tuya had joined their side was out of love and a desire to protect Todoroki. Todoroki listened intently, his expression unreadable. He insisted that he didn't need protection, but Izuku reassured him that Tuya's instincts as an older brother drove him to care deeply. After that conversation, Todoroki began to confide in Izuku more frequently, sharing updates about Dobby and his own thoughts. Izuku felt grateful for Todoroki's trust, which made it easier to keep his promise. During present mixed English class, Izuku had no trouble with the language, having lived in the US for a long time. He helped Kaminari and Kirishima, who were struggling with the material. Suddenly, a knock on the door drew everyone's attention, and Aizawa entered, looking serious. He called for Izuku to come with him, causing Izuku's heart to sink. He sensed something was wrong, and his classmates shared his concern. Katsuki stood up, angrily protesting Aizawa's decision, while Kirishima tried to remain calm. Kaminari, however, was on the verge of a panic attack, his distress palpable in the room. Izuku quickly knelt in front of Kaminari, urging him to take a deep breath and not to overthink the situation. Kaminari expressed his fear that Aizawa was going to take Izuku away again. Izuku reassured him that they were bonded and that he wouldn't be taken without their knowledge. Kirishima joined them, rubbing Kaminari's back to provide comfort. Izuku encouraged Kaminari to focus on him, reminding him that he would always return, no matter what. After promising to keep them updated, Izuku stood up, walking past Katsuki and giving his hand a reassuring squeeze. As Izuku left the classroom, he noticed the wide-eyed stares of their classmates, who were now aware of the bond between him, Kaminari, and Kirishima. Aizawa observed the scene with a frown before leading Izuku down the hallway to the principal's office. Inside, Izuku was surprised to see Hawks, Dobby, and All Might present. Nizu, the principal, instructed Izuku to take a seat, further heightening his anxiety. As he sat next to Dobby, he greeted Hawks and Dobby absent-mindedly before turning his attention to Nizu. What Nizu said next made Izuku's stomach drop. He announced that Izuku's father had returned. In an instant, Izuku's vision blurred, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. He bent over, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him, knowing that the pain was not physical but a haunting memory from his past. It hurt. It burned. Aizawa urged Midoriya to take a deep breath, attempting to rub his back, but the greenette reacted instinctively, pushing Aizawa away and causing him to stumble backward. Hawks and Dobby tried to restrain him, but Izuku kicked them aside, forcing them to release their grip. All Might struck him with a powerful blow, sending him crashing against the wall, where he broke a cupboard. Moments later, Aizawa's scarf wrapped around him, securing him in place. Izuku struggled against the restraints, his mind spiraling into chaos as survival instincts took over. He was transported back to a time of torment in New York, desperate to escape. Aizawa shouted for help, demanding that Izuku's friends be brought in. All Might dismissed the request, crossing his arms defiantly. Aizawa insisted, his concern for his student evident. Nizu intervened, telling All Might he was fired and ordering Dobby to fetch Izuku's friends. Dobby, though reluctant to admit it, cared deeply for Izuku and rushed out of the room. He ran swiftly, reaching the door and bursting in without knocking, calling for Izuku's friends. Todoroki, surprised to see Dobby, asked what was happening. Dobby explained urgently that Izuku was in distress and needed his friends immediately. Kirishima and the others stood up, alarmed. Dobby urged them to hurry back, and they followed closely behind. Upon returning, they were met with a shocking sight. Their teacher and Hawks were struggling to contain Izuku on the floor. Aizawa shouted for them to hurry. Katsuki snapped into action, rushing to his mate's side and demanding that they let Izuku go. When Aizawa hesitated, Katsuki's anger flared, and he pushed them aside, freeing Izuku from the scarf. Izuku sprang to his feet, still lost in his trauma. Katsuki spoke softly, trying to reach him without physical contact. Kirishima suggested that Kaminari should try to help, recalling a previous attempt that had nearly gone wrong. Despite his fears, Kaminari agreed, knowing that an alpha in distress could only be calmed by their omegas. Kaminari focused, allowing his omega to take control. The omega's voice rang out, startling Izuku and halting his frantic movements. The omega expressed fear, and Izuku instinctively fell to his knees, submitting. Kaminari's consciousness returned, and he felt the weight of the situation. Izuku began to pant heavily, collapsing further until Katsuki caught him. Kirishima whispered his gratitude to Kaminari, who blushed at the compliment as they approached their alpha. Izuku, trembling and tearful, pleaded with Aizawa for help, feeling overwhelmed. Aizawa was struck by a memory of a young boy with green hair and freckles. He knelt before Izuku, unsure of what to say but knowing he needed to provide comfort. In an unexpected move, he embraced Izuku, who flinched at first but then relaxed into the hug, breaking down as he cried into Aizawa's shoulder. His mates watched, concerned but unsure of how to intervene. Aizawa reassured Izuku that he was not alone anymore, repeating the words until Izuku's sobs began to subside. Once he regained a bit of composure, Izuku stood unsteadily, supported by his friends and teacher. Nizu caught his attention, but Izuku flinched at the expression on Nizu's face, sensing that more was to come. He panicked, pleading for them not to say anything. Dobby's stern voice cut through his distress, and Izuku shot him an angry look, feeling betrayed. Dobby reminded him that his friends were in danger, which jolted Izuku awake. His alpha fought against him, desperate to break free and protect his mates. Izuku struggled to maintain control, urging his alpha to calm down. Everyone watched, unaware of the internal battle he faced. The alpha resisted, intent on escaping to safeguard his friends. Izuku shouted again, trying to reason with his alpha, determined to find a way to calm the turmoil within. Telling them that they needed to listen to Nizu to figure out what was going on, the alpha kept calling for his mates. Everyone watched in confusion until Katsuki pieced things together. He quickly approached Izuku, pulling him down and pressing their lips together, shocking everyone in the room, including Izuku. Katsuki insisted that Izuku tell his alpha that they were heroes in training too, questioning whether he was underestimating them. Izuku's alpha froze, staring at his mate through the greenette's eyes. Katsuki expressed that while he understood the desire to protect them, they were strong and his behavior suggested a lack of trust. He warned that if his alpha didn't calm down, he would prevent him from speaking to Izuku again. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise and admiration at Katsuki's words. His alpha stepped back and fell silent. Izuku thanked Katsuki, who nodded with a smile, then demanded to know what was happening and why they were in danger, looking sternly at Nizu and Aizawa. Izuku was pacing back and forth in Kirishima's room, where the mates spent most of their time. Kirishima tried to calm him, assuring him that they were with him. Izuku expressed his frustration, feeling overwhelmed and pleading not to be forced into anything. Katsuki scoffed, dismissing Izuku's concerns, but Kirishima shot him a glare, silently urging him to be quiet. Katsuki leaned back on the bed, watching as Kaminari sat by the desk, fiddling with his fingers. Kirishima gently suggested that they just wanted Izuku to talk to them, hoping they could help. Izuku stopped pacing to look at Kirishima, explaining that he didn't want them to understand or be involved in his struggles. He just wanted everything to be normal and to forget his past, focusing on a future with them. Katsuki scoffed again, standing up and confronting Izuku about wanting to forget his past. Izuku shrugged, feeling the weight of his emotions. Katsuki offered to help, but Kirishima intervened, trying to reason with him. Izuku, feeling a headache coming on, expressed his confusion as Katsuki left the room, slamming the door behind him. Feeling abandoned, Izuku sat down on Kirishima's bed, burying his head in his hands and applying pressure to his temples in an attempt to ease the pain. Kaminari, concerned, sat beside him and rubbed his back, asking if he was okay. Izuku admitted he was in pain, prompting Kirishima to announce that they were going to see Recovery Girl, leaving no room for discussion. Izuku, too exhausted to argue, allowed his mates to help him up, draping his arms over their shoulders as they guided him out of the room. They made their way down the hallway to the elevator, knowing Izuku couldn't manage the stairs. Upon reaching the common room, Shiro and Ida noticed them first, while Katsuki sat on the sofa with his back turned. Kirishima instructed Ida to notify Recovery Girl of their arrival. Katsuki hesitated, unsure if he should join them. Kaminari, frustrated, urged him to come along, reminding him of the earlier breakdown and insisting he needed to get it together. As they left the building, Katsuki caught up with them, silently following alongside Kirishima. Kaminari glared at Katsuki, but focused on supporting Izuku, who was growing weaker. Izuku groaned, feeling his strength fading. Kirishima suggested getting Izuku onto his back, and with Kaminari's help, they positioned him. Kirishima stood up, carrying Izuku securely as they hurried toward the medical wing. Kaminari ran ahead to open the doors, and they were met by Recovery Girl and a nurse waiting with a stretcher. Recovery Girl instructed Kirishima to lay Izuku down on his back, which he did. She assessed Izuku before looking up at the others. Katsuki was panicking internally, and Kaminari was on the verge of breaking down. Recovery Girl pointed at Kirishima, instructing him to come with her while she and the nurse took Izuku inside, leaving Katsuki and Kaminari in the waiting area. Kaminari protested, insisting they were his mates. Recovery Girl, however, firmly stated that they were a source of stress and that they needed to calm down before being allowed in. Kirishima, speaking softly, promised to update them and kissed both of them on the forehead before entering the room and closing the door behind him. Kaminari and Katsuki stared at the door in silence for a long time until Kaminari nearly choked on a sob. This brought him back to reality, and he reluctantly walked to the waiting area, with Katsuki following closely behind. They sat down next to each other, trying to calm themselves as their omegas cried out for them to take action. Kaminari managed to gather his thoughts despite his omega's whimpering. He asked angrily about what had happened earlier, causing Katsuki to flinch, unaccustomed to Kaminari's anger. Katsuki admitted he had panicked, but Kaminari stared at him in disbelief, questioning whether this was how Katsuki would react every time Izuku wanted to forget his past. Kaminari reminded Katsuki that Izuku didn't mean what he thought he did. Feeling attacked, Katsuki became defensive, standing up and glaring down at Kaminari. He expressed his frustration, claiming he was part of Izuku's past that he wanted to forget. This only fueled Kaminari's anger as he jumped up, accusing Katsuki of making it about himself. He pointed out that Katsuki knew the most about Izuku's life and should understand why Izuku wanted to forget. Instead, Katsuki had left, and Kaminari was furious. Katsuki clicked his tongue and avoided Kaminari's glare, crossing his arms. Kaminari watched as Katsuki became lost in his thoughts, and he sighed, sitting back down. He told Katsuki that Izuku had forgiven him, and it was time for him to forgive himself. Katsuki scoffed, insisting that Izuku shouldn't have forgiven him, which prompted Kaminari to question why he believed that. Katsuki dismissed Kaminari's inquiry, claiming it was none of his business, and moved to the far end of the waiting room, distancing himself. This action felt like a stab to Kaminari's heart, causing him pain he didn't want to admit. He pushed the feeling aside, trying to focus on being patient, knowing Eijiro would update them soon. Meanwhile, in the emergency room of UA's medical wing, Izuku lay on a bed, connected to machines. Eijiro stood against the wall, observing Recovery Girl and the nurses as they worked. Once they finished, Recovery Girl approached Eijiro, asking what had happened. Eijiro explained that they had been talking when Izuku began massaging his head, eventually fainting on the way to the hospital. Recovery Girl noted that there was nothing physically wrong with Izuku and inquired about any psychological stress. Eijiro's eyes widened, and he stated that Nizu should be consulted, as he was not permitted to share details. Recovery Girl sighed, acknowledging the situation, and mentioned that Eijiro could visit Izuku, who was stable but would be asleep for a while. Eijiro took a seat next to Izuku, gently holding his hand to ensure he didn't accidentally pull out the infusion. He whispered reassurances, expressing that Izuku was not alone anymore. Although Izuku appeared to be sleeping peacefully, Eijiro felt a surge of anxiety. The fact that Izuku required medical help to find peace troubled him deeply. He worried about the psychological stress that had caused Izuku's body to react this way and feared for what Izuku had endured. Eijiro wasn't sure if Izuku could survive another ordeal like that. After a few minutes of watching Izuku sleep, Eijiro decided to update his other two friends in the waiting room. When he arrived, he noticed they were sitting as far apart as possible. Eijiro stared at them in disbelief. It was clear they had a fight. He informed them that Izuku was sleeping but stable. Both friends looked up, concern etched on their faces. Denki asked what was going on with Izuku, and Eijiro frowned as he explained that Recovery Girl suspected psychological stress. Their eyes widened in shock as Denki realized the extent of Izuku's pain from the news. Katsuki frowned deeply, staring at the floor. Eijiro felt exhausted and unsure how to handle the tension between them, so he chose to ignore it and pulled out his phone. He dialed Aizawa's number and sat down next to Denki, with Katsuki reluctantly joining them. A tired voice answered on the other end. Eijiro explained that something had happened with Izuku and that he was in the medical wing. Recovery Girl believed it was due to psychological stress, and Eijiro admitted he didn't know what to do. He finally allowed himself to break down, tears slipping out as he buried his face in his hands. Denki placed an arm around him and rested his head on his shoulder, trying to offer comfort. He reassured Eijiro that Izuku would be okay, but Eijiro couldn't shake the doubt that lingered in his mind. They remained silent until Aizawa entered, finding the three friends in distress. He squatted in front of them and promised to speak with Recovery Girl, reassuring them he would return shortly. Inside Recovery Girl's office, she looked up from her paperwork as Aizawa entered. He asked about Izuku's condition, and she expressed concern about the psychological stress Kirishima had mentioned. Aizawa explained that Izuku's father had returned and wanted him and his friends to live with him. Recovery Girl's eyes widened in alarm, and Aizawa emphasized that they wouldn't allow it, noting that Izuku was no longer a minor, which limited his father's legal options. Recovery Girl sighed, acknowledging the severity of Izuku's situation. She noted that PTSD was a serious issue and that Izuku's body likely reacted negatively to the news of his father's return. Aizawa agreed that they needed to find a solution. When he returned to the waiting area, he found the three friends still in the same position. He suggested they return to their dorms to rest, assuring them they would be notified as soon as Izuku woke up. Denki insisted they would stay, and Aizawa nodded, recognizing their determination. It was unusual to see Denki being the most responsive. Typically, Ijiro was the one keeping a clear head. But now, Denki was the glue holding them together. Katsuki suddenly asked if he could see Izuku, and Aizawa nodded, watching as Katsuki walked into the room without looking back at his friends. Aizawa reminded the remaining two that they needed to stick together and not let this situation drive a wedge between them before he left to discuss matters with Nizu. Katsuki stood silently by the door, watching Izuku sleep. He hesitated to approach, fearing that getting too close might trigger a reaction from him. After a moment, he gathered his courage and sat next to the bed, observing Izuku's stable heartbeat through the beeping machines. Seeing Izuku like this frightened Katsuki deeply. He had always viewed Izuku as the strong, smart, and patient one. If Izuku couldn't make it, who could? Katsuki buried his face in his hands, feeling like an idiot for not being able to help. He struggled with overwhelming thoughts, feeling exhausted from the mental battle. In a moment of vulnerability, he pulled out his phone and dialed his father's number, waiting anxiously for him to pick up. His father answered cheerfully, mentioning they were about to call to invite Katsuki and Izuku over for the weekend. That simple exchange was all it took for Katsuki to break down. He began to cry, his sobs reaching his father on the other end of the line, who immediately grew concerned. His father urged him to take deep breaths, offering support and reassurance. Though Katsuki wanted to express how he felt, he found himself unable to speak, overwhelmed by emotion. Both of them were right there. Katsuki heard his mother say that, and he realized his father must have put him on speaker. He struggled to speak, managing to choke out a greeting. On the other end of the call, his parents exchanged worried glances. It had been a long time since their son had called them anything other than old hag or old man. They understood that something was seriously wrong. Masaru asked where Katsuki was while he and Mitsuki hurriedly put on their shoes. Katsuki managed to say he was at Recovery Girls. Mitsuki's concern deepened as she asked if he was hurt, and Katsuki began to sob harder. The parents rushed to their car. Mitsuki spoke softly, assuring him they would be there in 15 minutes. She took the phone from Masaru so he could drive. Katsuki mumbled an acknowledgement. His mother pressed him to talk, worried about his well-being, recalling how he had been a victim of villain attacks before. Katsuki insisted he wasn't hurt, and his parents exhaled in relief, grateful that he seemed safe. Masaru urged him to stay where he was, and Katsuki hummed in response before the call ended. He exhaled shakily, trying to wipe away his tears, but new ones quickly followed. He whispered apologies, pleading not to be left alone, and buried his face against Izuku's arm on the bed. He promised to get help and to talk to Nizu more. When he felt a hand on his shoulder, he looked up to see Izuku, who was tired but concerned. He asked why Katsuki was crying and if he was hurt. Katsuki jumped up and hugged Izuku tightly, apologizing for waking him. Izuku admitted he was a little dizzy and asked what had happened. Katsuki explained that Izuku's PTSD had been triggered, and a tear rolled down his cheek. Izuku frowned and wiped it away, reassuring Katsuki that he was okay. Just then, the door opened, and Denki entered, pulling the redhead into the room to join them. He insisted that Izuku needed to rest, but it was clear to everyone that something was troubling them. Izuku sensed the tension and asked what was going on, noticing the silence from his friends only heightened his anxiety. Ijiro attempted to calm Izuku, assuring him that he hadn't done anything wrong and that they were just worried. Izuku pressed for answers, trying to sit up despite his fatigue. He wondered if something had happened while he was unconscious or if his father had made a move. Denki insisted it was nothing to worry about, but that only frustrated Izuku more. He looked at each of his friends, finally focusing on Katsuki, demanding to know why he had been crying and why they were acting so strangely. Katsuki inhaled sharply, running his fingers through his hair, and admitted that he and Denki were fighting. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. When Izuku asked what they were fighting about, Denki hesitated, unsure how to explain without worsening the situation. Katsuki groaned, admitting he was being unreasonable and that Denki was calling him out on it. Izuku looked at his mates, confused, and then up at Ijiro, who shrugged, equally perplexed. Izuku sighed, massaging his temple just as Recovery Girl entered the room. She checked the machines before approaching the end of Izuku's bed and asked how he was feeling. He replied that he was just a little tired and dizzy. Recovery girl nodded, explaining that she had given him anxiety medication and would consult with Nizu. She emphasized the importance of continuing the medication, noting that it was fortunate his mates were with him during the attack. Izuku reluctantly agreed to stay and rest, watching her leave. The door barely closed when his parents rushed into the room. Mitsuki exclaimed his name before quickly moving to his side, asking what had happened. She held back from touching him, instinctively wanting to cup his face but remembering to restrain herself. Izuku reassured her that he was okay and could leave as soon as the drip was done. Masaru approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, expressing his relief but still wanting to know what had happened. Katsuki looked at Izuku, silently pleading for him to share the truth. He wanted his parents to know but wouldn't dare speak without Izuku's permission. After a moment, Izuku sighed and nodded, admitting that his father had returned and he hadn't handled it well. Mitsuki's anger flared as she shouted in disbelief. She expressed her desire to confront his father, but Masaru placed a calming hand on her shoulder, reminding her that now was not the time for such thoughts. Mitsuki felt a surge of anger as she thought about the situation, while Izuku chuckled softly. He glanced around at the people nearby, suddenly realizing something important. He hoped his mother could see this moment, their big family coming together. After the treatment was completed, Izuku insisted on returning to the dorm, specifically to Eijiro's room, despite his friends and Katsuki's parents encouraging him to stay in the medical wing for the night. Recovery girl reassured everyone that it was fine and provided Izuku with enough anxiety medication for the week. This would give her time to consult with Nizu. Katsuki's parents made Izuku promise to visit the following weekend, ensuring their son was okay before they decided to leave. They noticed the distinct scent surrounding their son, which hinted at a deeper connection between him and Izuku. They suspected that their son and Izuku were growing closer again and even entertained the idea of them forming a bond. To their surprise, they realized that Katsuki not only shared Izuku's scent but also that of Eijiro and Denki, whom they had met only once before. They recognized Eijiro as a good friend and were eager to invite Denki and the others over once things settled down. In Eijiro's room, he and Izuku were cuddled up together. Earlier, Denki had taken Katsuki's wrist, insisting they needed to talk before leaving the room. Both Eijiro and Izuku were concerned and wanted to support them, but they understood that the two needed to resolve their issues independently. Izuku, resting his head on Eijiro's chest, asked if Eijiro knew what the argument was about. The rhythmic beating of Eijiro's heart was soothing to him, and it brought comfort to both of them. Eijiro played with Izuku's green curls as he replied, admitting he had an idea of how the conflict began but wasn't sure of the details. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized the implications of his words during their earlier conversation. He hadn't meant to hurt Katsuki, and now he understood why his friend had left. Feeling frustrated with himself, he groaned and leaned against Eijiro. Eijiro reassured him, explaining that both he and Denki understood that Izuku hadn't intended to hurt Katsuki, especially since he was in a relationship with him. Katsuki struggled with forgiving himself, which complicated things. As Izuku relaxed back into Eijiro's embrace, he inhaled the comforting scent that reminded him of lava. It was oddly calming. He asked Eijiro how much he knew about the situation, unsure if he wanted to share more. Eijiro pulled him closer and revealed that Katsuki had said something hurtful to Izuku, which made Izuku tense up. Denki, who had been sitting with Katsuki, was in disbelief and confronted him about the gravity of his words. Katsuki sat with his head down, feeling ashamed. Denki struggled to process what he had just heard. He knew about Katsuki's anger issues and the bullying from their middle school days, but this felt different. It triggered painful memories of his own experiences, times when he felt utterly alone because his parents were often away. He had only confided in Eijiro about his struggles after middle school, wishing he had met him sooner. Eijiro had noticed Denki's scars, which were reminders of his lowest moments. Denki had learned to appreciate them as symbols of his growth, recognizing that he had overcome those dark days. Even when triggered, he no longer felt the urge to harm himself, knowing he had people to talk to. Now, faced with Katsuki's actions, Denki felt conflicted. He didn't want to see his mate in pain, but he was relieved to see some remorse in Katsuki. It was a sign that Katsuki understood the weight of his actions, even if it didn't excuse them. Denki took a deep breath and decided it was time to return to the others, suggesting they head back since everyone was likely worried. Katsuki, still avoiding eye contact, expressed his desire to stay in his room for the night, which made Denki's heart sink. He urged Katsuki to join him, hoping to mend the rift between them. Just because they were fighting didn't mean Denki had to isolate himself. Denki frowned at Katsuki, who clicked his tongue in response. Katsuki tried to explain that he could see how much it bothered Denki and that he just wanted to give him some space. Denki sighed, expressing that Katsuki shouldn't assume what he wanted. He appreciated the concern but actually wanted Katsuki and the others close to him. Finally, Katsuki looked at him, and Denki smiled softly while holding out his hand, hoping Katsuki would take it. Katsuki frowned deeply but reluctantly took Denki's hand, unsure if it was a good idea. He still felt like the others didn't want him there, despite Denki's reassurances. Denki squeezed Katsuki's hand gently as they walked silently to Eijiro's room, holding hands. Upon entering, they found Izuku sleeping against Eijiro's chest, who was softly playing with Izuku's hair. Eijiro smiled at them and gestured for them to join the cuddles. Denki pulled Katsuki with him before letting go to lay on Eijiro's other side. Eijiro noticed Denki's anxiety and instinctively pulled him closer, trying to soothe him. Katsuki felt out of place. Normally, he would just cuddle up to someone without issues, but now he felt like an intruder. Izuku woke up to the lemon scent nearby and opened his eyes to see Denki cuddled up to Eijiro. Instinctively, he lifted his head to see where Katsuki was and was confused to find him standing next to the bed instead of joining them. He reached out for Katsuki, who stared at the hand before sighing and climbing over the others to lay next to Izuku. The greenette turned to face Katsuki, burying his nose into Katsuki's hair and wrapping his arms around him. Katsuki loved how Izuku calmed him down, his scent, his heartbeat, his behavior. Whenever Izuku was close, Katsuki felt relaxed. It wrapped his arms around Izuku, pulling him closer and burying his face into Izuku's chest. It didn't take long for Izuku's breathing to even out, soft snores filling Katsuki's ears. And so, the four of them fell asleep together. Izuku woke up from a nightmare once, thankful that his mates were still sleeping. In their slumber, Katsuki and Denki seemed to reach out for one another, their hands intertwined over Eijiro and him. The next morning, they woke up as they usually did, a tangled, cuddly mess. Katsuki lay under Izuku, the greenette's head on his chest, while Eijiro had one arm wrapped around Katsuki's shoulders. Denki lay on top of Eijiro, one of his legs draped over Izuku. Denki was the first to wake up and admired his mates while they slept. Seeing Izuku cuddled up to Katsuki helped ease his anxiety. Eijiro woke up next, absent-mindedly brushing his fingers along Denki's back. He quietly greeted Denki, who hummed in response, enjoying the soft scratches. Eijiro chuckled softly before turning his head to look at the other two, who seemed to be in a deep sleep. Eijiro asked Denki how he was feeling, noting that he seemed anxious when he returned. Denki tensed up slightly but relaxed just as quickly, reassuring Eijiro that he was okay now. He lifted his head to give Eijiro a gentle kiss on the nose. Eijiro responded with a soft kiss of his own, a lovely good morning kiss that made Denki melt. Denki rested his head back on Eijiro's chest, listening to his heartbeat while glancing over at Izuku and Katsuki. They were still snuggled up together, with Izuku occasionally rubbing his nose against Katsuki's hair, causing Katsuki to shiver at the sensation. Denki's thoughts were interrupted by Eijiro's stomach growling. Chuckling, Denki lifted his head and suggested they make breakfast. Eijiro grinned and nodded in agreement. They carefully stood up and changed into comfortable clothes. Izuku would stay in the dorms that day, and knowing Katsuki, he would stay too. It was 6:30 in the morning, plenty of time for the two to prepare breakfast and get ready for their classes. They made oatmeal with fruits and joined Mina and Siro for breakfast. It was clear that the class was still not over the betrayal of Izuku. They understood it was for a mission, but conspiracy theories were spreading rapidly, particularly regarding Izuku's relationship with Dobby. Denki and Ijiro were bothered by how their classmates hadn't spoken to Izuku in a month. They had casual conversations with Mina and Siro, asking about Katsuki but not once inquiring about Izuku. After cleaning up their bowls, Denki and Ijiro headed to the elevator to get ready for classes. Denki shifted from one foot to the other, expressing his annoyance at their classmates' behavior. Ijiro agreed, mentioning that Aizawa had even noticed and lectured them. When they arrived on the second floor, they entered Ijiro's room, where Izuku and Katsuki were sitting cross-legged on the bed, casually talking. Both looked up when the door opened, and Katsuki quickly avoided Denki's gaze, focusing solely on Izuku. Denki noticed this and felt a slight sting in his heart. Ijiro greeted them, encouraging Izuku to rest more. Izuku explained that Aizawa had called him to say that Nizu wanted to talk to him after classes started. Denki and Ijiro exchanged worried glances, asking if Izuku knew what it was about, to which he shook his head but mentioned he could imagine. He had no idea what their connection to this case was, but he didn't care. Even though he rarely saw them, he had grown close to them and would consider them friends. Whatever it was that linked them to his father, leading to their inclusion in this conversation, Izuku remained indifferent. Dobby was under some form of house arrest at UA. After the police interviewed him, they initially wanted to incarcerate him. However, Nizu, believing in rehabilitation, decided to use his connections to keep Dobby at UA. The exact location of Dobby's stay was a mystery to everyone, including Todoroki, and even if he had known, the brothers were still prohibited from speaking to one another. Nizu gradually began to trust Dobby with small tasks, which he increased in significance over time. Dobby followed the instructions given to him diligently. The fire user was determined to prove himself. He wasn't used to trusting people, but he couldn't help but place all his trust in Izuku and his assistants. Dobby had a lot to lose this time, and he didn't want to experience that loss again. Katsuki refused to let Izuku go alone, and the Greenette felt grateful for his friend's presence. It was reassuring to see that Katsuki stayed by his side, even though he still appeared anxious. Izuku hoped that whatever they needed to discuss would be resolved quickly. He wanted to have a conversation with Katsuki, particularly about how Katsuki had left the previous day, believing that Izuku wanted to forget him. After a while, the door opened, and Hawks entered with Dobby, who was accompanied by Nizu perched on Hawks' shoulder. Dobby took a seat next to Izuku, while Hawks gently placed Nizu on the desk before sitting down himself. Dobby expressed his apologies for calling them together once more. Nizu acknowledged that Midoriya was supposed to be resting, so he aimed to be brief. Izuku nodded, clenching his jaw, determined not to lose his temper again. Nizu informed him that Pro-Hero Dragon Breath was in Musafatu and had officially requested that Izuku be removed from UA and returned to his custody. After learning that Izuku was no longer a minor, Dragon Breath claimed that Izuku was insane, alleging that he was responsible for his mother's death. Izuku visibly flinched at the accusation, his body reacting strongly as nausea washed over him. He couldn't speak, but words were unnecessary. Hawks expressed disbelief, questioning whether Dragon Breath could truly force Izuku to stay with him. Nizu confirmed with a sigh that it was indeed a possibility. Katsuki, anger evident in his clenched fists, demanded to know if there was any way Dragon Breath could succeed. Nizu explained that Dragon Breath was using society's bias against quirkless individuals to his advantage, and unfortunately, with the wrong people involved, he might actually succeed. Despite the grim situation, Izuku found a moment of solace in Nizu's honesty. However, the relief was fleeting as he felt the urge to be sick rising again. He quickly covered his mouth, trying to suppress it. A comforting hand, which he recognized as Katsuki's, moved soothingly up and down his back. Katsuki encouraged him to focus, urging him to match his breathing. Izuku looked up and locked eyes with Katsuki, concentrating on the rhythm of his breathing until he began to regain his composure. Katsuki's body visibly relaxed as he considered the situation. He expressed concern for Izuku, reminding him that Recovery Girl had advised him to rest. Izuku, however, was determined to move forward. He felt it was important to confront the issue rather than postpone the conversation. He glanced at Nizu, signaling that he was ready to continue. Nizu, though frowning, acknowledged Izuku's resolve. Nizu explained that they would not allow anyone connected to Dragon Breath and his agency to be involved in the decision-making process to prevent any potential blackmail. He assured Izuku that a capable lawyer would be assigned to him, even though he could not represent him due to his position at UA. All discussions would need to go through the lawyer to be valid in court. Nizu then addressed the presence of Hawks and Dobby, clarifying that Dragon Breath would use the mission reports against Izuku, particularly the one detailing the defeat of the villain Aslan. This was why Hawks and Dobby were there as witnesses. Nizu noted that, under normal circumstances, a kill during an authorized undercover mission would not be used against a hero, but they had to be cautious. Feeling overwhelmed, Izuku struggled to keep his focus. Katsuki, eager to help, offered to be a witness as well, citing his long-standing friendship with Izuku. However, Izuku frowned at this suggestion, knowing it was not what he wanted. Nizu pointed out that, as Katsuki's close friend, he would be expected to testify on Izuku's behalf. Katsuki then proposed that his parents could also serve as witnesses, highlighting their knowledge of Izuku's past and the abuse he endured. Nizu considered this and agreed to consult with the lawyer about it. As the meeting concluded, Nizu instructed Izuku to prepare for random consultations moving forward, allowing one of his friends to accompany him each time. Once dismissed, they exited the office and paused outside the building. Katsuki assured Izuku that Dragon Breath would not succeed in reclaiming him. Izuku appreciated Katsuki's attempt to uplift his spirits but reminded him that caution was necessary. Hawks, with a serious demeanor, emphasized the importance of focusing on the case, confident that their lawyer would devise multiple strategies. Dobby, with a hint of defiance, expressed his willingness to take drastic measures if necessary, but Izuku firmly rejected the idea of risking Dobby's safety for his own sake. Izuku firmly stated that he would not allow it, leaving no room for discussion. Dobby appeared taken aback for a moment. Katsuki, crossing his arms, quietly expressed that he liked the idea. Izuku chuckled, placing an arm around Katsuki's shoulder and guiding him a few steps forward. He then mentioned that he was going to rest and would see Katsuki soon, smiling tiredly as he pulled Katsuki toward the dorm building. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Izuku. The energy he had gained from spending the night with his friends vanished as soon as he entered Nizu's office. As they walked, Izuku's arm slid down to grasp Katsuki's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. They walked back to the dorms in silence, with Katsuki lost in thought. His own anxiousness faded, replaced by deep concern for Izuku and a growing resentment for Midoriya Hisashi, a man he barely remembered from his childhood. Katsuki recalled how Aunt Inko was always with Izuku, while his father was just a distant figure, someone he occasionally saw when visiting the Midoriya household. After Hisashi left for the US, Katsuki had forgotten about him, but he still remembered how much Izuku had feared him and how it had affected him. Katsuki had seen the bruises and burns on Izuku and Inko, and Izuku always had an explanation for his injuries, whether it was from cooking or accidents at school. As they approached the dorms, Izuku gently nudged Katsuki in the right direction. When they arrived, Izuku pressed the elevator button, which caught Katsuki's attention since Izuku usually preferred the stairs. They ascended to the third floor in silence until they reached Izuku's dorm. The greenette immediately flopped onto the bed, burying his face in the pillow and mumbling about his exhaustion before turning to reach for Katsuki with one hand. Katsuki chuckled, taking Izuku's hand and lying down beside him. Izuku nestled into Katsuki's hair, inhaling the comforting scent, and suddenly all of Katsuki's worries faded away. He felt foolish for doubting something that clearly had nothing to do with him. Izuku softly expressed his love, and Katsuki pulled him closer, affirming that he loved Izuku too and apologizing for his doubts. Izuku reassured him that he didn't need to apologize and clarified that when he spoke of wanting to forget his past, he never meant to include Katsuki. He considered Katsuki his anchor, a sentiment that left Katsuki momentarily speechless. Instead of words, Katsuki caressed Izuku's cheek, enjoying how he melted into the touch before leaning in for a kiss. Their kisses were filled with affection and passion, NTMB yet heated. Katsuki shifted to push Izuku onto his back, wrapping his arms around his waist while continuing to kiss him. Izuku's hands held onto Katsuki's hips, squeezing gently to keep him in place. Katsuki felt a thrill at the sensation and noticed Izuku smiling against his lips. His hands explored Izuku's chest and stomach, slipping under his shirt, relishing the connection they shared. Katsuki felt a sense of satisfaction in being able to touch his alpha, reveling in the control he had, even knowing that Izuku would eventually take charge. But for now, Katsuki intended to maintain that control. He moved his hand lower, teasingly exploring, and felt Izuku respond with a satisfied hum. As he kissed down Izuku's neck, he could sense Izuku's anticipation. However, when Izuku attempted to take over, Katsuki playfully pushed back, asserting his own intentions. With a smirk, Katsuki declared that it was his turn. He could see the excitement in Izuku's eyes, knowing that he was close to losing control. Before Izuku could fully take charge, Katsuki quickly removed his own clothes, encouraging Izuku to do the same. He wrapped his arms around Izuku again, who seemed surprised. Katsuki felt a rush of warmth as he began to take the lead, enjoying the power he held over his alpha. As Katsuki teased and slowed down when they were close to climaxing, Izuku's patience wore thin, and he took control, flipping them over. Izuku found a rhythm that Katsuki enjoyed, but Katsuki tried to reach for a kiss, only to have Izuku evade him. Frustrated yet playful, Katsuki begged for a kiss, prompting Izuku to demand an apology for teasing first. Katsuki refused, insisting that Izuku had teased him too. Izuku chuckled, his breath sending shivers down Katsuki's spine. He playfully bit into Katsuki's sensitive skin, eliciting a loud from him. The playful banter continued, filled with teasing and affection, as they navigated their connection, both enjoying the dance of dominance and SBMSN that defined their relationship. Katsuki struggled to articulate his thoughts, overwhelmed by his emotions. Izuku playfully teased him, watching as Katsuki's eyes fluttered and his body arched in response. Katsuki desperately sought closeness, wrapping his arms around Izuku's neck, urging him to come nearer. He pleaded for a kiss, his voice filled with longing. The request made Izuku feel a mix of reassurance and strength, knowing how much Katsuki needed him. Izuku hovered just above Katsuki's lips, teasing him further, which drew out a whimper from the blonde. Finally, he pressed his lips against Katsuki's, feeling the omega fully submit as they shared a moment of bliss. Exhaustion washed over Izuku, but he felt no regret. A few hours later, Ejiro and Denki entered Izuku's room after classes, only to find their two friends cuddled up under the covers. A blush crept onto Denki's face, and Ejiro chuckled, noting that it seemed the pair had reconciled. Ejiro mumbled about needing a shower and headed to the bathroom, leaving Denki to sit at Izuku's desk, focused on his assignments. Lost in his work, Denki didn't notice Katsuki waking up or getting dressed until he felt familiar arms wrap around him from behind. The comforting scent of caramel enveloped him, and he leaned into the embrace. Katsuki apologized softly, burying his face in Denki's neck, and their shared bond brought a sense of calm. Denki, feeling the weight of their situation, asked about Izuku's condition. Katsuki admitted that it was serious, and Denki's expression turned to one of concern. Katsuki reassured him that their alpha would not let them suffer through pain. Denki expressed his fears, and Katsuki comforted him, drawing circles on his back. In a moment of vulnerability, Denki pulled Katsuki closer, and they shared a gentle kiss, their movements in sync. It felt natural for them to be together, transcending the expectations of their second genders. Their connection was rooted in love, allowing them to find solace in each other. As they enjoyed the quiet moment, sounds from Izuku stirred them. They rushed to their alpha's side, releasing calming pheromones to soothe him. Katsuki gently encouraged Izuku to wake up, using soft slaps to rouse him. When Izuku stirred, it was clear he was disoriented, unlike his usual responses to nightmares. Katsuki, filled with concern, refrained from physical contact, knowing Izuku needed time to regain his bearings. Ejiro and Denki watched anxiously as Katsuki spoke softly to Izuku, trying to guide him back to reality. Ejiro gently helped Izuku sit up, hoping to assist him in finding his focus. Izuku was in a state of distress, and Katsuki's voice cut through the haze. He spoke firmly, urging Izuku to return to them. Ejiro, feeling uneasy about Katsuki's demeanor, decided to call Aizawa for help. Just as he was about to dial, Izuku finally uttered a word that resonated with them. "It burns," he murmured, his voice slurred and distant. The others exchanged worried glances, fully aware of the scars that marred Izuku's skin, many of which were burn marks. Katsuki clenched his jaw, stepping back to allow his Omega to take charge. Ejiro leaned closer, pressing his lips against Izuku's, hoping to bring him back to the present. Izuku flinched at first but soon melted into the kiss, responding to the warmth and comfort. As soon as Katsuki felt Izuku's response, he pulled away. Izuku began to pant, tears streaming down his face. Denki, concerned, held Izuku's hand tightly. Ejiro, sensing the panic rising, spoke softly, rubbing Izuku's back to help ground him. Izuku looked at his mates, his voice shaky as he began to ramble about his experience. He wrapped his arms around himself, feeling overwhelmed. Katsuki climbed into his lap, Denki nestled against him, and Ejiro wrapped his arms around all three, creating a cocoon of support. Izuku's face was buried against Katsuki's shoulder, and he found solace in the familiar sense and the warmth of his mates. Gradually, they could see the tension in Katsuki's muscles ease, and Izuku leaned heavily against them. Ejiro gently urged Izuku to look at him, squatting down to meet his gaze. Izuku turned his head, too drained to lift it fully. Ejiro encouraged him to take stock of his surroundings, and after a moment of confusion, Izuku mumbled that he was in his dorm room. "But who is with you right now?" Ejiro asked, watching as Izuku relaxed at the realization. "My mates," Izuku breathed, a tear escaping down his cheek. Ejiro reassured him that his mind was playing tricks, reminding him that he was safe and that his scars had healed. Izuku nodded, feeling exhausted but comforted. Ejiro helped him lie back down and soon returned from the bathroom with a small bottle and a glass of water. He offered Izuku his anxiety medication, and with slow movements, Izuku took a pill, grateful for Ejiro's assistance in drinking the water. "You should try to sleep a bit more." "We'll be right here," Denki said, and although Izuku frowned, he nodded in agreement. Ejiro's earlier fear returned as he watched Izuku struggle. Leaning down, he pressed his lips against Izuku's for a moment before resting their foreheads together. "You have to fight, understand? Don't let anyone take away your strength," Ejiro said firmly. Izuku's voice grew warmer as he promised to try. "I will," he affirmed, feeling a flicker of strength. Ejiro expressed his love with a quick kiss before standing up straight. Katsuki and Denki observed silently, sharing a small smile at the moment. However, Ejiro's expression turned serious as he addressed them. He emphasized the need to avoid unnecessary conflicts, reminding Katsuki to communicate instead of running away from triggers. He turned to Denki, urging him to think before speaking, especially regarding Katsuki's sensitivities. Denki lowered his gaze, feeling remorseful as he apologized to Katsuki. Ejiro sighed, rubbing his temples, and then all attention shifted to Izuku as he chuckled softly. "You're literally our rock," Izuku said, looking at Ejiro with affection. He pushed himself up slightly, expressing concern for Ejiro's well-being. Ejiro smiled, reassured by Izuku's words. "I know," he replied, and Izuku raised an eyebrow, prompting Ejiro to insist that he truly understood. Ejiro climbed into bed, pulling the others close. They nestled together, the Omegas sandwiched between the Alpha and Beta, content in their closeness. Ejiro teased Denki about his purring, noting how it made Katsuki smile. Denki grinned, feeling the warmth of their bond. Izuku chimed in, sharing how he would love to make Katsuki purr more if he had the energy, acknowledging the neediness of alphas. Katsuki expressed his discomfort with feeling vulnerable when he purred, but Izuku reassured him that it signified comfort and trust. Ejiro then asked if Katsuki enjoyed when Izuku cuddled close to him, and Katsuki nodded eagerly, realizing the connection they all shared. "See? It's the same for us. We may feel vulnerable, but it also means we trust each other enough to show it," Ejiro explained, and the warmth of their bond enveloped them all. Ejiro explained that it was a good thing, and Katsuki smiled at him, finally understanding. He playfully suggested that maybe he should start calling Ejiro a nerd instead, which prompted Ejiro to roll his eyes while Denki and Izuku laughed. Ejiro teased back, pointing out that Katsuki was the biggest nerd of them all, the one who claimed he was going to be the #1 hero. Denki laughed so hard that he held his stomach, tears streaming down his face. Katsuki shrugged at Ejiro, unimpressed, which caused Ejiro's grin to falter. He pouted, reminding Katsuki that they had planned this out together. Denki, still laughing, begged them to stop, saying his stomach hurt. The friends cherished these moments of carefree joy, knowing that soon enough, there would come a time when such lightheartedness would be impossible. Jun Tanaka mentioned that Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo had agreed to be witnesses and that she would visit them the following evening to gather their perspective on the matter. Izuku frowned, aware that he was not fond of the idea of anyone else being involved in the case, but he had resigned himself to the situation. Those whom Tanaka deemed worthy of being witnesses had all agreed to participate. Ejiro, who was with Izuku for this consultation, noticed that his friend looked exhausted. Thankfully, Izuku had started taking anxiety medication regularly, which helped him cope. Tanaka smiled as she noted that Ejiro and his mates would be visiting Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo for dinner that evening. Ejiro confirmed that they wanted to meet Katsuki's mates for the first time. Izuku felt a sense of anticipation. He would be visiting them not as their deceased best friend's child or as the abused 19-year-old, but as their son's mate and alpha. Tanaka congratulated them but advised against discussing the case with the Bakugos, warning that if the opposing side found out, it could be used against them in court. Izuku attempted to lighten the mood with a joke, which succeeded with Tanaka, though Ejiro tensed up. Tanaka concluded the session, stating she would likely call them for another consultation in 2 days to discuss Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo. As they left her office, Izuku bowed slightly in gratitude. It had been 3 weeks since Izuku had to go to the infirmary after passing out. Since then, Nizu had instructed all his professors to keep an eye on him, which made Izuku uncomfortable, but he didn't feel it necessary to point it out. Nizu ensured that Tanaka would consult him at UA to prevent any interference from Dragon Breath. Ejiro and Izuku walked back to their class with Aizawa, hand in hand. Upon arriving, they knocked on the door and waited. Aizawa opened the door and gestured for them to return to their seats quietly. As they walked, Izuku brushed against Katsuki's arm, while Ejiro gave Denki a reassuring pat on the shoulder. This had become a routine for them, a way to show their omegas that everything was okay. Ejiro was the one joining Izuku for consultations, as Katsuki was too involved, and Tanaka deemed it unwise for him to participate. Denki struggled to manage his omega during consultations, so it was decided that he would not join, much to his omega's disappointment. They listened to Aizawa, catching up on the lesson. The professors didn't mind when Izuku and Ejiro couldn't actively participate after consultations, but they admired their efforts nonetheless. When the bell rang, Aizawa dismissed the class, and everyone began packing their bags, relieved that it was the last class of the day. Suddenly, Dobby entered the room with Nizu perched on his shoulder. The entire class froze in shock at Dobby's presence, except for Todoroki and the 4 mates. Nizu greeted the class with a smile, ignoring the tense atmosphere. Everyone straightened up, standing in front of their chairs as Nizu gestured for Dobby to step forward. Todoroki visibly relaxed at the sight of his brother, having not seen him since Dobby rushed in to get Izuku's mates 3 weeks ago. Ida, taking on his role as class representative, asked what honor they had in receiving Dobby's visit. Some classmates were relieved that Ida spoke up, as none of them felt brave enough to address a former villain. Aizawa stood next to Dobby, frowning at his class, disappointed by their closed-mindedness. After their positive reaction to Izuku being quirkless, he had hoped they would give everyone a chance, but it seemed that was not the case. Nizu addressed the class, his voice gaining a stern edge that sent shivers down their spines. Izuku, confused, exchanged glances with his mates, who mirrored his bewilderment. Aizawa subtly shook his head, indicating that Nizu was not referring to them. Izuku's frown deepened as Ida stammered an apology, claiming ignorance about the situation. Katsuki, annoyed, clicked his tongue, drawing everyone's attention as he pointed out their ignorance and lack of heroism. Katsuki pointed out that someone was calling Ida out on his earlier words, which left Ida looking confused. He repeated that he didn't understand. Izuku glanced at Dobby, only to find that Dobby was already looking back at him, his expression emotionless and somewhat bored. After a moment of awkward staring, Dobby scanned the room until his gaze landed on his brother, and he even managed a small smile. Nizu sighed in disappointment and shook his head, prompting Aizawa to turn to him. Aizawa, looking tired, suggested that they should just get to the point and tell the class why Dobby was there. Nizu nodded in agreement and gestured toward Dobby. He stated that he expected everyone to welcome their new classmate with the utmost respect, leaving no room for discussion. Gasps rippled through the rows of students, but none dared to speak against it. Izuku sensed that they were likely intimidated by both Nizu and Dobby. Nizu then assigned Midoriya to Dobby and informed Todoroki that they were allowed to interact with each other from that day forward. Todoroki smiled in response, thanking Nizu, who then jumped onto Aizawa's shoulder as the teacher left the room. Dobby stood awkwardly in front of the class, not particularly interested in talking to anyone except for his brother and Izuku, maybe a few others too. The others quickly gathered themselves and approached Dobby, with Izuku encouraging him to follow. Once they were out of earshot, Dobby commented on how they must be fun at parties, eliciting chuckles and nods from the group. Denki started to express his surprise at their behavior but trailed off, while Katsuki bluntly finished his thought with idiotic. Denki shrugged in agreement. Dobby, uninterested, remarked that he didn't care anyway, prompting Izuku to tease him about it. Dobby responded with a playful gesture before slowing down to walk next to Todoroki. Dobby awkwardly greeted Todoroki, and Izuku smiled, appreciating the effort the brothers were making. The six of them arrived at the dorms and settled onto the sofas, their backpacks piled in a corner. Izuku asked about Dobby's rules, and while everyone else looked confused, Dobby rolled his eyes and lifted his pant leg slightly to reveal a tracker. He explained that he wasn't allowed to leave UA grounds without Nizu's permission and had to stick with them between classes. Izuku nodded, understanding the situation. For some, Izuku's words might have sounded harsh, but Dobby appreciated that he wasn't pretending his past as a villain had simply vanished. They engaged in various conversations, and Todoroki found himself enjoying the connection with his classmates, even if he wouldn't admit it. Katsuki stood up, declaring that he was going to make dinner because he was starving. Denki quickly followed him, eager to help or perhaps just to watch him cook. Dobby then asked Izuku about his consultation that day, to which Izuku shrugged and replied that it had gone well and that the consultant was very organized. Noticing the confusion on Todoroki's face, Izuku realized that none of the other classmates knew what was happening. Ejiro quickly suggested that Izuku didn't have to discuss it, but Izuku shook his head, deciding to share. He explained that his father had been abusive and was now trying to regain custody over him and his friends, which led to his consultations. Todoroki asked if that was why they occasionally left class, and the others nodded. Ejiro added that Nizu had assigned Izuku a lawyer and that he was joining the consultations. Todoroki, still confused, inquired why Izuku wasn't going alone. Ejiro reminded him of the day Dobby had picked them up from class, explaining that it was the day Izuku had learned about his father's return, which had understandably upset him. Feeling a bit guilty, Todoroki apologized for prying, but Izuku reassured him not to worry. Dobby suggested that Izuku should tell the class about his situation so they could stop acting poorly towards him, but Izuku frowned at the idea of being pitted. Dobby understood his point immediately. Ejiro expressed his frustration about their classmates' behavior, noting that even Aizawa and Nizu had called them out on it multiple times, yet they still didn't seem to understand. Izuku defended them, saying they thought he had betrayed them. Ejiro pointed out that they had felt the same way but hadn't behaved like immature brats, raising his voice slightly so the others could hear. Siro, irritated, asked what their problem was, to which Ejiro angrily replied that it was them. Katsuki and Denki emerged from the kitchen, each carrying trays of food, and placed them on the coffee table. The class watched in surprise as Katsuki didn't just cook for everyone as he usually did, but he also seemed unbothered about cooking enough for Dobby. Katsuki glared at the others, demanding to know what their issue was. Izuku grabbed a plate and fork, starting to eat the fried rice in silence, knowing he could no longer hold back his friends. They had been wanting to address the class about their behavior for a while, and Izuku felt that he couldn't stop them any longer, especially after Nizu's earlier suggestion. Mina, fueled by the tension, asked what was wrong with them, to which Denki snapped back, telling her to stop pretending they didn't know why they were angry. Izuku looked around at his classmates, who were now standing together, glaring at him and his friends. His gaze met Tsu's, who frowned deeply and shifted nervously before finally sitting next to him on the sofa. Izuku felt a mix of surprise and happiness at her gesture, while Mina shouted in disbelief. Tsu quietly asked if she could know what had happened. From the moment Tsu was asked to join the mission until now, she struggled to comprehend everything. She felt overwhelmed. Yururika scoffed, pointing at Dobby, who was casually enjoying a meal. She exclaimed that there was nothing to discuss when someone was dining with a villain. To her surprise, Todoroki growled in response, causing her to take a step back. Izuku, sensing the tension, offered to explain things once the chaos settled down. Tsu nodded in agreement, feeling relieved to have someone willing to talk. Katsuki, however, scoffed at Tsu, who seemed to shrink under his gaze. The blonde ran a hand through his hair, expressing frustration at the group's behavior. He felt they were acting foolishly and had hoped that Tsu and Ito would come around sooner. Tsu was taken aback by Katsuki's apology and the use of their names, realizing he was genuinely hurt. Just then, Mina shouted, and a loud slap echoed through the room, silencing everyone. Izuku looked over, his eyes widening in shock. Denki had approached Mina and Shiro, but his head was turned awkwardly, and his eyes were wide with distress. The scent of angry omega pheromones filled the air, familiar to Izuku after their training. Izuku quickly set his plate aside and moved to Denki, gently turning him around by his shoulders. He demanded Denki to look at him, but there was no response. Struggling to release calming pheromones, Izuku noticed Denki's red-stained cheek, which ignited a fierce anger within him. He knew he had to keep his alpha in check, otherwise, his instincts might lead to harm, especially towards Mina, who was perceived as a threat. He urged Denki to calm down again, but Katsuki interrupted, questioning why Izuku was trying to soothe him. Alarmed, Izuku turned to see his other two mates watching from the sofa. Katsuki shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Ejiro, however, disagreed with Katsuki's stance, expressing that he didn't think it was a foolish idea. Izuku was shocked that his mates would allow Denki's omega to spiral out of control. He understood that this was a defense mechanism triggered by betrayal. The mates had been training with Denki, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to manage the enraged omega. Denki's sole focus was to eliminate anyone who posed a threat to his mates, which included their classmates. They had decided to postpone further training until things calmed down. Determined, Izuku turned back to Denki and pushed him away from the class. He refused to let Denki lose control, knowing the aftermath would be painful for him. He pleaded with Denki to step back, placing his hands on his cheeks as he tried to reach him. Denki's omega protested, feeling betrayed and hurt by those he trusted. Izuku felt weak from the intensity of the pheromones, but he continued to reason with Denki, emphasizing that hurting others would only lead to more pain. He collapsed to one knee, feeling the weight of the situation. Denki's omega growled, frustrated that he had to force his alpha to submit. Izuku felt his own alpha yield, which calmed him slightly. He warned himself to manage the situation or risk losing control again. Once he stepped back, his alpha took over, asserting that everything would be okay. The omega, now on his knees, cupped Denki's face, expressing his determination to protect him from further hurt. The alpha demanded Denki to step back, ensuring he understood the seriousness of the situation. As Denki's eyes refocused, Izuku caught his breath, realizing how much energy this had taken. Denki, sounding defeated, questioned why Izuku had held him back. Izuku explained that he knew Denki well enough to understand that attacking a friend would only lead to regret. Denki helped him stand, frowning at the situation. He expressed his frustration over Mina's actions, feeling betrayed by someone he considered a friend. Izuku, now more composed, reiterated that hurting someone was never justified, regardless of the circumstances. He confronted Katsuki and Ejiro about their actions, demanding to know what they had been thinking. Katsuki began to defend their behavior, but Izuku cut him off, emphasizing that no matter how angry one might be, it was unacceptable to stand by while someone was in danger. Ejiro, trying to maintain his stance, stated they were only trying to protect Izuku. He understood why Izuku was angry, knowing he would feel the same in his position, but he felt limited in what he could do. So far, Izuku had allowed his classmates to leave. They had crossed lines that had been extended due to his kindness, yet they crossed them anyway. Izuku sighed and rubbed his temples. He knew this wasn't how things should be. Leaning back on the sofa, he inhaled sharply before looking up at the class, who watched him in silence. That being said, he was frustrated. He didn't care if they stayed or left anymore. And then he turned his gaze to Mina. He warned her not to hurt Denki again, his tone low and serious. Mina stepped back slightly, fear evident in her eyes, while Shiro instinctively moved in front of her, protective. Shiro confronted Izuku, reminding him that he had just said hurting someone wasn't the solution. Izuku clarified that he wouldn't hurt her, getting her expelled would be more satisfying. Shiro clicked his tongue in disapproval, and Ejiro expressed his disappointment, revealing that their friendship meant more to him than this situation. Katsuki interjected, frustrated, insisting there were no sides to take. He pointed out that none of them had even tried to talk to Izuku since his return, and they hadn't listened to him. A few classmates frowned, and after a lengthy silence, Ida stepped forward and sat down next to Tsu. Mina groaned at Ida's intervention, but he continued, stating that even their teachers and the principal had been lecturing them, not Izuku. With that, half the class moved closer, surrounding the sofa, sitting on the ground or leaning against the wall. Denki, Ejiro, and Katsuki exchanged glances, with Ejiro silently pleading for them to stay and listen. Katsuki and Denki, however, were fed up. Their glares made it clear that if they chose to leave now, their friendship would be over. Shiro noticed the expressions on his friends' faces first, particularly Denki's. The lightning user had always tried to keep the group together, so seeing him lay down an ultimatum was alarming. Shiro didn't want to lose his friends like that. He sighed and walked to the sofa, Mina clicking her tongue behind him as he moved away. He declared that he wasn't losing his friends, not after everything they had been through, and sat down on the floor next to Koda. Mina glared at Shiro before looking at the others. It was strange to admit that Katsuki's expression hurt her the most. He would never voice it, but everyone knew he cared deeply. This time, his glare was serious. He meant to cut her off and not forgive her. Reluctantly, she walked over and sat next to Shiro, crossing her arms to show her skepticism about their chances of convincing him. Dobby was extremely annoyed. They were taking too long to make decisions, and he wondered how they planned to rescue people when they became heroes one day. They spent so much time discussing that they lost sight of the bigger picture, acting like the heroes he despised. Izuku sighed and rubbed his temples again. Ejiro quietly asked if it hurt again, and Izuku confirmed that it did, noticing the concern on Ejiro's face. Izuku suggested they make this quick so they could prepare for the evening. He smiled softly and straightened his back, looking at the others. To his surprise, even Uraraka and Hagakure had joined them. With that, Izuku began explaining everything that had happened since the mission. He shared his childhood experiences, the abuse from his father, and the loss of his mother. He revealed that pro-hero Dragon Breath was back, targeting him and his friends. Many classmates felt guilty for jumping to conclusions upon hearing what Izuku had endured throughout his life. Uraraka, however, smirked and challenged him, questioning why he and the villain got along so well. Izuku rolled his eyes, stating that it wasn't his story to tell. Uraraka argued that he was even protecting a villain. The class shifted their attention back and forth between Izuku and her, listening intently. Izuku clarified that the person in question had been a villain and was now facing the consequences of his actions. He emphasized that if they couldn't understand the concept of people changing over time, perhaps they shouldn't aspire to be heroes. Uraraka clicked her tongue in annoyance, scoffing at the idea of apologizing for not trusting villains. Izuku sighed, expressing his frustration and stating that he owed no explanations to anyone. He stood up and declared it was time to get ready, prompting his friends to follow him. He invited Dobby and Todoroki to join them, and both nodded, silently following him upstairs to Eijiro's room. Denki rushed to the closet, grabbing a few items of clothing and gesturing for Katsuki to follow him into the bathroom, giggling excitedly. Eijiro and Izuku sat on the bed while Todoroki took a chair and Dobby leaned against the wall on the floor near the entrance. Suddenly, Dobby asked why Izuku hadn't snitched on him. Confused, Izuku replied that it wasn't his place to betray Dobby's trust over something trivial. Dobby mumbled that he had been betrayed for less, but Izuku reassured him that he wasn't going to let him fall again. Todoroki echoed that sentiment, and Eijiro smiled, adding his support. Dobby looked at the three of them, feeling a mix of confusion, overwhelm, and disbelief. After everything he had been through, it was hard to accept that people he barely knew were willing to help him. This included Todoroki, his brother, whom he hadn't seen in so long that they were practically strangers. Izuku and Eijiro noticed Dobby's internal struggle and smiled as they saw him gradually calm down. Todoroki, however, couldn't quite read the situation. He had grown up with minimal social interaction and didn't know his siblings well. Just then, Katsuki and Denki emerged from the bathroom, Katsuki looking grumpy and annoyed with the outfit Denki had chosen for him. Denki had a triumphant and proud grin, presenting himself in a confident pose. Both he and Katsuki wore simple black slacks. Katsuki sported a black button-up shirt with the last two buttons undone, while Denki wore a short-sleeved white button-up with a black and yellow checkered sleeveless sweater. Their hair was styled, though the explosive blonde locks had a mind of their own. Denki clipped his hair back on the right side, revealing his ear, with a black lightning bolt framing his face. Eijiro smiled and complimented him, saying he looked great. Denki, brimming with confidence, walked over to the closet, pulled out two more sets of clothing, and tossed them at Eijiro and Izuku, instructing them to change. Katsuki, feeling annoyed, remarked that it was unnecessary to make such a fuss over meeting his parents. Denki rolled his eyes, pointing out that it was easy for someone with a good relationship with their parents to say that. Katsuki, with a serious expression, clarified that wasn't his intention. Denki chuckled, apologizing for trying to lighten the mood, which had backfired. Katsuki could see through Denki's bravado. The electrifying blonde was anxious about his parents not liking him or possibly asking Katsuki to end their relationship. Katsuki sighed and stepped forward to kiss Denki on the forehead, reassuring him that his parents would love him. He then walked over to the bed and sat down. Dobby and Todoroki watched silently, feeling a bit out of place. Shortly after, Eijiro and Izuku emerged from the bathroom, both dressed in the same black slacks as the others. Eijiro wore a white button-up with a red tie, while Izuku donned a black button-up with rolled-up sleeves, showcasing his tattooed arms. Denki beamed at them, exclaiming how perfect they looked. However, as they all dressed up, Eijiro and Izuku began to feel nervous. Although the Bakugo parents knew them, especially Izuku, they were now introducing themselves as their son's mates. Katsuki stared at his mates in disbelief, particularly at Izuku, who should have known that his parents would be overly affectionate toward all of them. The blonde shrugged, deciding that their anxiety was deserved after all his attempts to reassure them, but he knew their nervousness wouldn't last long. After saying their goodbyes to Dobby and Todoroki, Izuku sent a quick text to Aizawa. He was supposed to stay close to Dobby at all times, but this visit was an exception. He didn't want Dobby blamed for anything that might happen. The four of them got off at the bus station near the Bakugo house. Izuku was aware they would walk past his old home, but this time he felt no fear. Instead, he welcomed the memories that flooded back as he saw the familiar building. He silently thanked the universe when he noticed a family in the garden. A father and his daughter were planting new flowers, while the mother sat in a chair with a book and iced tea, her piardensui belly prominent. Their family was growing, and Izuku smiled a genuine, happy smile. Katsuki, watching Izuku from behind, sighed in relief. He had been worried about how Izuku would handle the sight. The daughter turned to say something to her mother but fell silent when she spotted the four mates. Excitedly, she shouted about the boy from the photo, drawing the attention of her parents. The girl ran up to Izuku, completely ignoring her parents' calls to wait. She stopped in front of him, grinning widely. Surprised, Izuku greeted her with a smile, and her grin widened. She declared that he was Izuku, causing his eyes to widen in confusion. He had never seen this girl or her parents before. When he asked how she knew his name, her parents caught up to her, the mother looking a bit exhausted with a hand resting on her belly. She apologized for her daughter's behavior, but Izuku reassured her that it was fine and asked if he knew them. The father explained that they didn't know him personally, but it was a long story. He mentioned needing to retrieve something to show Izuku. When he asked if Izuku's mother was Inko Midoriya, Izuku confirmed, noting the use of past tense. The other mates listened intently, confused about the unfolding situation. Katsuki, sensing something significant, stepped closer to Izuku and took his hand, which Izuku gratefully accepted. The woman introduced herself as Sakura Tachibana, along with her daughter Hina and husband Nato. They had moved in after Izuku and his mother had left. Izuku introduced his mates, and Sakura expressed her apologies for keeping them when they should be enjoying themselves, promising they would understand once they knew more. Nato soon returned from the house carrying a box that Izuku recognized. It was a wooden box, a beautiful dark brown color, closed with a simple clip. Though it was unassuming, it belonged to his mother. He had searched for it in their apartment in New York after her passing, hoping to find it before returning to Musafatu. Nato handed the box to Izuku with a sad smile, explaining that they had found it hidden in the chimney after moving in. He believed Izuku's mother had left it there intentionally to keep it away from his father, wanting him to have it. That was why they hadn't turned it over to the police. They were looking for him, Nato explained. Hina, unaware of her parents' concerned expressions, began jumping excitedly. She giggled and announced that they had found the boy, prompting a smile from Izuku. Sakura, gently patting Hina's head, confirmed their success. Nato offered his business card, encouraging Izuku to reach out if he had any questions. Izuku nodded, still feeling confused. Sakura, with a bright smile, encouraged the boys to enjoy their evening while rubbing her belly, a sign of her impending motherhood. Izuku mumbled his thanks and goodbye as they resumed walking. The family turned back to their tasks, but it was clear that the parents occasionally glanced back until they were out of sight. Katsuki, concerned, asked if Izuku was okay. Izuku admitted he wasn't sure. He hesitated, his voice wavering as he asked if they would look at something with him. Ejiro placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, promising to stay by his side. Denki echoed the sentiment, and Izuku bit his lower lip, nodding. He kept his gaze fixed ahead, refusing to look down at the box in his hands as the Bakugo house came into view. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm his nerves and refocus on their purpose for the day. Beneath it all, he felt a surge of anger toward his father for ruining his childhood, involving others in his struggles, and being a threat to his friends. Time passed, and Mitsuki shared a photo of Katsuki and Izuku from their first swimming experience. She handed the picture to Ejiro while Denki leaned in for a closer look. In the photo, little Katsuki was being held by Mitsuki, while Inko held little Izuku, who appeared anxious despite wearing floaties. Katsuki, eager to comfort his friend, reached for Izuku, trying to escape his mother's grip. Mitsuki chuckled as she recounted how Katsuki had dunked Izuku into the water afterward. The two boys watched in horror as Mitsuki continued to pull out embarrassing childhood photos, sharing detailed stories behind each one. Katsuki had attempted to snatch the album earlier, only to be playfully reprimanded by Denki. Mitsuki reveled in the moment, while Ejiro and Denki enjoyed the nostalgic tales, relieved to hear that Izuku's childhood had its happy moments too. After a few more minutes, Masaru came to the rescue, announcing that dinner was ready. Katsuki and Izuku jumped up, heading straight for the dining table, with the others chuckling at their eagerness. They took their seats, with Mitsuki and Masaru at either end of the table, keeping a watchful eye on their four friends. Katsuki sat beside his father, who discreetly placed a hand on his shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. Katsuki smiled, understanding the unspoken approval his parents had for his friends, who were already like family to them. Mitsuki, grinning as she cut her food, expressed her eagerness to hear a story. Katsuki opened his mouth to share, but Mitsuki gestured for him to remain quiet, insisting she wanted to hear it from Izuku. The greenette nodded, smiling as he began. He explained that the story wasn't romantic, which he felt was his fault. He had been part of an undercover mission that involved making his classmates believe he had betrayed them, leading him to act like a JRK. Masaru and Mitsuki listened intently, surprised by the unexpected start of the tale. Mitsuki asked if Katsuki and the others had truly believed Izuku's betrayal. Katsuki admitted it was hard not to. Izuku explained that he had been absent for a few days after successfully convincing them of his betrayal following the sports festival. Mitsuki recalled seeing him leave through some strange purple substance, and Izuku confirmed it. After completing his mission, he returned, only to find that everyone still thought he had betrayed them, which he understood. He shared how Aizawa-sensei had clarified that his actions were part of the mission, and thankfully his friends were willing to listen to him. Denki chimed in, recalling how he had slapped Izuku during that time. Mitsuki laughed heartily at the memory. Katsuki added that during that PRD, he and Denki had grown closer, feeling a strange connection as they worried about losing their alpha. Ejiro had been the one to keep them grounded. Denki continued, reminiscing about how Katsuki had asked Izuku to never do something like that again. Izuku joked that he would only inform them if they were mated, and from there, their bond had deepened. Masaru and Mitsuki smiled at the four friends, noting how in sync they were. Masaru observed that whenever one of them moved, the others followed, as if they were always looking out for each other. It was a beautiful sight. Mitsuki excitedly asked if their second genders could communicate. They understood her meaning, as some mates could connect in that way without speaking. Katsuki shrugged, explaining that they had tried a few times, but it hadn't worked. None of them minded, as their relationship was genuine regardless. The ability to communicate in that manner was simply a rare bonus. Mitsuki's enthusiasm didn't wane, even without that skill. As the conversation shifted, they began discussing their families. Ejiro shared that his moms were wonderful betas who had adopted him as a baby. Mitsuki expressed her hope to meet them one day, and Ejiro was sure they would love that. They had only met Kat before, and Ejiro chuckled as he mentioned how they had been betting on whether he would mate with him or not. The parents joined in his laughter, reminiscing about their own bets. Mitsuki excitedly explained how, after meeting Izuku, they had considered the possibility that he might be the one for Katsuki. It was surprising to think that both he and Denki would end up as Katsuki's mates. Izuku smirked, recalling how deep the bets had gone when he was younger. Katsuki had manifested as an Omega first, and Inko often expressed her hope that her son would be a Beta or Alpha, wishing for the possibility of them having a family one day. They had even made bets about it, going as far as imagining a future with 5 children. But Izuku didn't mind. He understood that Inko only wanted the best for him. Masaru politely asked Denki about his family, and Denki froze for a moment, hoping they would shift the focus back to Ejiro's family. He quietly admitted that he no longer spoke to his family, feeling warmth in his cheeks and tears beginning to form in his eyes. The expressions of the Bakugo parents softened at his words. Mitsuki expressed her sympathy, and Denki attempted a small smile, reassuring her that it was better this way, even if he wasn't entirely sure. His mates exchanged worried glances, sensing the change in his scent. The fresh lemony aroma turned sour, indicating Denki's distress. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat, feeling the weight of their gazes, which he interpreted as pity. The Omega within him chastised him for ruining the mood, urging him to pretend everything was fine. Denki argued back, insisting he couldn't lie to his mates, who deserved honesty. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to roll down his face, and the concerned looks from everyone made it clear they noticed. Izuku stood up softly, feeling the urgency from his alpha to act quickly. He scooped Denki into his arms and hurried to Katsuki's childhood room, locking the door behind them to ensure privacy. Settling on the bed with Denki in his lap, Izuku spoke soothingly, reassuring him that he was doing wonderfully and that he was loved deeply. He brushed his hand gently up and down Denki's back, offering words of comfort. As Denki began to calm down, Izuku felt the tension ease, knowing he was listening now. He expressed his love again, hugging Denki a little tighter and kissing the top of his head. Denki let out a loud sob, asking if Izuku would still love him if he weren't a recessive Omega. Izuku frowned deeply at the question, instinctively hugging Denki a little tighter. He reassured Denki that being an Omega had nothing to do with his love for him. It was merely a coincidence that he was a dominant alpha and Denki was a recessive Omega. Denki shook his head against Izuku's shoulder, a few teary hiccups escaping him. Izuku gently cupped Denki's face in his hands and declared his love. Their lips met, and Denki froze for a moment, tearing Izuku's shirt before relaxing into the kiss. Izuku understood that physical touch was Denki's love language. While he often provided that reassurance, he sensed that Denki had been doubting himself more lately. Denki was quick to defend others and silence their self-destructive thoughts, yet he struggled to do the same for himself. Izuku pulled Denki closer, careful not to crush him. Denki gasped for breath, and Izuku began kissing down his neck, placing soft kisses around his scent glands and shoulders. He whispered that Denki was beautiful and lightly bit near a scent gland, eliciting a whimper from Denki. Izuku felt fortunate to have someone as amazing as Denki by his side. Denki was surprised by his own reaction, covering his mouth in shock as he felt Izuku's smirk against his skin. Izuku quickly moved them around until Denki was lying on the bed, with Izuku kneeling between his legs. Denki whispered that they couldn't do this here, even though he wanted to. Izuku assured him that he wouldn't go all the way. As he leaned in for another kiss, his hand traveled down Denki's side, reaching the waistband of his pants. Denki ummed into the kiss, and Izuku's fingers danced around, making Denki squirm beneath him. Izuku recalled how he initially thought his feelings for Denki were purely instinctual. However, he realized that his love was genuine when he found himself teasing Denki without any prompting from his alpha instincts. He had been drawn to Denki's laughter and joy, wanting to see him happy. Denki, feeling overwhelmed, arched his back, pulling Izuku closer. Izuku whispered his love for Denki, and the sensation sent Denki over the edge, causing him to express his feelings in return. As Denki came out of his daze, Izuku admired him, feeling lucky to have him. They both knew they needed to return to the others, who would likely be worried. Denki grinned, knowing their friends would be surprised by their scent. Izuku helped Denki stand and guided him out of Katsuki's room, adjusting his pants as they left. In the living room, Mitsuki and Masaru looked up with concern. Katsuki and Ejiro joined them, their expressions shifting from worry to smirks as they caught a whiff of the lingering scent. Mitsuki asked Denki if he was okay, gesturing for him to sit beside her. Denki, blushing, assured her he was fine and apologized for any disruption. Mitsuki reassured him that they were just glad he was okay. Katsuki teased Izuku as he sat next to him, an arm draped over his shoulders. Denki's blush deepened as he explained that he had just freaked out a bit. Their expressions softened, and Ejiro reminded Denki that he didn't need to feel bad about being triggered. Mitsuki agreed, apologizing if they had caused any discomfort. Denki nodded, expressing that he felt comfortable around them, but family issues were difficult for him to discuss. Mitsuki understood and promised not to pressure him to talk about it if he didn't want to. Mitsuki spoke softly, inviting everyone to talk if they needed to. Masaru smiled at her, and Denki's eyes filled with tears as he returned the gesture. He expressed his gratitude with a sniffle, and Masaru extended the same sentiment to Izuku and Ejiro, who both smiled back appreciatively. A sudden sniffle from Mitsuki caught everyone's attention, and she chuckled while wiping a tear from her cheek. Masaru, concerned, asked her what was wrong. Mitsuki waved her hand dismissively, explaining that it was just the thought of Inko, who would have been so happy to see them all together. Izuku tensed slightly at the mention of his mother, a reaction that did not go unnoticed by Katsuki, who was leaning against him. Katsuki placed a comforting hand on Izuku's knee, gently brushing it with his thumb. Mitsuki looked at Izuku with a small smile, apologizing for her emotions. She continued, saying that Inko would have loved to see their big family. Izuku managed a small smile, though he still felt a bit tense. He softly agreed, his thoughts drifting to the box he had placed on the cupboard by the entrance. Ejiro suddenly asked if Inko would have liked them, and Izuku met his gaze, noting the sincerity in his eyes. He assured Ejiro that she would have loved him and likely would have playfully pressured him about proposing. Katsuki added that she would have talked endlessly about having as many children as possible, and they all shared a laugh. Mitsuki chimed in, imagining how Inko would have insisted on joining Denki for every doctor's appointment, which made Denki blush. Denki, touched by the thought, asked if Mitsuki would join him for appointments, his voice trembling with emotion. Mitsuki's expression softened as she reassured him that she would be there if he wanted her company. Her heart ached for him, feeling both sadness and anger towards his parents for not being there for him. Denki expressed his desire for her company, and Mitsuki embraced him, rubbing his back gently. She whispered that he was now part of their family, and no one would be left behind. Denki buried his face in her shoulder, feeling safe and accepted. Izuku's phone buzzed in his pocket, interrupting the moment. He retrieved it to find Aizawa calling. As he answered, his mates watched him closely, eager to understand the conversation. Aizawa's tired voice informed him that they needed to return to UA immediately. Concerned, Izuku asked if something had happened, and Aizawa confirmed that they needed to hurry. After hanging up, Izuku shared the news with his mates, apologizing for cutting their visit short. Mitsuki expressed her hope that they would visit again soon, and Ejiro thanked her for their hospitality. Denki excitedly echoed his sentiment, while Katsuki playfully complained about being treated like a child. Mitsuki playfully swatted the back of his head, reminding him that he still needed care. As they left, Ejiro intertwined his fingers with Izuku's and asked what was going on. Izuku shrugged, explaining that Aizawa hadn't given many details. Ejiro glanced at the box Izuku was holding and inquired about its contents. Izuku explained that his mother used to collect various items, mostly photos, but the Tashibanas had reacted as if there was something more significant inside. They arrived at the bus station just in time for the bus, and within 15 minutes, they were back on UA grounds, heading toward their dorm building. Katsuki voiced his exhaustion from the day's events, and the others nodded in agreement. Denki mentioned a feeling that the day wasn't over yet, and they quickened their pace until they reached the dorm. As Ejiro opened the doors, they were immediately met with the sounds of loud arguments. Aizawa's voice rose above the noise, commanding everyone to stop. The mates rushed to the common area, surprised to find only a few people present. Dobby and Todoroki stood apart from Mina, Uraraka, Hagakure, and Ida, who seemed to be trying to restrain Uraraka and Hagakure from confronting Dobby and Todoroki. Izuku approached Aizawa, asking what was happening. Hagakure accused him of bringing a villain into their midst, claiming Dobby had shown his true colors. Todoroki vehemently defended Dobby, insisting he had been with him the entire time. Izuku looked at each of them, making eye contact with Ida, Todoroki, and Dobby, who appeared visibly upset. Turning to Aizawa, Izuku sought clarification. Aizawa sighed, explaining that Uraraka had accused Dobby of assaulting her after they left. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief, and Todoroki protested, asserting Dobby's innocence. Izuku then turned to Dobby, asking what had transpired. Dobby clenched his jaw, clearly struggling to maintain his composure, and explained that he had merely gone to the kitchen for a drink when Uraraka had started screaming. Uraraka found herself pressed against the wall, her voice filled with alarm. Katsuki clicked his tongue behind Izuku, expressing his disbelief in a hushed tone to Denki, who glanced between the others before nodding slowly in agreement. Ejiro, with a serious demeanor, questioned Uraraka about the details of the incident, prompting her to regain her composure and point to the wall next to the stairs, stating it had occurred about 30 minutes prior. Izuku sighed in frustration, wishing for just one day without chaos. He turned to Aizawa, suggesting they check the security footage. Uraraka gasped, her face flushing with embarrassment. Izuku, puzzled by her reaction, insisted that if something inappropriate had happened, the cameras would have captured it. After a moment of silence, Aizawa sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. He headed to a restricted area and soon returned with a tablet. He opened the footage, ensuring that only he and Izuku could see it. The video revealed Dobby entering the common area, with Mina and Ida seated on the couch, watching him cautiously. Dobby moved past them without a word, and Aizawa switched to the kitchen footage. In the kitchen, Uraraka and Hagakure were present as Dobby retrieved a glass from the cabinet. The scene unfolded with Dobby pouring himself a drink, but then Uraraka unexpectedly crashed into the wall, the impact suggesting a loud thud despite the absence of sound. Her expression shifted dramatically, prompting Dobby to step back in confusion. Moments later, Ida and Mina rushed into the kitchen, with Ida pulling Dobby back into the common room without resistance. Aizawa closed the tablet and placed it on the table, while Izuku struggled to maintain a neutral expression, feeling a storm of emotions brewing inside him. Aizawa rubbed his temples, announcing that Uraraka and Hagakure were to accompany him to the principal's office. He informed Dobby that he had the right to press charges, leaving the decision in his hands. Dobby stared blankly, and Aizawa gestured for the girls to leave first. As they walked away, Uraraka shot a venomous glare at everyone, including Aizawa, while the remaining students watched in silence. Dobby, feeling the weight of the moment, expressed his doubt about ever redeeming himself. The others were taken aback, as it was the first time they had heard him speak. Ejiro reassured him that there would always be people who wished to harm others, but it was essential to focus on those who offered support. Denki nodded in agreement. Dobby looked at Ejiro, surprised that he was the one providing comfort. He questioned why the three of them trusted him, feeling conflicted. Katsuki, with a sarcastic tone, suggested that if Dobby preferred isolation, they could arrange that. Todoroki stepped in protectively, adamant that they would not lock Dobby away again. He expressed his fear of losing his brother once more, revealing how much he had longed for Dobby's return. Dobby's expression softened as he contemplated the pain he had caused. He suggested that perhaps it would be better for everyone if he simply faded away. However, Izuku interrupted him with a fierce declaration, insisting that he had noticed Dobby's struggle to express himself since returning. He emphasized that just because others held prejudices against Dobby did not mean he should hide his emotions from his friends. Izuku's frustration boiled over as he urged Dobby to recognize the positive changes he had brought about, particularly in Todoroki. He challenged Dobby's willingness to leave again, reminding him of the pain it would cause to those who cared about him. The atmosphere was charged with emotion, as Izuku implored Dobby to reconsider his thoughts of retreating once more. Izuku felt a surge of frustration as he confronted Dobby, urging him to consider their shared struggles. He had been leaning on Dobby for support during the turmoil with their father, trusting him more than anyone else. Despite the presence of his friends, Izuku could sense their pity and fear of pushing him too far. He expressed his gratitude for Dobby's honesty, emphasizing the importance of their friendship. As Izuku made his way upstairs, he needed some time alone. A flicker of embarrassment washed over him for having lost his temper, but he couldn't help but feel that he needed to express his own feelings to help Dobby. Reaching his room on the third floor, he placed his mother's box on the bed and changed into more comfortable clothes, taking a moment to breathe deeply and calm himself. He stared at the box, feeling overwhelmed and confused about what to do next. With a heavy heart, he opened it, expecting to find familiar photographs but discovering an array of folded papers and documents as well. As he read through the files, his heart raced, and his breathing became erratic. The weight of the revelations hit him hard, and he was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't notice when his door opened. The scent of his friends brought him back to reality, and he stood up, tears streaming down his face as he clutched the documents. He questioned why his mother had all this information yet was no longer alive. His friends, realizing the gravity of the situation, urged him to take a deep breath, but their concern only fueled his anger. He expressed his confusion about why his mother hadn't used the information to protect herself, feeling lost and desperate for answers. As he paced the room, his friends began to read the documents, gasping at the shocking details of Izuku's past. Ejiro, unable to look away from the information, discovered something that made his eyes widen in disbelief. He shared his findings with Izuku, who was momentarily frozen in shock. Izuku's mind raced as he processed the implications of what Ejiro had uncovered. He realized that his father had a younger brother, which meant that Dobby and Todoroki were more connected to him than he had ever imagined. The revelation sent Izuku running out of his room, his friends trailing behind him. He knocked impatiently on Todoroki's door, where he found both brothers deep in conversation. Izuku asked about their mother's birth name, and when he learned it was the same as his mother's, he pressed for their father's name. The moment Dobby revealed that their father's name was Ikeda, Izuku felt the ground shift beneath him. Overwhelmed, he collapsed to his knees, his friends rushing to support him. He struggled to articulate the significance of the discovery, feeling a mix of emotions that left him both elated and bewildered. Ejiro encouraged him to share the truth, and with a deep breath, Izuku began to explain his family's connection. He revealed that Midoriya was his mother's name and that his father had taken it upon their marriage. When he disclosed that his father's birth name was Ikeda Hisashi, both brothers' expressions shifted to shock. They connected the dots, realizing that they were cousins, a revelation that brought tears to Izuku's eyes. As he processed the news, he felt an unexpected sense of happiness wash over him, despite the tears. Dobby, intrigued, began to read the document that had slipped from Izuku's grasp, and the weight of their shared history began to unfold before them. Dobby asked where Izuku had found the item, struggling to find the right words. Izuku mumbled that it was among his mother's possessions, avoiding everyone's gaze. On one hand, he felt an overwhelming happiness. He had a big family. Dobby, Shoto, Natsuo, and Fumi were all his cousins by blood. The large family Izuku had always dreamed of as a child was suddenly his reality. How could he not be happy? How could he not feel joy knowing that Dobby and Shoto were his cousins? They were his friends, and it thrilled him to discover they were family. Yet that realization also frightened him. His entire situation had shifted in an instant. A part of him he never knew existed had been revealed. Like pieces of a puzzle, everything began to fit together: his father's fire breath quirk and Endeavor's hellfire quirk. They even resembled each other. Izuku started to worry, questioning whether Dobby and Shoto would resent him now. It felt foolish, but his mind was playing tricks on him. Dobby recalled a conversation where he had overheard his mother mention that their uncle had married and had a child. He never would have imagined that child was Izuku. It was so obvious. Dobby squatted down in front of Izuku, his expression softening as he acknowledged their newfound connection. Izuku turned to face his cousin, the term feeling both strange and right. His eyes filled with tears, everything around him became a blur. Dobby mumbled in surprise before pulling Izuku into an embrace. Despite the harsh memories associated with Dobby's scent, Izuku didn't care. He wrapped his arms around Dobby, feeling like just the younger cousin. His face buried in Dobby's shoulder, he felt comforted as Dobby rubbed his back. Shoto knelt beside them, placing a gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder. The night ended with Izuku sobbing, a sight that reminded Katsuki of the younger version of Izuku. It was heartwarming to witness. Eventually, it grew late, and their friends departed, leaving Izuku with his cousins. Everyone was still processing the whirlwind of revelations and needed time to rest. The next morning, Izuku awoke to find all his friends tangled around him. Denki lay on top of him, nestled between his legs with his head resting on Izuku's chest. Katsuki held onto Izuku's arm, his head resting on his shoulder, while Ejiro used Izuku's arm as a pillow, lying on his side and facing his friends. Izuku replayed the events of the previous day in his mind. His classmates had finally listened to him, allowing him to explain why he hadn't betrayed them. The family living in his old home had given him the box he had been searching for, containing his mother's belongings. They had spent the afternoon with the Bakugo parents, who wanted to meet their son's friends, leading to an emotional moment for Denki. Then, they were called back to UA due to a false accusation against Dobby, resulting in an argument where Izuku expressed his thoughts and feelings. To top it all off, the documents revealed that his mother could have imprisoned his father for good and still be alive, and that Dobby and Shoto were indeed his cousins. It felt like something out of a bad story, so unrealistic. Katsuki stirred beside him, pulling Izuku from his thoughts. He looked at Katsuki, who was slowly waking up. Izuku smiled softly and whispered good morning to avoid waking the others. Katsuki hummed in response, a small smile appearing before he turned to face Izuku. They lay there together, enjoying the warmth of their cuddling. Izuku loved the closeness, the comforting sense of his friends surrounding him. Suddenly he noticed a shift in the atmosphere. Denki's scent intensified, and his body heat increased. Katsuki propped himself up slightly, observing Denki, who was beginning to pant in his sleep. Katsuki mentioned that Denki's heat was starting, and he decided to get Denki's suppressants before it became overwhelming. Izuku tried to remain still, but the intoxicating scent was clouding his mind. Ejiro woke up, sensing the change in the room. As Katsuki returned with the suppressants, Denki stirred, instinctively rubbing against Izuku. The sensation made Izuku groan, feeling Denki's excitement against him. Katsuki gently urged Denki to wake up, but Denki, still half asleep, wrapped his arms around Izuku's waist, leaning in closer. Izuku felt a rush of emotions as he tried to reason with Denki, explaining the importance of taking the suppressants. Denki's response was a mix of confusion and longing, expressing a desire for closeness. Izuku reassured him that taking the suppressants would allow them to enjoy their time together without complications. The atmosphere was charged, and Katsuki struggled to maintain control as Denki's heat triggered his own instincts. Ejiro tried to help, but the situation was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Izuku felt overwhelmed, caught in a whirlwind of emotions and sensations as they navigated this new territory together. It was the weekend, and Ejiro groaned as Katsuki tried to loosen his grip on him. Izuku, however, reminded everyone that he couldn't go into rut just yet. He pushed Denki aside, holding his wrists above his head, and ordered him to stay. Denki complied, miming softly but obeying. Izuku climbed out of bed, narrowly avoiding Katsuki's arm that reached for him, and quickly made his way to the bathroom. He took his medication and waited, knowing it would take a couple of minutes to kick in. He couldn't risk going in before that. Ejiro called out from the bedroom, and Izuku shouted back that he was almost done. Just then, the medication kicked in, and the overwhelming feelings of desire became manageable. He stepped out of the bathroom, removed his shirt, and locked the door behind him. "It's okay now," Izuku reassured Ejiro, who sighed in relief and loosened his grip on Katsuki. However, Izuku noticed that Ejiro was still focused on him. He quickly sent a text to Aizawa, letting him know they might need to skip classes on Monday before approaching the bed. "You can move again," Izuku said softly, and Denki eagerly responded, moving closer. He begged for relief, wrapping his arms around Izuku. Izuku assured him that it wouldn't hurt anymore and leaned down, kissing around Denki's scent glands, eliciting a from him. Izuku's hands wandered down Denki's body, feeling slightly frustrated by the layers of clothing. He urged Denki to strip, and Denki complied, crawling off the bed to remove his clothes. Ejiro ummed as Katsuki began to pleasure him, and Izuku exchanged a knowing glance with Ejiro, both aware of the intensity of the moment. Denki caught Izuku's attention, tugging at his pants. Izuku lifted his hips, and Denki eagerly pulled them down. He encouraged Denki to come closer, and the electric blonde responded, wrapping his arms around Izuku's waist. As the atmosphere heated up, Katsuki leaned down, presenting himself to Ejiro, who responded with deep moves. Katsuki began to SMLT Denki, causing him to even more, tightening around Izuku. The tension in the room escalated, and both Izuku and Ejiro exchanged glances that conveyed their shared excitement. Ejiro's moves grew more intense, prompting Katsuki to louder. Izuku joined in, moving upward while teasing Denki's sensitive spots. Denki begged for more, and Izuku responded by increasing his pace. As the moment reached its peak, Katsuki pushed himself deeper, and Denki struggled to maintain his composure. Izuku lifted Denki effortlessly, turning him around and continuing their rhythm. Denki leaned down to encourage Katsuki, who was lost in pleasure. The room was filled with sounds of desire and encouragement as they all pushed each other to the brink. Ejiro's teasing words only fueled the fire, and soon enough, the energy in the room reached a crescendo. After a while, they all collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily. Denki, feeling a sense of comfort, expressed his desire to build a nest. Izuku smiled and stroked his hair, agreeing to help. Katsuki chimed in, excitedly asking if they could, and Izuku assured them that everything they needed was in the closet. It was a peculiar tradition for the two Omegas to fill their closets with soft blankets and scented clothes, preparing for moments like these. As they settled down, the atmosphere shifted to one of warmth and contentment, ready to embrace the next adventure together. The two Omegas excitedly climbed out of bed, with Ejiro settling next to Izuku and resting his head on his shoulder. They watched as the other two built their nest in the middle of the room, large enough to fit all four of them, but arranged in a way that forced them to be very close to one another. Ejiro expressed his enjoyment of the scene, and Izuku nodded in agreement. A year later, Ejiro asked Izuku how he was feeling while neatly tying his tie. Izuku stated he was ready, his jaw clenched. He was indeed ready to get this over with. Ejiro understood without needing to say anything, his expression serious. A knock on the door interrupted them, and Dobby poked his head in, announcing that Aizawa said it was time to leave. Izuku nodded and took a deep breath before giving Ejiro a quick kiss, saying he would see him tonight. Ejiro smiled and assured him he could do it. Turning to his two Omega mates sitting on the bed, Izuku softly expressed his love for them and kissed both. They replied in unison, and Izuku chuckled softly, waving goodbye as he left the room. In the hallway, Izuku let out a shaky breath as he walked alongside Dobby toward the common room, where several people were already waiting. Aizawa, the Bakugo parents, Tachibana Nato, and Izuku's lawyer, Tanaka Jun, were all present. Aizawa announced it was time to go, and they followed him outside to where a minivan awaited them. Everyone took their seats, and Izuku quickly moved to the last row in the corner, not feeling up to conversations. Dobby silently joined him. The Bakugo parents chatted with their neighbor, Nato, who had become a good friend over the past year. Aizawa drove while Jun sat in the passenger seat. Izuku sank further into his seat, trying to avoid messing up his hair after Denki had spent so much time styling it. He felt his heartbeat in his ears and finally admitted to himself that he was scared. He whispered this only for Dobby to hear, not expecting any comforting words. Dobby's acknowledgement of his fear brought him a sense of relief, knowing that someone understood what he was feeling. The ride felt long, yet not long enough. Time seemed to move faster than it should, pushing him closer to facing his fears. When Aizawa parked the car, they followed Jun into the building, which was enormous. Izuku felt he could easily get lost in the maze of hallways if not for Jun's guidance. They arrived at a double door, and Jun turned to give one last nod and smile before they entered a large room with a high ceiling. The building was old but well maintained. Jun and Izuku took their assigned seats, waiting silently as the others settled in behind them. Occasionally, Jun would write something down, sometimes showing it to Izuku, but he struggled to focus. The atmosphere in the room felt almost suffocating, filled with an overwhelming presence that radiated glare and disdain. Time seemed to slow down, and Izuku couldn't help but find irony in it. He kept his gaze fixed on his hands folded on the table, refusing to look toward his lawyers, who were handling multiple allegations against him. Finally, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. The judge entered, followed by others dressed similarly, their robes flowing as they approached the pedestal. Everyone stood, bowing slightly in respect. The judge introduced himself and began the proceedings without wasting any time. Izuku took a shaky breath as he watched Jun and the prosecutors step forward, files in hand. As time passed, the tie Ejiro had tied so neatly that mourning now hung loosely around Izuku's neck, and his hair had become a curly mess from his nervous fidgeting. Aizawa dropped off Mitsuki, Masaru, and Nato before deciding to drive home alone from the courthouse. The three arrived at UA when it was already dark, with most dorm buildings having their lights out, except for Class 3A's dorm. They walked wearily to the dorm after Aizawa parked the van, the exhaustion of the past week weighing heavily on them. Aizawa opened the doors to the common area, where the entire class awaited their return. Izuku's mates rushed toward him, pulling him into a comforting hug. The touch and scent of his mates relaxed him. Shoto approached and hugged his brother, while Dobby playfully ruffled Shoto's hair, chuckling at his annoyed expression. Izuku mumbled that they had won, feeling his mates tighten their embrace. Katsuki softly confirmed that it was over, and as Izuku nodded, the weight of those words hit him harder than the verdict had earlier. Overcome with emotion, he fell to his knees, choking back sobs. A part of him felt embarrassed for breaking down in front of the entire class, but the larger part didn't care. His friends surrounded him, offering comforting words, rubbing his back, and holding him tightly. A hand rested on his head, and he glanced up to see Dobby leaning down behind Ejiro. Dobby spoke softly, encouraging him to rest. Izuku wiped his tears away and nodded, not minding that he felt like a hurt child. Dobby helped him to his feet while his friends stepped back, trusting Dobby to calm their alpha better than they could. They knew that together, they would work through their pasts. Aizawa gently patted Izuku on the shoulder, offering him a tired smile. Izuku bit his lip and nodded in response. Dobby guided Izuku to the elevator, with his friends and Shoto following silently. They leaned against the walls as they ascended to the third floor. Dobby pulled Izuku into a hug before walking in the opposite direction with his brother. Although Dobby had his own dorm room, he sometimes preferred not to sleep alone and would stay in Shoto's room, where a second futon awaited him in Shoto's closet. As the brothers entered Shoto's room, they waved goodbye. Izuku's friends headed toward his dorm, where Ejiro gently took the jacket from him and hung it on a chair. The redhead quickly helped Izuku out of his uncomfortable clothes while Katsuki fetched some cozy sweatpants and a hoodie. Denki prepared the bed, pulling the comforter down, and Ejiro assisted Izuku onto the mattress. Exhaustion was evident on Izuku's face. The past 46 days had been a challenge, with sleepless nights and confrontations with his father, who seemed determined to speak directly to Izuku, even during his testimony. Anger often surged within him. How could his father be so arrogant when Izuku had evidence against him? At other times, fear gripped him as he recalled years of abuse, doing his best to survive. Thankfully, with Jun's support, Izuku had never felt the need to appease his father by agreeing with him, which would have jeopardized the entire case. Most of the time, he dissociated, only responding when directly addressed or during his own testimony. It was a frightening experience, feeling detached yet aware. So yes, Izuku was exhausted, and he had every right to be. As soon as he lay down, his friends cuddled up beside him, and he quickly fell asleep. Soft snores filled the room as the others listened to his steady breathing. Katsuki visibly relaxed and turned to kiss Denki on the forehead, who was snuggling close to him. Denki hummed contentedly, and Ejiro smiled at their affection. Denki whispered that it was finally over, and Katsuki agreed with a hum. Ejiro rested his chin on Izuku's head, inhaling the comforting scent that surrounded him. The past year had been filled with ups and downs for all of them. Ejiro understood that Izuku had to relive his trauma and learn to cope with it. Thankfully, Izuku had agreed to continue therapy with Nizu, saying it helped him. Katsuki also decided to keep attending therapy, as the skills he learned had shown positive effects over the past year. Denki, still hesitant about therapy, was not pressured by his friends. They understood how difficult it could be to accept the need for help, allowing Denki to approach it on his own terms. Ejiro felt relieved that the exhaustion of the past year seemed to have reached a turning point. Their mothers adored their friends just as much as Katsuki did, even meeting up without their sons and forming a strong bond. After much persuasion from Shoto, Dobby agreed to visit his siblings at home while Endeavor was away. Natsuo and Fuyumi were overjoyed when Dobby arrived, enveloping him in hugs. They were aware of Dobby's past but chose not to discuss it, trusting Nizu to ensure he received the punishment he deserved. They were simply grateful to have their big brother back. Dobby wasn't ready to visit their mother yet, and his siblings understood. He recognized that she was also a victim of their father's abuse, but he couldn't shake the feeling that she had failed to protect him. The Todoroki siblings were happy to meet their cousin Izuku, welcoming him into their family. The next morning, or rather afternoon, Izuku woke up to the enticing smell of katsudon, which made his stomach growl as if it had just realized how hungry it was. He smiled gratefully at his childhood friend and took the bowl, crossing his legs on the bed. As he quietly enjoyed the warm food, Ejiro and Denki entered the room. Denki greeted him with a smile and a gentle kiss on the cheek before sitting next to him. Izuku replied with a mouthful of food. Katsuki, spinning a pen between his fingers, asked if Izuku wanted to spend the day doing nothing. Izuku expressed his desire to visit his mom, inviting his friends to join him. They all smiled and agreed. After finishing his meal, Izuku headed to the bathroom for a shower. Along with his friends, Dobby and Shoto joined them to visit their aunt. Izuku picked up a bouquet of lilies from the cemetery shop, his mother's favorite flowers. They walked to her grave, where Izuku began cleaning the stone, removing dust and dirt, watering the flowers, and placing the lilies in the center. Denki lit 2 incense sticks and placed them in front of Inko Midoriya's picture. Izuku knelt down, smiling at his mother's grave. He softly greeted her, patting the headstone. Katsuki smiled at the image of Izuku tenderly touching Aunt Inko's head, imagining how much shorter she would have been than her son. Izuku shared that there was much he needed to tell her, but he believed she would prefer to know that he was doing well, which he truly was. Everything had been taken care of, he reassured her. He whispered that he missed her and hugged himself tightly. Katsuki echoed the sentiment, his voice tinged with sadness. Dobby added that they would ensure Izuku was okay, promising that Aunt Inko need not worry anymore. Rest in peace now, Shoto thought. They wouldn't wait long until they visited again, Ejiro reflected. From now on, only good news would come, Denki promised. Izuku smiled softly at everyone before turning back to his mother's headstone. It was a long story, and he would share it soon. But in the end, everything had worked out. The end.